Before we go into first round, guys, I'd like to do invocation and national anthem. If you would, stand. Please remove your hats. We're going to go to the Lord in prayer. Thank you, God, for this day, this weekend. Couldn't be blessed with better weather. We appreciate all the people coming out. We wish them safe travels home. I want to thank the MIR staff for supplying a great facility, all the IHRA staff for putting on a great show, our sponsor, Summit. It's been a great weekend so far. We're going to have some great competition. I want to thank our armed forces for protecting us while we're getting to do what we love to do. And it's in His name I pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, welcome to Memphis International Raceway for the Summit World Finals. We're going to start things off with our no box category, the mod category. I went through all the great stuff that Summit is giving away, and Performax Trailer, Trick Flow Specialties, all our great sponsors for putting this together. More importantly, you, the racers, for traveling all this way for the chance to become a world champion here in the IHRA Summit Super Series. Later today, we have the Tournament of Champions, the top three from each division, each of the 6 divisions throughout the country. The Pro-Am racers have been battling and working all year long for today. By the end of today, we will have 12 new champions crowned. So we got the Zumstein car on the right side, the sponsor on the body of his crew member, all tatted up. Trent Fan, as this is a random pairing, this is going to be fun. You know why these two races are racing each other? Because they showed up to the lanes first. That's it. There's no criteria. The only reason we qualified is to see who has a bye run. If it comes to that, we have an odd number of cars. So we'll pull David Pettigo to the side. If we have an odd number of cars, he will get the bye run. And Ray got here last night, had 1 run under his belt on the right side in that 65 Valiant Stages, backs out. Think he's nervous? Taking on Kelly Stevens on the left side of the track from Bostic, North Carolina. Ray was late and he's from Tennessee. That's insulting to the racer from Alaska that traveled here 66 hours. Like, dude, please, I can walk there. First pair, no box. Green light for Ray. Here comes Kelly. Ray in that 65 Valiant looking over. Double breakout, he takes the win. 13th thou underneath. He was better on the tree. 0-13 for Ray. About that second run, just got here last night and moves on to the second round here at the World Finals. Kelly Stevens, he was 0-19. Under by 32 thou, he'll go home. Bobby Paul Arnett, the left side in that Chevelle, taking on Eric Whitehurst in that first-generation Camaro from North Carolina. Bobby, the quicker of the two cars, he's going to wait there about a half a second as we're going to go to the 8th mile, 6:36 to dial for Bobby. This is no box, off the bottom bulb, trans brake, foot brake, whatever you got. Just don't have a delay box in the car. Last year's winner was Corey Henkenleibel, who's here today, and Mark Pressey the year before. And red light, look at Bobby Paul, trip 0, goes 6:35.2. Oh man. Bobby Paul under by 8 thou with that trip zip, just checking up on the dial, and it's there. And Eric Whitehurst, unfortunately, 0:36 to the wrong. Randy Bolden, the truck driver from Morristown, Tennessee, the Cherokee track champ, will take on Benji Smith, the machinist in that Mustang on the left side from South Carolina. All the GT trim on it. Dialing's pretty close. Randy doing the chasing. Oh, every race, there are no ducks, I assure you of that. 3 thou between the two, dead on 3, 38 thou in total. Benji Smith got there first by 31 thou, but broke out by 25 thou. 0:32, Benji in that Mustang was a little bit better, but not by much. Here's Cody Oxner on the right side of the track, taking on Mark Howard on the left. 5:99 to dial for Mark Howard, the toolmaker from Hamilton, Michigan. Won the Division 5 team finals. Another red light, Mark Howard goes red, 37 thou. His weekend is done, breaks out by 9 thou just for fun. Dead on with a 1, Cody. Cody was vulnerable. He was 091 green. The Ware Shoals track champ moves on to round number 2 to redeem that 091, no doubt. Best of the best bracket racers in North America going at it. Bobby Taylor Jr. with that 611 dial. Track champ in Orlando. As he goes in, goes back out. Al goes in. Bobby will go back in. The 72 Nova, Al Blanchard leaving first. And if anything dropped in the pit area, we have a tire gauge that is lost. So if you do see a tire gauge or anything else, please bring it up. You can bring it up to the announcer's booth or race control. Either one will work out. So John Smith on the left side, Hunter Rogers from South Carolina on the right side. Again, you see something that's not yours, please come up to the race control or the announcer's booth, and we'll announce and find the rightful owner of whatever that may be. As we roll through here, no box. John Smith on the left and Hunter Rogers on the right side. To the top, both of them green, both of them over the dial. 3 over, 3 over. Hunter Rogers was late, 076. John Smith on the left in that Malibu was 049 green, and he'll move on to round number 2 here in the Summit Super Series Mod Championship Runoff. Winner of this race is King of the Mountain, or Queen of the Mountain. Phil Combs on the left, and Troy Brewer on the right side. The professional drag racer, Troy Brewer. Parish Garage. Taking care of Troy in that Mustang on the right side, the red one. From North Carolina. Phil Combs from Demisville, Kentucky. The Mason. Troy tapping in first. Here comes Phil. Phil's going to wait there for a little over a second, which would be that long. Nice big wheel stand for the black Mustang. Can he chase down Troy? Doesn't matter because Phil was a little bit earlier. 4th hour early, 029 green for Troy. Goes underneath by 19 thousandths of a second. Phil goes 1 over just for fun. Hendry Stanley on the left side of the track from Bedford, Virginia. taking on Benny Gossett, San Angelo, Texas, retired roadster racer. Big motor under the hood, dialed to 585. And Henry Stanley in the Vega also. Real quick ride, 100 separating the two. Let's see if you can figure out who has the better reaction time, just by looking. If you can tell, you're lying. Henry Stanley was better. Double breakout again. Oh, this one decided by 1 thou, or 12/10 thou. Breaking out by 17 thou, Benny Gossett. Breaking out by 16 thou was Henry Stanley in that Vega. It was 023 green, 037 green for Benny. Good drag race. David Hammond's on the left side from Gulfport, Mississippi. In the 1987 S10 pickup, taking on Mike Kaiser in that 69 Camaro. Junior Racer 2X, please come to the tower. Junior Racer 2X as in X-ray, come to the tower. Racer 2X needs you to the tower. Mike Kaiser twisted his way off the starting line, better than 2 lights by 6 thou, but doesn't get the win. Closer to the dial. This one decided by 5 thousandths of a second. That's David Hammond's 029 green to the better 023 green for the Camaro of Mike Kaiser. Here's Brent Vincent on the left side of the track and Jay Norris on the right side. That 78 Dodge Aspen with Dodge power under the hood. He'll get the head start by about 4/10 of a second. Brent Vincent in that Camaro will wheel stand and try to reel Jay on in going to that 8th mile mark. .007 for Jay, and the win light goes to Jay. 2 over, 3 over for Brent Vincent. He was a little bit tardy on the starting line as well as off the dial-in, so Jay will get the win. 007, 2 over, 31 thou in total. Next up, Phil Height from Lebanon, Tennessee, and Tim Douglas. Quicker the 2 cars, that 3rd generation F-body, the Elk Creek track champion. There's a red light. And Tim Douglas also red light. He'll check up on that 631. He wasn't telling the truth because he went 627, flying. Phil Height was 18 thou red. Tim Douglas is 49 thou red. Maybe a couple years from now, Phil will get the win there because of the closer red light. Could be going that way. Josh Genske, all the way from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, from Wisconsin International Raceway, the track that he won at. And David Elam from right here, your Memphis International Raceway track champ in the no box category. The SS Nova on the Coca-Cola side of the drag strip. Josh's car, love Josh's car. Brings you back to the fastest streetcar days. Pontiac, pretty much all the stock trim parts and pieces. Got the chambered mufflers on it. Sounds right, and they'll take the win. As David got there first by 18 thou, but he was 072 on the tree. Josh was 030. So Josh will move on to round number 2. David has got one of the shortest rides home, so you can't really feel bad for him. Tim Foskey Jr. from Rhodesdale, Missouri, the US 13 track champ. On the left side in that Mustang, taking on Tommy Duff. Didn't win the track championship, went to the division finals. In Division 9 and won that, but doesn't win here, unfortunately. He was 13 thou red. As Tom Foskey goes 607 on a 604. Here is Monty Soper. Monty is all the way from Palmer, Alaska, and he'll be taking on Kenny Mock. Monty has that gorgeous 65 Chevelle Malibu. Races at Alaska Raceway Park. Took him over a week to get here. 66 hours dragging that Chevelle across North America. Let's see if Monty makes it worth his drive. Oh, man. Kenny Mock strapped Monty to the tree, but breaks out, giving the win to Monty, who is dead on with a 9. Kenny got there first by 0.08 of a second, broke out by 0.03 of a second. Monty moves on. Here's Andy Klosky on the left side of the track. 20-plus hour drive in his 65 Chevelle. Country Chaos Chevelle. Goes red by 0.02 of a second, and of course goes dead on. Ow. Yeah, you do some finagling with the numbers. That's a 9th thou package, but in the wrong direction. Wayne Parson, 011 green. 24th thou underneath that dial. Don't matter. Here's Michael Porcher on the left side. Up against Dale Eckert. And this is round number 1 of our no box or our mod category. We're getting all that good stuff I mentioned earlier. Winners from each track across the country, North America, track champions, and the division finals champions. One of these racers, 004, that's the Camaro, looking over, and he'll take the easy win. Michael Porcher dead on with a 9, just not enough because he was 068 green. Dale goes 004, 29th thou over the dial in, 33 in total for Dale, shutting out Michael. Michael from Conroe, Texas. Oh, enjoy the races from the stands for a little bit today, or maybe just start heading home. I would head out. Or I would actually head to the stands because it's gorgeous out there. Tracy Mutchler on the left side. Your US 131 champ, taking on Chris Ferguson. Of course, his father, Terry Walters, and good friends helped get this car to the starting line. That's 79 Camaro. Be giving the head start, minimal head start, albeit. They'll be staring at each other the whole track. I've got to chase him. Chris shoving that gas through the floorboard. Look at this, 002, 003, decided by 10th thou at the top. Chris was 002, Tracy was 003 in the pickup truck. Go to the dial-ins. They both broke out, one by 14th thou, the other by 4th thou, giving the win to Chris. Here's Neil Church on the left. And Steve Bright Cruz from Beaver Lodge, Alberta. And Neil on the left side of the track. In that Grand Am from Boone, North Carolina, the Wilkesboro track champion there. Carefully staging. Again, this is a lesson in bracket racing if you're looking to bracket race. 005 red. Steve Bright Cruz. So Steve, got to be all the way from Beaver Lodge, Alberta, Canada. Travels over 20 hours, unfortunately, out in round number 1. Ooh, the finality of it all. But what a great season Steve had winning the Northern Lights Championship, so nothing to be ashamed of. Jeremy Yaros on the right side from Boca Raton, one of the slower cars in this category, taking on Aaron Brock from Pageland, South Carolina. Knows his way around a CNC machine, Darlington track champ in that S10. Jeremy tugging towards that finish line. 1 over the dial, 2 over the dial for Aaron Brock, 17th thou, margin of victory. Aaron was 021 green and Jeremy Yaros was 046, just not enough. for Aaron's 021 over. Jim Menke from Texas in the 67 Firebird with the big Pontiac motor, the 455 under the hood of that car, taking on the dragster of Todd Zampese from San Antonio. It's actually from Union County, won the San Antonio track champ. Off the bottom bulb we go. Todd reeling him on in, got a 600 advantage on the tree, turns it into a win, 50 on a 47. As Todd shut him out, Jim Menke with that 093 1 over, not going to get her done. Brandon Wood. The South Georgia Motorsports Park champ in mod, taking on Justin Bailey on the left side from North Augusta, South Carolina, your Carolina Dragway track champ. Pretty similar combinations, just bolt in a warmed over small block, take some weight out of the car, and just have a blast. Red light, not having fun as Justin. 21 red, 018 green for Brandon. Let's see, 686, 684. Another one of those street cars, dialed in the 880s, won the Division 5 team finals up in Martin, Michigan. As Donnie makes his home Clark Lake, Michigan. Wes Sharp on the right side from Knoxville, Tennessee. Puts pools in the ground as his living, and his 69 Camaro will wait patiently over 2.5 seconds for Donnie to get out there. Donnie's out there too. He's got to drive that car to the center line so he can see Wes whip on by and take the win. 1 over. Wes was much better on the tree, 22 to the 79 of Donnie. Gotta be fearless. In round number 1 of no box. Gotta be tough. You travel 20 plus hours and you're in first round. You don't want to go red. So we see a lot of a few green lights, very green lights. Tom Aratakis Jr. with 019 green, Bobby Randolph. He was green, I won't say, but he was green. Kenton Pebler on the left side from Three Rivers, Michigan. Osceola Dragway with that sharp Malibu. That's where he won his track championship. Jimmy Hodges won the Green Cove track championship, one of the 10 or so drag strips in Florida. He's from Middleburg. That's 76 vet. Chasing down Kenton. Can he get the job done? No, he can't. 1 over, 5 over, Kenton Pebler, 0-10. This is something you don't see. This is a safety hazard in New Jersey, but now in IHRA we call it Mod ET. Now this is really cool. I love watching bikes and cars race each other. It's very interesting. It's got to be very foreign to Bob Bash on the left side in that 64 Deuce to race a motorcycle. And Patrick Vaughn on the right side races cars all the time, I'm sure. And they're going to be side by side, both of them in mid-5s with their dial-ins. Bob Bash from Indianola, Iowa. The transmission technician, Knudsen Transmissions, and Scott's Automotive. Red light. Patrick Vaughn on that bike was a 10th red, like very red. Bob Bash was also red, but only by 11th thou. Pat Ole from Cheektowaga, New York. No idea where that is. I'll say upstate, somewhere on the thruway. That's safe to say, right? Lawrence Edwards from Maysville, North Carolina, the champ at Kinston Dragway, and that Nova on the left side, taking on that ultra cool 34 Ford Coupe from KBS Motorsports, Primo Construction, Visual Express, Wasserbeck Speed Shop, and Willard's Weld Shop, all having a hand in chopping that 34 Ford. And Lauren was killer 0-12, gets there first and takes the win, backs right into Dave, and Dave goes dead on, all for naught. Lauren Edwards was 0-12, 8 over for the W. Here's Ernie on the right side of the track in that Demon. Why, Walter? Because it has vertical taillights. And Peter McGlynn on the left side of the track from Long Grove, Iowa, in the dragster. Really neat front-engine dragster, won the track championship at Cordova. Ernie, the track championship at Piedmont. Peter McGlynn has got this whole front engine dragster thing ironed out. He was 0-10 and he'll take the win. Look at that, 3 over, 1 foul underneath for Ernie Humes, and he did have a window. Peter in the dragster was 0-10, 0-36 green for Ernie Humes. He was 1 thou underneath the dial. Good enough on the tree to take the win, but not enough because he got there 1 thou too soon. Had about 12 thou to play with. Jason Patterson on the left side from Highlands, Texas, and Corey Henkenleibel, last year's champ in that awesome looking 70 Mustang with the big block. Got a little hairy yesterday, tightened up the front suspension today. A lot, like that car was heading towards his bumper yesterday. Defending champ, round 1, out of here. 005 green for Jason Patterson. We will have a new champion. We will not have a repeat champion from 2015 because Corey, your defending champ in that Mustang, see you bye. Jason Patterson, 005. Alan Thatcher on the left side, another second generation Camaro from Manassas Park, Virginia, your Division I team finals winner, taking on Sean Hutmaker. It's not from Maryland because to travel to Interlake Dragway would be a ridiculous commute. It's actually from Manitoba, Canada. And he'll take the win. Alan Thatcher was 0-42. Sean Hutmaker, 0-32. Good drag race. 1 over for Alan. Dead on with a 5 for Sean. 18 thou at the stripe. Will Steckley on the left side. Watch this car. I love watching this car leave. 1980 Charger. And taking on Donald Jones. Get your cameras ready. Both of these cars get punted off the starting line once they drop that trans brake. Donald Jones from Glen Burnie, Maryland. Champ from Capitol Raceway in that Vega. That motor wants to just shred that Charger in half. It's doing a pretty good job. Looks like it's halfway there. 554 on that 553. Will was 0-20 in the Dodge, and Don Jones is 0-23 in the Vega. You want to put together a Malibu, make sure you leave the steel bumpers on it like James Rivers does. Looks really good. A Holly Springs champ and Richard Penn are the Penn Racing team. Got no less than 2 cars, Rich and his son here this weekend. And the 99 Trans Am will be getting the head start by a little over a bulb. Again, Junior Racer 2X, if you did not come up, we need you up here now. Tree walks down. No, red light by 26 thou. James was about a 10th green. James breaks out by 1 thou, and Richard Penn goes 5 over the dial in, all for naught. The Blair's mail order racer. 66 deuce on the left side of Craig Taft. And the Malibu with the full exhaust on the right side. 79 wagon of John Siegel. the Bradenton Motorsports Park champion. Again, as are all these races going down the track. They either won their respective track championship. That was cool. 001 for John Siegel, not so cool for him. 193 green. I think Craig saw that little cherry hanging, and he goes one over the dial, 545. Here comes the Volvo. Box category, you need you to lanes 1 and 2. Box for round number 1. Summit Super Series box category to lanes 1 and 2. Box to lanes 1 and 2. Here comes the Volvo. A la Paul Rocca in the Northeast. Who actually later raced a Saturn, but that's not him. That's Vic Ellinger. 1980 model Volvo taking on Larry Lloyd from Nashua, Montana. 20-plus hour drive for that Malibu. Fortunately, breaking out by 12,000ths of a second. Vic Ellinger goes to the next round, 031 green, 2 over that dial. And unfortunately for Larry, his day is done. Here's Cleve Edgerton on the right side and Colin Hurley on the left side. Cleve's got quite the wily bunch over there. A lot of tricks on that car. Very deceiving. I'm not going to tell you what those tricks are. He told me, but I'm not going to tell you. He was going to kill me. So Cleve from Lakeland Drag Strip. Drag Strip says, he's like, yeah, the scoreboards work every now and again. So you got to know your opponent's dialing pretty much by walking up and saying, oh, there's your dialing. It's in shoe polish. Good. So sometimes the wind light's burned out. So Cleve. Let's see if he can put a run together and take out Colin Hurley on the left side. Cleve was 067 and he gets the win as Colin took about 400 at the top. Cleve goes dead on with a 6. Moves on to round number 2. Here we go with Tim Butler. Your 2012 Delay Box champion on the right side. Again, we need the box category, lanes 1 and 2, please. Box category, need your lanes 1 and 2. Box category, lanes 1 and 2. Tony Matera. He'll be on the left side, taking on the former Delay Box champ on the right. That would be Tim Butler. We're going to check something out on the track. So we're continuing here with round number 1. No box category. The Summit Super Series. Some of the stuff that's being given away, 10 grand from Summit, a 28-foot enclosed Performax trailer, $2,500 in Trick Flow Specialties gift cards, an automotive lift from Gemini, and AroundTheRuba.com 7-day vacation, sponsored by El Gaucho Restaurant, Tropicana Resorts, More for Less Car Rentals, Jones Transmission Cooling System, giving out a cooling system, and you get your IHRA Gold Card, trophy, and diamond ring. Both racers go red. Sorry, green. Red, green, I'm colorblind, right? To the top, good race. 1 over, 2 over. Tim Butler, better of the 2 dial-ins. He was 007. Tony Matera will go back to Mechanicsville, Maryland with an 013 light. Well, being 38 thou in total in the first round and going home, dropping to a 20 thou package. Here's Dave Mann on the left side. Getting the head start from Dan Koss. Dan Koss put this bad boy on the bumper. First time out, let out an enormous mushroom cloud of smoke, and there was nothing on the racetrack. I don't know how he did it. It's Dan on the right side. Ties down the front end a little bit. Duster, who's going to win the battle of Dusters? It's going to be Dave Mann. Look at that. Dead on 0, dead on 1. 9 thou package for David Mann on the Summit side of the drag strip. Dan was 0.43 and goes dead on with a 0 after putting it on the bumper earlier today. Still very impressive. All the way from Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada. Here's David Pettigo in that 65 Nova on the left side, taking on Sonny Freeland. Sonny on the right side. Another car with full exhaust, getting the head start. Ah, you hear him do the womp. That car is ridiculously loud. Nice job at the top end for Sonny Freeland. Both drivers breaking out by a bunch, 31 thou, and breaking out by 700. Was David Pettigo, as Sonny got there first by 8 thou. 0.21 green for Sonny. David was 0.58. Our box category should be in the lanes right now. Again, big thanks to our sponsors, of course. Summit Racing Equipment, summitracing.com. Also AMSOIL. They're also here. AMSOIL synthetic lubricants have been engineered to reduce friction, heat, and wear while offering exceptional extreme pressure protection for gears. Quality is our reputation. You ride, we take care of the rest. Visit the AMSOIL booth today. On the right side of the drag strip, between the Mickey Thompson and JR race car trailer, I believe. So stop by, see if you can get yourself hooked up. One of their great deals. Every vehicle at the IHRA has AMSOIL lubricants in them from front to back. So ask any of the IHRA employees how great AMSOIL is. So again, our box category, you should be in the lanes right now. Box category, you should be in the lanes right now. So far, champion from last year, round number 1 of mods, see you bye. Jeff Parrish, last year's champ. In our box category coming up in a little bit, I don't believe he's here. So we'll also have another winner that is not a repeat. So Brent Vincent in the no box category. I'd like to wish his father, Randy, happy birthday. So Randy, now that you're back at the trailer, happy birthday to you, buddy. We're getting things organized back in the lanes, and it's first come, first serve. Whoever you're paired up against, it's all random. The only thing that we control is the buy run, which we had an even number of cars thus far in competition in the no box category. So as we roll through the rotation here, just a reminder, the Summit Pro-Am racers, after we run juniors round number 1, you'll be up for your second qualifier, and then we're running round number 1 after your second qualifier with that same rotation. That'll be the deal moving forward, as we're just, I believe we're completed with the no box category. Sonny Freeland taking the win there with that ultra slick 70.5 Camaro. We have our buy run set up just in case we have an odd number amount of cars as we move into the delay box category. Again, we're going to finish with the delay box category, then we're going to go to the juniors round number 1. Then we're going into the Summit Pro-Am Tournament of Champions for the second qualifier. Then after that would be round 1 of that very same Summit Pro-Am Tournament of Champions. Fans, of course, tweet Summit World Finals, hashtag Summit World Finals. Share your experiences. Share your thoughts, how everything went. Again, how great the ribs were last night. How free the beer was. All that good stuff. Dragster do his burnout first. Yeah, that Falcon singing. Vinny Porcelli from South Line, Michigan. On the left side in that Falcon. Taking on Chad Duke from Wilmington, North Carolina, the Fayetteville Dragway champ, Mickey Thompson Tires. Dean's Performance helping out that dragster, and Headwind Pro Systems, Gault's Entertainment, Joe Piff Customs helping out that Falcon of Vinny Porcelli. So now we go to the delay box. And we're going to hold it for a moment as Leon goes out there, our sprinting expert. He's going to show us how fast he is. Oh, we got a spare balloon. Looks harmless. Yeah, the car will probably blow right through it, but that hits the beams, there's going to be a problem. So Vinny, that really slick Falcon, small block Ford, inside the frame rails, will get in a head start by a couple tenths of a second. That Falcon left strong, but unfortunately 001 red. Oh man, dead on with a 5, all for naught. Again, Vinny was 001 red, Chad Duke was 006 green, 13th thou underneath the dial. But Chad moves on. Scott Ball on the left side, Ronnie Barlow on the right side. Look at Scott Ball's paint job. Incredible. Went to his painter, and his painter asked him, so what color do you want the car? And Scott said yes. Ron Barlow on the right side, going to wait there for a couple tenths of a second, actually getting a head start by a couple tenths of a second from Rock, West Virginia. Scott from San Antonio, Texas. .003 for Ron Barlow in the win, 1 over, 2 over. Look at Ron Barlow, 003, 1 over. 14th thou in total. Scott had a small, teeny window to walk through, like a 1 thou window, and couldn't get it done, as Ron got there by 25 thou. Scott, man, 013 going home. Justin Snyder on the left side of the track in that Monza 79 model, taking on Kevin Pace on the right side from Ware Shoals Raceway. He'll be giving the head start to Justin. Kevin's car, it's tired. It's lugging through there. Can't get the job done. 009 for Justin Snyder. Dead on with the 9. Shut out Kevin Pace. 18th thou in total for Justin Snyder. Kevin was 026 green, no shot. Tough deal for Kevin, and he'll pack up that car, put some new rings in it, and he'll be back in 2017. There comes Don Woods from Liberty, Texas, the truck driver. He won at Ben Bruce Memorial Air Park. Taking on Charlie Jerkins, the right side, that 95 Mustang with a small block, getting a head start. Yellow Mustang was 009, and he'll take the win as he goes dead on for another race. No chance for the competitor. Throwing fastballs here. 009 for Charlie. Dead on with a 4, 13th in total. Donnie Woods 019 didn't stand a chance. Mark Brewer on the left side at 78 Mustang Cobra. Go to Mustang 2 with a small block in it. Taking on Sean Carpenter from Elm City, North Carolina, in that 68 Camaro. Handing the head start to that Cobra. Who just got counted out with auto start. Sean Carpenter goes green, takes the win. 595. So we're going to double check. We are an auto start where once your competitor stages, you have a predetermined amount of time to stage and follow him or her into the beams. So we're going to double check, make sure things all equal, and not going to make a decision as of yet. Always a big thanks to Summit. Best deal in drag race, talk to anybody. Summit putting up some big time dollars and big time support to these sportsman racers who work all year to get to this point and try to get the chance to become a world champion. SummitRacing.com. Millions of parts, one source. And Aeromotive Fuel Systems, they offer a wide range of options for a wide range of applications. Aeromotive is proud to be the official fuel systems sponsor of the IHRA, and we're excited to present the AMSOIL Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car class. From street rods to pro mods and everything in between, Aeromotive has a solution for you. Contact us at aeromotiveinc.com for more information. So we're going to double check. Make sure everything's 100%, and we'll be back underway in just a moment. In our box category, this is round number 1. Juniors are on deck. Again, after that, we'll have our Summit Pro-Am cars come up for their second qualifier. Then they will go directly into round number 1. We think Brodix cylinder head strength, durability, repairability are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the country. Brodix products have been proudly made in the USA for 50 years, and with our contingency program, it pays to run Brodix. Brodix utilizes its own state-of-the-art foundry with in-house spectrometer, modernized CNC machining centers, calibrated flow bench, and computerized dyno for continuous research and development. Find Brodix on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Clevite is excited to support the IHRA bonus program for Pro-Am winners. Since it's hard to find a successful racer who doesn't run Clevite, we think of our support as thanks to the winners for choosing Clevite engine bearings. Crowder's mission is to provide high-quality aftermarket engine components designed to meet the extreme demands of today's high-performance racing applications. Crowder is in the USA only and uses the finest aircraft-grade materials. Crowder is proud to be the sponsor of the Pro Mods and the official valve train of the IHRA. Come see us in Vendor Row, and remember, for American-made power, rely on Crowder. Good Vibrations, a hardcore sponsor of our top sportsman and top dragster categories for 2016. The Supercharger Specialist, they have a racer-friendly website filled with technical articles and how-to videos. They also offer a toll-free tech line and same-day shipping. If you're looking to go fast, we mean really fast, and you want that good vibrations feeling when you cross the stripe, then Good Vibrations Motorsports would like to hear from you. Feel free to stop by their hospitality and racer support area today. They're there to serve you. Jessel. Knowing that the parts you pick for your race team are up to the absolute highest standards is a key component in a successful racing campaign. That's why so many race teams and engine builders demand Jessel valve train components in their engine build. Jessel, the leader in shaft rocker arms, camshaft belt drives, and precision roller lifters, has been supplying the racing industry with virtually indestructible components since 1980. Engineered to the finest standards and precision machined to exacting tolerances, Jessel components are second to none, regardless of what category you compete in. Jessel has a valve train system capable of putting you in the winner's circle. Learn more at jessel.com. We're just going through and double checking our timing equipment. A little bit of a small glitch with the last pair that went down the track, so we're gonna make sure everything's 100% before we start throwing more cars down the track here in round number 1 of Top Eliminator. But we're ready to go. That was it. We're gonna have at it now. Jimbo Sells and John Melnick, we're waiting patiently. Man, round 1, you ask any racer, it's the toughest. You want to get by round 1. You don't want to travel all the way from, let's say, Leduc, Alberta, Canada, with your 68 Valiant and be taken out in round number 1 by a 67 Barracuda. You don't want to do that. That's John on the right side, all the way from Leduc, Alberta, Canada. He'll be giving the head start, so Jimbo Sells from Sparta, North Carolina will have the first crack at the tree. Oh, look at that Valiant carrying the front wheels. 001 for Jimbo, and he'll take the win. Dead on 3, best package of the round. 4th thou package for Jimbo Sells to take out that 68 Valiant of John Melnick, who was brutal, 007 on the tree and 8 over the dial. Another interesting matchup. Mickey Nelson, all the way from Leonardtown, Maryland, up in the Northeast, taking on Tom Ozinga from Willowick, Ohio, on the bike, the 2002 Suzuki with a delay box. You'll see him release that clutch. I'd say for fun, set up the delay box, then lend it to somebody to drag race and watch them lose the bike from under them. Mickey Nelson, 004 green. Breaks out by 12 thou, breaking out by 9 thou goes Tom, but that don't matter because Tom was red by 2 thou. Here comes Neil Stoll on the left side of the track, the 92 Lumina. This is actually built as a Pro Stock car. You look in the cockpit of this car, you do see 3 pedals. It was originally built as a Willie Rells car, actually stayed on the jig, never raced in competition as a Pro Stock car, but now makes its way to the starting line under Neil Stoll's control, taking on Russ Denmark. On the right side from Ovid, New York, Neil from Glasgow, Montana. His drag strip, Highline drag strip, actually is a converted airport with 700 feet of concrete. Oh, thank you very much. As Neil, 025, he was better on the tree, but look at Russ, dead on with a 1. Neil got there by 4 hun, but broke out by 18 thousandths of a second. Here's Paul Lavoie on the left side of the track, taking on Leroy O'Brien from San Antonio, Texas, from Edinburgh Raceway. And like I said earlier, Leroy's car, no muss, no nonsense. Interior of that car, got the carpet out of it, got the door panels off. Dedicated race car. Taking on Paul Lavoie. Leroy way out there. Oh man. Leroy cutting it real close. Paul was 2/10 on the tree. Leroy was 006. Did not need all that 695, but took it anyway. 13 thou package. So Leroy with a gift there. A gift meaning he kind of pushed his luck a little bit, but he dialed hard and he cut a light. All good. Shane Pope on the left side. 717 dial, Tony Lefevre from right here in Tennessee. Waiting in that Vega, there he goes. Oh, identical 008 lights. Who's got the top end? It's gonna be Tony Lefevre, breaking out by 6 thou with Shane Pope. Tony Lefevre, 1 over the dial, 14 thou to be exact. 22 thou package takes it home as they had identical 008 lights. Here comes that little altered again. That's Adam Sanders on the left side of the track. There's Steve Cable on the right side in the altered, and Adam Sanders. Left side, that really slick, mean-looking 2009 American-built dragster, which is what we're giving away to the winner of this category. Adam was 0-21, Steve was 0-10. Steve better, but not able to run that number. Dead on with a 2, ripping on by goes Adam Sanders. 0-21 green, 23 thou in total. That was Chris Butcher going red. Mike Smith with green light win, 0-14 green. As the Dodge Stealth going home. Jim Gannott on the left side from New York, up in Empire Dragway. That's 70 GTO taking on Kent Sessoms. Dialing a little bit quicker for that Camaro on the right side. Looks like the Camaro is actually aimed a little bit towards the right. From Ahoskie, North Carolina. And that was planned because that car is going straight as a string. Jim goes red. Kent. All over that dial-in of a 534 goes a 533.9, 018 green for the W. Pair of dragsters, Hunter Patton on the left side from Highlands, Texas. Actually won the track championship and the finals in Division 4, taking on Lee Markham from Springfield, Missouri. Got Performance Glass, Curry Excavation, Accelerated Graphics, K&R Performance, Lowry Automotive, all helping out. Hunter on the left side, that 2006 Spear-built dragster with the Ford power plant. They are both pre-staged. Every driver putting everything they can to trim that tree down because no one's light. Oh, reaction times within 0.02 of a second. Lee Markham 012. Hunter was 010, breaking out by 0.01 of a second. Hunter Patton 010. That'll win you. Lee actually took the stripe by 17 thou, but broke out by 200. Had a small window. Probably draw himself out, demonstrate some malleability to jam himself through that window. Wayne Henry on the left side and Tracy Bragg in that 77 Vega, the mechanic from Guyton, Georgia. Wayne, the transmission shop owner, releases his own product. Tracy Bragg was 004, takes the win by 11,000ths of a second. Dead on with a 7. Wayne Henry 28 thou, not enough to compete with the 17 thou package of Tracy Bragg. Ooh, man. 28 thou first round, probably win, 90% of your races. Not here. There's Taylor, no, that's Tyler on the right side. The first generation Camaro taking on Cody Holland. Cody from Plainview, Texas, the pipe fitter, won the Amarillo Track Championship, as we throw on the reds for a moment. And Tyler Ruff from Glada Hill, Virginia, the new London track champ. And we're gonna hold it up for a bit. Good, I can breathe. Fast, it's hectic. It's round number 1 of our delay box category. Again, the winner getting all that cool stuff. that I mentioned earlier. I'm going to mention it right now. Thanks to Summit, of course, 10 grand from Summit Racing Equipment, including and that prize pack for this category's champion, the American Race Cars Dragster, custom built to give away to the winner, along with the Trick Flow Specialties big block that's already in, already hooked up, cars already running, and the gorgeous paint by Jerron Settles from Imagine That Customs. An Aruba vacation for two, because Aruba is the official destination of the IHRA, aroundaruba.com. El Gaucho Restaurant, Tropicana Resorts, more for less car rentals, and the crew of the Don Flip Racing Team. And the obligatory stuff, the IHRA Gold Card. Walk up to any IHRA track and say, here, look what I have. And then, of course, the Ironman Trophy and the Diamond Ring, all part of the prize pack that has brought racers from all over North America, including Alaska. Bunch of racers, 20-plus hour drives to get here, and we appreciate all the commitment and sacrifices, time, effort, energy it takes, time off from school for the juniors. And if you're a teacher like myself, time off from teaching. We're giving away all that good stuff in this category. The winner, you're going to wade through the toughest field that we could possibly assemble here in the IHRA. The champions from each track, part of the Summit Super Series, and the winners from each and every team finals race. So approaching 100 cars in this category, and the winner will certainly earn every stitch of that new dragster and other prizes in that pack. This is where experience comes in handy. You know, you're all pumped up, you go up there and there's a delay. Cannot be rattled. Cody Holland on the left side, Tyler Ruff on the right side. Red light by 20 thou 005 for Cody Holland. Checking up on that 548, goes 555. Tyler from Glade Hill, Virginia. Unfortunately, coming up the short end of that one, 20 thou red. Almost a 2-second head start going to be given to Tracy Brannick on the left side from Alax, Virginia. Winner at Elk Creek Dragway. And the dragster of Jeff McClure from Crest, Texas. The farmer travels up to Wichita to do his racing. He's the Wichita Raceway Park track champion. Red light by a bunch, good 0.06 of a second. Jeff, a nice 013, 502 on that 506. Again, Jeff McClure, a nice 013. 400 underneath that dial-in as we go with the Roadster. Interesting details in this Roadster. Got the air reliefs behind the front fenders so the front fenders don't act as a front wing and try to shove the front end of the car upward. That's Ken Buckner on the left and Randy Norris. Randy goes red by 2 thou. Breaking out by 21 thou goes Ken Buckner. Randy, just for fun, goes to 494 with a 1 thou over that dial-in. Next pair we got TG Pascal and Shane Maddox. TG on the right side from McLeansville, North Carolina, and Shane from South Carolina on the left side. Tar Heels and Gamecocks. Tar Heel on the right, Gamer on the left. It will be the Tar Heel. 015 green goes 65.5, breaking out by 15 thou. Shane, of course, goes dead on. 004 red for Shane, 015 again for TG in the dragster. Xavier Lewis on the left side of the track. He's from Gallipolis, Ohio. The Kanawha Valley champion. The union worker, the local 547, taking on Wayne Campese. One of the quicker dragsters here, dials down to a 456. Oh man, Xavier, 005, takes the win. 9,000s package for Xavier Lewis here in round number 1. That's probably our 15th 00 light we've had here in round number 1. Wayne Campese, 018 green. Again, 29,000s package. You're looking pretty good in round 1 at pretty much every racetrack in the country. Not here, but not now. Craig DeGow on the right side. Mike Antonioni, we'll go with. From Rubicon, Wisconsin, the maintenance worker, won the track championship at Great Lakes Dragway. There's a lot of good fast streetcar stuff going on up there. Craig DeGow, all the way from Aylmire, Ontario, won the championship at St. Thomas at Malibu. Now, if you're a trained bracket watcher, you can see that Craig was a little bit late. Fortunately, Craig was 173, goes dead on with a 1 anyway. Mike Antonioni, 10 on that 08, nice 023 green, comfortable 10th of a second margin of victory, going to Mike. Here's Dan Hall. Dan on the right side, Travis Nelson in the dragster on the left side from Knoxville, Tennessee. Dan from Hernando, Mississippi in that 87 S10. We're getting the head start by over 2 seconds. Probably the biggest gap we've had in this category. Dragster coming on strong, gets around a margin of victory less than 1,000th of a second. Dan Hall was 0.15. Travis was 0.25, goes dead on 4. Margin of victory 0.00. 9 10,000ths of a second. Closest margin of victory of the day. We've had a couple single-digit thousands, but that takes the cake. Dan, with his 29 thousandths package, unable to take down the 29 thousandths package of Travis Nelson. Got to go the next digit to find that one out. Kevin Rodden on the left from Cleveland, Tennessee, the winner at Brainerd Optimist Racetrack. And Mike Jones on the right side. Salisbury, Maryland, the US 13 Dragway champion. 002 for the dragster of Mike. Takes home the win by 6 thousandths of a second. One over the dial, Kevin Rodden, who was 0.15 on the tree. Another 29 thou package going home. Mike Jones, again 002, 2 over the dial will take the win. David Owen on the left side from Callahan, Florida, taking on Cody McDaniel, one of the local guys. Track champion, London Dragway, in his American race car built dragster. Cody, a mechanic working on the big machines that Caterpillar builds. Another door car dragster matchup. Got another one in the water box. David will get the head start by about a tree. No, not even close. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's about a tree. Cody giving chase, 013 for Cody. Gives it a couple pat on the top. David closer to the dial, but he was 045. Cody was 013. 3 over the dial. Margin of victory, 22 thou. It's Robert Houghton going red by 10 thou, 128 green for Tim Benz. Tim got a little lucky there, 128. Ooh. Jeff Olson on the left side, Central Illinois Dragway champion. Taking on Dustin Light. Right here in Tennessee, the Cherokee Raceway track champion. Cherokee or Central Illinois, it's going to be Cherokee, local guy, Dustin Light, take home the win here. Jeff Olson took the stripe by about 0.04 of a second. And Dustin was a little bit better on the tree by 2 thou, 2 over the dial. will take the W, move to round number 2 here in the delay box category. George Morgan on the left side from Fort St. John, British Columbia. In that 88 Chevy Beretta, taking on Cameron Manuel, another American-built dragster on the right side. Dial's the quickest we've seen, which is a 434. Gonna be ripping by George Morgan at the top end, going about 158 mile an hour. Is Cameron in that dragster? George is gonna leave first by a little over a bulb. Here comes Cameron. 0-11 light will take the win, 2 over the dial. As Cameron got there first, and George still broke out, unfortunately. Very uncharacteristic. 082 green for George Morgan over there, but great effort, a lot of pressure. Here in first round, you talk to all the racers and you certainly realize that first round has the most pressure in it. You don't want to travel this and not go around. Even though it's just, all these matchups like finals anywhere in the country, it doesn't matter. Randy Tran on the left side, Mark Stevenson on the right side from Osceola Dragway. Mark was 001 and he'll take the win. 5,000s package for Mark Stevenson here in round number 1. Randy Tran, 031 green, breaks out by 9 thou. As Mark got there by 17 thou. We've had no fewer than 6 perfect lights so far this weekend. And 36 cars, 009 or better, in the first 2 runs today. Impressive. Jesse Rogers on the left side from Lebanon, Tennessee. Your champ here at Memphis. Root him on, taking on Tim Armstrong on the right side. We'll get the head start by a few hundredths of a second from Beaver Springs. 001 for Jesse. He'll take the win. 5,000s package. Oh man, the best race of the day. 5,000s package for Jesse on the left. Tim was 15 thou in total on the right side. Takes the L here in round number 1. Local guy moving on. Christine Kurbitz on the right side of the track from Holly, Michigan, the engineer that won the track championship of Martin, Michigan. That's Derek Denitz on the left side from Wisconsin. Track champ, holding the flag right now for the Wisconsin International Dragway or International Raceway team. And Christine will be giving Derek the head start. You want a Drag Racing 101, just tune into Motormania TV. How to race the stripe, how to stage the car, how to do everything right. That's what's happening in every single pair here. Christine, little hole shot advantage, turns it into a win. Both racers won over the dial. Christina's a little bit closer and a little bit better on the reaction time by 4 thou. Actual margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. Going to Christine. Here's James Rutherford from Wembley, Canada. Won the Division 6 team finals all the way up there at the Border Bandits. And Troy Williams on the left side. Love Troy. Haven't met him, but I just love saying Summer Duck Dragway. He was the champ at Summer Duck Dragway. His home is Warrenton, Virginia. They'll be giving James the head start. By how much? That little bit. James was 002, and he'll take the win. 5 thou package for James Rutherford. 1 over, another 28 thou package going home here in round number 1. James Rutherford, 5 thou in total. Here's Dean Smith in that ferocious 73 Camaro, taking on Dave Bledsoe. Dean, first time, I've said this each time he's gotten to the starting line. First time he put a delay box in the car was last week because crosstalk is being used here. What's crosstalk? Look it up. And Dave Bledsoe gave him the head start. Dean's been killer on the tree. He's been 00, 001 red, 001 green. A little bit off this morning, but he's still finding his way with this delay box and that Camaro. Watch it leave the starting line. It is a beast. Car launches away. Dave and the dragster a little bit better on the tree, and he'll take the win. As Dean goes 1 over, Dave goes 2 over. Dean was 039 green. Dave was 009 green. Dean all the way from Manitoba, also running our box category, so Dean will be back. Dave moves on to the second round, 009 again. There's a 29 thou package that moves on. Shannon Newell on the left side in the 1970 model Nova, taking on Dale Duche, 455 dialing. Won the Division III team finals. Dale from West Mifflin, Pennsylvania. Shannon on the left side. There's South Georgia Motorsports Park champ. How about being 012 and get strapped to the tree? Best package of the round by Dale, 3,000s package. He was perfect, dead on 3 here in round number 1. Shannon Newell, great on the tree, 012. 1 over with an 8, 30 thou in total. Shannon goes home with that. Tough deal. But Dale, best package of the round, took the stripe by 27 thou. Here's Kyle Smith on the right side, the forklift mechanic from New Bloomington, Ohio on the right side, taking on Marie Muller, the Orlando Speed World Champion. He's a student in that Miller Dragster out of Advanced Automotive in Pinellas Park, Florida. Great reaction times both sides. Oh, Kyle got there first, but broke out by 4 thou. Marie was 011, Kyle was 012. Marie 2 over the dial, enough to take the win. Kyle again got there first by 26 thou. He trimmed that up to 22, and he would have taken the win. Broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. Marie moves on. Here's the kid, Tom Fletcher. Left side of the track, that is Dan's son, that's correct. And Shane Reeves on the right side. That 68 Nova, head start going to Shane. Again, this is the box category. Tom giving chase, Shane is out there. It will be Tom, 015 green, 2 over the dial. Shane was 032, 4 over the dial. Here's Mark Cooper on the left side. Taking on Terry Koch on the right side, that 91 Probe. Terry all the way from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in that Probe, taking on Mark from Gaston, South Carolina, and it will be Terry Koch breaking out by 0.8 of a second. Breaking out by 0.9 of a second is Mark Cooper. 018 was Mark, 025 on the tree was Terry. There's Thomas Bell on the left side. Won the championship at Carolina Dragway. Ultra quick, 437 dial. Taking on Richard Jellick from Baltimore. Won the Division I team finals in the top eliminator category. Fans and whoever's racers, everyone in the stands, make sure you hang on to your stuff. I know it's windy out there. The stuff goes to the track and affects the timing equipment. You got another balloon, a celebratory balloon over there. That goes to the timing equipment, especially in a sport that's separated by thousandths of a second. It's gonna mess things up. As, again, experience comes into play here. Stay nice and relaxed. Yeah, they're about to stage and get all amped up. Now they got to go back through the process again. Richard and Tom. Richard's on the right, Tom is on the left. On the Summit side of the drag strip, Richard on the Coca-Cola side of the drag strip. They're both pre-stage. Got about a bold head start going to Richard Jellick. So that was a little peculiar. Obviously, we gotta rerun that one. Both of them 388, which is pretty impressive. It's like a decent pro mod run to the 8th mile. Looking at this wind, it's bringing some stuff around, but all good. We'll get back underway shortly. I love watching on the starting line. You have all the racers, parents, siblings, whatever the case is, they're all virtually releasing that trans brake button on the top bulb in this category. It's pretty cool. Or foot braking. You realize quickly who's a foot breaker and who's a top bulb racer by watching what they release. They either release their thumb or they'll do the foot brake, but pretty entertaining stuff nonetheless. Don't forget, hashtag Summit World Finals on Twitter. Have at it now. Racers, don't forget, you're going to have Brian Epps coming around. Seeing if you want a picture, a gorgeous picture taken today of your race car on the Memphis International Raceway track. BME Photography, and they'll actually come around to you, but if you want to expedite the process, you can visit their motorhome, which is right behind the tower on the right side of the track. Here's Jesse Bobo on the left side. Bobo Auto Electric. And John Davis Jr. to the top. Oh, John was better on the tree. Jesse needed every stitch of that 74 on the 74 to get the job done. 10th out at the stripe. Jesse takes the W. John was 009, as Jesse was 032. Not going back to Walnut, Mississippi yet. Here's Greg Platter on the right side. Bill Prest on the left side. Huge accomplishment just to get through round one here with a W. Best racers, North America here beating on each other. Greg Platter on the right giving the head start to Bill Prest. Truck driver from Rochester, Pennsylvania, will get the win. Bill breaks out by 5,000, that don't matter. And Greg, in frustration, shuts down the car a little bit early, and Bill Prest, 020 green. Greg, 012 wrong. Here's Mark Brewer. Here's our rerun from earlier this round, and Sean Carpenter on the right side of the track. Park from Latrobe, Pennsylvania. Mechanic won the Keystone Raceway Park Track Championship. In that little Mustang 2. On and off the throttle, it will be Sean Carpenter. 15 thou package. Mark Brewer, 15 thou underneath the dial. Mark was actually better on the tree, 013, but the dead arm of the one told the tale for Sean Carpenter. He'll get the win. Here's Marty Nicholson, another truck driver from Kershaw, South Carolina, the home, the winner of Pageland Dragway's Summit Super Series in the top category. There's about 50 drivers that still have this awesome prize pack staring them in the face that moved on to round number 2 here in the delay box category. As Marty goes 002 red, 27th thou underneath that 562, as we will do a little bit of dragging. We'll be underway with our juniors. We're going to start off with Texas versus Iowa here in the junior category. We put them all in the same category. You got based on the performance and the age group of the driver behind the wheel. Usually break them up into advanced and masters, but right now, and beginner for that matter, you won your track championship or you won your category at the team finals that's raced in each of our division. You will be here. Johnny Davis is on the right from Dunkerton, Iowa. And Harley Hebert. Dial-in's very close. Oh, man. Look at this, 025, 015 for Johnny Davis. And it's Johnny Davis, 3 over the dial, as Harley got there first by a couple hundredths of a second. What a way to start. 015 for Johnny Davis, 025 for Harley Hebert. Good race. And this is also random pairings. Cole Butler, all the way from Manitoba. That solid 20-plus hour trip. Interlake Dragway. That's where he was track champ in the 2005 half-scale car. Cole's on the left side. Taking on number 2 in the world last year. Double breakout, breaking up by 29 thou. Another great pair of reaction times, 049 against 018 for Cole Butler. Just got there first, broke out. Here's McKenna Ashatois. McKenna's on the left side. Brother Ethan also racing. And Gene Blaine Fontenot on the right side from Dayton, Texas, Pine Valley champion, the 2006 McMullis race car. Got a little burn down going on there. McKenna from Beaumont, Alberta. They left on Monday to get here to the Ashatois, and unfortunately going red here in round number 1. As it is just a gorgeous day out there. It's just a perfect day for drag racing. It's a little bit breezy, but who cares? For October 22nd, it's awesome. There's Blair McDaniel on the right side of the track and Lana Gist. These cars are really quick too. Godwin, North Carolina, the home for Lana. Fayetteville, North Carolina, Dragway champion. She's over there on the left, and Blair on the right side, the Little River Dragway champ from Thorndale, Texas. Thorndale, a good solid 8 hours from here. Blair, a little bit better reaction time. Turns into a win, only breaks out by 1 thou. Lana got there first and broke out by 26 thou. We got almost 100 junior dragsters here in the Summit Super Series, all vying for that great prize pack, which what makes the IHRA and the IHRA Summit partnership so great. The stuff that you get when you wade through a field of the best. Custom built JR race car, which JR race car, they are here right behind the grandstands. $3 grand from Summit Racing Equipment. And that race car, the JR race car, also has that custom, imagine that, custom paint job by Jerron Settles will come up later in Quick Rod. And of course, the IHRA Gold Card, Ironman Trophy, and Diamond Ring. Allison Lloyd on the left side will take the win. Sierra Ure from Suffolk, Virginia, as we battle Virginia on Virginia in that pair. 12 red for Sierra, 10 green for Allison Lloyd, who was underneath by 17 thousandths of a second. So they're all vying for that great prize package. And that's why we're traveling from places such as Beaumont, Alberta. Here's Ethan. Ethan's on the left side of the track. Like I mentioned earlier, one of the only racers that can put something else for his occupation besides student. He's actually a snowboard instructor up in Beaumont, Alberta. He's on the left side, and Lane Cayley on the right from Millmont, Pennsylvania, won the D3 team finals. Ethan Ashatois on the left side will take the win. Another double breakout. Everybody's breaking out. 787 on that 790, and Lane was even quicker. It was 783 on that 791. Ethan was a little bit better on the trio 54 to the 080 of Lane. Here's Jason McCandless on the right side. Jordan Prince from Titusville, Florida on the left side of the track. Florida versus North Carolina. Jason won the Piedmont Raceway Championship. That's his father and his brother behind the car. They're doing everything but actually hopping in the cockpit of the car and working the gas and the steering for him. Pretty tight on that car. His brother's like 6 inches behind it. Oh, now he's 12, 18. He's second to go in. Jason on the right, Jordan on the left. Identical 0-12 reaction times. Great drag race, 15 thousandths package for Jason McCandless for that brakes team. That was awesome. Brakes, a great program put together by Doug Herbert. And, unfortunately, Doug lost his 2 sons a few years ago in a program that's spreading throughout the country for safe driving practices. So we appreciate that, Jason McCandless and his father. Working hard and promoting the brakes, which is be responsible and keep everyone safe. Noah McDonald on the left side and Sailor Bustle. Noah from Charlie Lake, British Columbia. And Sailor from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. Charlie Lake, about 37 hours from here. That's right. And Noah, unfortunately, will have to start that drive soon as Sailor drilled into the tree. 051, 103 for Noah. Closer to dial-in was Noah, but unfortunately, Sailor, that 0.05 of a second advantage, told the tale at the top end. Jace Head on the right, Jordan Broussard on the left from Corencro, Louisiana. And Jace Head on the right as we have identical 790 dial-ins on the board. Let's see by the eye who you think had the better reaction time. Bet your friend $1. Or a basket of fries. Go with the basket of fries. Jordan on the left, Chase on the Coca-Cola side of the drag strip. Or the right. That looked pretty close to me. It was Jordan, a little bit of reaction time advantage, turns it into a win, 1 over, and 14th thou under for Jace, who was second off the starting line, but first to the stripe by 15 thou. Jordan was 026 green, 1 over the dial. Here's Aaron Reynolds on the left side of the track. From Orlando, won the Speed World Championship. At that track, had himself a great 2016. And Taylor Richardson on the right goes red by 18,000 of a second. Aaron Reynolds, best reaction time of the day in juniors, 003. Goes underneath by a bunch, another double breakout. All these dads underestimating the air. Here's Blaze on the right side. Blaze Wolford and Devin Johnson on the left from Collierville, Tennessee. Blaze won the Division 4 team finals in that 2015 half-scale build car. Is his dad looking on? I think he's all camoed out. See his silhouette out there. Devin was better on the tree on the left side of the track, goes 70. And he'll take the win. 7th thou underneath. 45th thou underneath for Blaze. Another double breakout. Come on, dads. Michael Hankinson on the right side from Severn, Maryland, Capital Raceway champ, and Johnny Brandon. Dunedin, Florida. On the left side, Bradenton Motorsports Park champion. A lot of good testing happens at Bradenton Motorsports Park very early in the season, like February, even January. A lot of good testing going on there. So Michael Hankinson, 034 green, takes the win. Another double breakout. Come on, dads and moms. Have all the moms go up to the dad and say, knock 300s off your dialing, please. There's Brad Johnson on the left and Kenny Hillen, last year's champ. On the right side, and last year's champ moves on, Brad Johnson. Goes red. Orangeburg, South Carolina, goes dead on with a 1. How you doing? Kenny Hillen, 071 green. 39th thou under the dial. Kenny Hillen looking to repeat 2 years in a row. Here's Hannah Bailey on the right side of the track up against Mackenzie Bird from Walker, West Virginia. And Hannah will take the win. 4 over the dial as Mackenzie goes underneath by about 0.07 of a second. Giving chase. 147 green for Mackenzie, 098 for Hannah. And Roger Thornton rolls up. One of the few drivers to use the outside groove. Very interesting to observe that. And we got Hendersonville, Tennessee, the home of Roger Thornton. So I'm sure Roger on the right side of the track, very familiar, up against John Vergotes. Vergotes from Erie, Pennsylvania. Thompson Raceway Park, the home track for John. Both pre-staged. Oh, so shallow on the right side for Roger, just getting in those beams. There you go, green. Roger drives that car a little bit towards the center line, got the reaction time advantage by 100, but not able to take home the win. 3 over, 5 over. 8 thousandths of a second margin of victory going to John Vergotes. All the parents high-fiving, even their competition, so good stuff. Xavier Durbick on the right side from Columbia City, Indiana. Osceola's home drag strip, and from Fort St. John, British Columbia, the Northern Lights track champion Ty Hollingshead is in deep trouble, but takes the win because Xavier got there first and unfortunately broke out by about 0.06 of a second. Ty got away with one there. He was 257 green, 161 for Xavier. And Ty will move on to round number 2 here in Junior Dragster. Only a 37-hour jaunt to Fort St. John, British Columbia. That's it. Here's Sarah. She'll be on the left side, taking on Mackenzie Powell from Roanoke, Virginia, New London. Track championship that she won on the right side. 007 for Sarah. She'll be done for the day, but I'm sure a bright career ahead of her. Goes 787 with a 5. How about dead on with a 2 for Mackenzie? So Lillian on the left side and Nate Howard on the right side. Lillian from Canton, Illinois. Champion at Central Illinois Dragway. $1,899. Nate with a big time head. Well, advantage on the tree, that would be. 500's over, 700's over for Lillian. And Nate was 051 green. We'll take the win by about 10th and some change, as we're going to have a rerun from our box category coming up shortly. is our rerun from our delay box category. It'll be the last racer going into round number 2 of our box category. Let's just reload everything. Same lanes, same dial-ins. Let's have at it. 437, one of the quicker dragsters in the park. Tom Bell on the left side. Taking on Richard Jellick from Baltimore. Won the Division I team finals. Richard was 0-13, but could not run the number. Tom was 0-53, went dead on with a 4 and took the win by 0.03 of a second. Richard was again 0-13 over the dial by about 47, so 60 thou package and a 57 thou package for Tom Bell. Interesting happening. We'll call it a come from behind victory for Tom Bell to go back into juniors. Scat Pack 2 race car of Dak Pennington on the left and Kyle Penn, the Penn Racing juggernaut out of Pennsylvania. Zach, that Scat Pack 2. Silver race car. Head start be given to Kyle Penn. He takes it. Nice 042 green for Kyle. Breaking out is Kyle. Breaking out is Zach. Well, breaking out by 1 thou is Kyle Penn. 042 green at 145 green for Zach. Zach's going to want some Summit stuff. Chris Webber on the left side. Taking on Kyle Stahl. His father not faring too well with his Lumina in round number 1 of the box category. It's his father just pushed him off. Again, this family has 5 race cars. You're a family member in the stalls. You're on 4 wheels as soon as you can walk. They're on the right side, and Chris Webber on the left side. Litcar, Kentucky. .020 for Kyle Stahl on the right side, but the win light goes to Chris Webber. 2 over, 3 over for Kyle Stahl. So Chris Webber takes the win. 028 green, 2 over for the W. Stahl's unfortunately not their greatest day racing, but it's great to see them out here. I'm sure they're enjoying themselves nonetheless. Make the drive back to Michigan a little bit later today, and wish everyone the best of luck driving home, but don't drive home yet. Here's Bethany Sexton. Won our first giveaway yesterday, taking on Hannah Bilton. Bethany's from Radford, Virginia, the Motor Mile track champion. And Hannah from Orangeburg, South Carolina, to the top. It is Hannah Bilton. 2 over, 3 over for Bethany. Better than 2 reaction times going to Bethany on the left side of the track, only by 3 thou. And Hannah's car a little bit closer to dial will take the W. You can see Hannah's crew kind of covering their hearts. You know, it's a huge deal to have the opportunity to become a world champion, and whoever can handle that pressure. Take home the crown. That's Drew Tracy. They actually had identical 005 reds, but it pays to be the quicker car sometime because the slower car gets the first crack at the tree. 300 over for Drew Tracy and the W. Drew, the local kid, right here in Millington. Here's Wallace Wilson from Taylor, South Carolina on the right side, taking on Tanner Osborne. Way up in Great Lakes. Great Lakes Dragway, actually the home of Tanner Osborne, where he won his track championship. From Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. Be on the left side of the track. Octane Bar and Grill. Pumps Tire helping out Tanner up in Wisconsin. To the top, Wallace Wilson gets there first by a little bit, breaks out by 3 thou. Dead on 4 for Tanner Osborne and the W. There's Bailey Ferraro on the left side from Fort Lauderdale, Immokalee, the home track for Bailey, and Harley Hebert. Port Neches, Texas. Harley on the short end of that one, 033 green and 10th over. Bailey, 024 green, 810 on 804. There's Amanda Foley on the right, Bailey Pichette on the left side of the track. Bailey's father, Scott, came up here, won himself a Summit Prize pack. One of the first ones to do so. From Sobieski, Wisconsin, and Amanda Foley from Pompano Beach, Florida. She'll be on the right side, and they're going to leave right together, identical dial-ins of a 790. Much better reaction time going to Bailey, 2 over the dial. Amanda broke out, giving it her best. Tried to come from behind there, and unfortunately Bailey. Well, not unfortunately Bailey. Bailey wins, unfortunate for Amanda. 020 green for Bailey, 082 for Amanda. Jacob Matera on the right side from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, need your lanes 1 and 2. The Tournament of Champions, Hot Rod. Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2 is your first call, and it is Metzler Morse taking home the W. 0-15 for Metzler, 0-12 for Jacob Matera, and the crew goes nuts. Check out the Morses down there, all the way from Sparta, Ontario. Good stuff. It's like, yes, we can wait another hour to go. 30 plus hours. I had to check on that, but I'm making a rough estimate. And Jacob goes 0-12 for the loss, breaking out by 9 thou, breaking out by 8 thou. Margin of victory, 1 thou. Best race thus far in juniors. Hot Rod, need your lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, need your lanes 1 and 2. Here's Darian Legge. Winner at Eastbound Dragway. Taking on Brennan Wheats. Parents have a septic service helping Brennan field that car, and Darian got there first by a bunch but broke out. And Brandon Wheats getting the W there. And Donovan Stiff on the left side of the track. Trey Deese on the right side from Lancaster, South Carolina, the winner of the track champion at Pageland. That's Seth Brooks watching and waiting. Couldn't wait long enough as Benjamin was way out on him. Almost 4 second head start being given to Ben. Probably something that Seth is certainly not used to. And a student from Surgeonsville, Tennessee will have a short little jaunt home. And Ben from Wasilla, Alaska will move on into the second round. Got to punch that one in. Hot Rod, need your lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod for your second qualifier. Hot Rod, need your lanes 1 and 2. Wow. How about Wasilla, Alaska? 65 hours. How you doing? Morgan Carroll. Morgan on the left. Trent way out there, dialing a 12:27. Here comes Morgan. Complete a tip over Trent, whipping on by. Trent got there first, but broke out. Morgan 2 over the dial, 195 green, 180 for Trent. And Morgan moves on to round number 2 here in Junior Dragster. Hot Rod, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2 for your second qualifier. Chris Lee Markham on the right side, and Emily Million. Emily dead on with a 7. 0:46 light for Emily. Looking good going to round number 2. The Elk Creek track champion from Castlewood, Virginia, takes home the W. Again, Hot Rod, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2. Here's Drew Tracy. And Trent Fan on the left side. Battle for Tennessee. Here it is. Millington on the right and Baxter on the left side. Drew, the winner here at Memphis International, your track champ. And Trent Fan, Middle Tennessee Dragway track champ on the left side. So Middle Tennessee on the left, Memphis International on the right. We need stock eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Stock eliminator lanes 3 and 4. Stock 3 and 4. And it will be Memphis. Nice 0:56 light, 40 on a 33, enough to get the job done. Trent breaks out, red light. Not going home to Baxter yet. Morgan Opp. Sioux Falls, South Carolina, on the left side. Both of them dial as quick as they possibly can, 790. Again, you want to get your son or daughter in one of these, you can do it as early as 5 years old in competition at the age of 6. Here's Nick Rabin on the right side, taking on Morgan. PD Fleet, Almedo Collision, Baker Towing, Stingray Boats, Mom, Dad, and Granddad all helping out Nick getting in the starting line. The Midway Motorsports Park champ on the right side of the track. Identical dial-ins, Morgan Opp. Shoot Auto Body. And Morgan takes home the W. Next up, Eric Haney. On the left side, Blaine Reese. Little bit slower dialing. Quite negligible to the eye. Missouri on the right, South Carolina on the left. Three walks down, 1 reaction time, really good. Eric Haney, 0:24 green, turns it into a win. Blaine giving it his best, closer to the dial-in, but unfortunately a little bit off from the tree. And that'll cost Blaine, and still big congratulations to all these racers. They are champions. That's how they got here. So just to go around here is certainly an impressive feat. Blaine, the champion at Ozark Raceway up in Missouri. There we go, Kaylee Miller and Alexis Truitt. Alexis made the tow about 15 hours from Parsonsburg, Maryland on the left side of the track. Kaylee Miller from Lancaster, South Carolina. So battle of the ladies to finish things off here in round number 1 of Juniors, the Summit Super Series. Good race. It's going to be Alexis, 0:30, the better of the two reaction times. Kaylee was actually closer to the dial, an actual margin of victory, 0.02 of a second. So we end on the best race. Wow, 0:30 light for Alexis, 0:53 for Kaylee Miller. 4 over for Alexis, 2 over for Kaylee. Translates into a 0.02 of a second margin of victory. This is round number 1. 15 cars. Ron Canati will get the bye run if we had those 15 cars. And we had Voice, as in Voice Construction on the right side, Smitty's Auto, Shoppers Auto Body, Red Engineering, Warehouse Services Incorporated, all helping out James Paul on the right side, all the way from Sherwood Park, Alberta, Canada, with that 66 Dodge Coronet, taking on Ernie Griggs, the owner of Ocala Tire Service out in Ocala, Florida. Blink at a tree, 1090 is the number. Breakouts now mean something, as do red lights, because 17th thou red goes Ernie Griggs. Look at James, 009. Can he run a 90? How about a 920 to the 1,000 foot, 1092? How about Ernie Griggs, 10902, insult to injury, and 009 is James. Will probably take a little bit out of the stop. So he goes to round number 2. It will be the round of 8. Chris Lewis on the left side in the Camaro, and Ricky Rowe, another 68 Camaro from Paris, Kentucky, to Tool Engineer, number 3 in Division 3 on the right side. Chris Lewis, number 3 in Division 9 from Bloomingdale, Georgia.
Do not fall asleep on Ricky Rowe. That is for sure. The man is a bad dude, bad to the bone, and that car is quick. Green is green. Advantage going to stay with Ricky Rowe. As Chris is in trouble, 35 in a tree, Ricky Rowe vipered it, got him in a double breakout. Out by 9 thou, getting it done.
Quick Rod, need you to back in the lanes. Quick Rod, back in lanes 5 and 6 for pairings. Quick Rod, back in the lanes. Here's Robbie Welch. JCR Products, Gates Transmission, helping out Robbie on the left side of the track. And William Ryan, the astronaut from Marion, New York. Right. Not reaction time advantage, pretty much a wash. Who can drive the top end? It'll be Robbie Welch. Underneath by only 5 thou. What a tight race at the top. William Ryan did a good job, taking only 6 thou, but broke out by more than Robbie. Win by 9 thou. There's Chris Webb on the left, and Lawrence Hinkle on the right side. The retired gentleman from Mount Vernon, Kentucky, number 3 in Division 1 last year, number 1 in Division 9. In that Regal was Christopher Webb. Couple sponsors, Lawrence Hinkle, 84 Lumber Company, along with Schaefer's Auto Body and Richardson's Meat Processing. Here we have a green light race. One of these racers was 007.
Knocked it over.
Lawrence Hinkle to the top. Oh, took 21 thou. Thought that was good. It was pretty good. Chris Webb, 1086 with a 0. Closer to that 1090, takes home the win with only an 026 light. I say only because Lawrence was 007. Here comes the PT Cruiser. Warren Nietzsche, the truck driver all the way from Edmonton, Alberta. Number 3 in Division 6, taking on number 2 from Division 9, Tucker Creech. Carefully staged up, that PT Cruiser. Small block Dodge on board.
Opar in it. Gotta love that. Not throwing a, another manufacturer in there. Mean and green, both sides of the racetrack. PT Cruiser for Warren is in deep trouble. Tucker got him by 200 at the hit. Not gonna be good for him. Breaks out on a double breakout. Winlight gonna stay with Warren. Didn't hog up as much as Mr. Tucker. Tucker gonna go 1087 on the 1090. Warren goes 1088, getting it done, going on to Roundburn next.
Ron Canati and Mike Dizio. Mike on the left side, Seminole, Florida, taking on the man from Warren, Michigan. Number 1 in Division 3, takes home the W here, breaking out, both of them. But Ron Canati was 013. Mike Dizio's 023. Stock eliminator, you should be in the back of lanes 3 and 4, getting paired up. Quick Rod, you should also be in the back of lanes 5 and 6, getting paired up. Here's Dennis Clark on the right side from Pasadena, Texas, number 3 in Division 4. In that 68 Camaro, up against the Chevy Chop Top. On the left side, the 67 model pickup truck. Texas Battle, number 1 in Division 4 versus number 3 on the right side of the track. And Van's car has got some Van's truck has got some mile an hour with that big 582 cubic inch big block.
There's a monster. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. And I thought it was an El Camino when I looked at it yesterday. Would have never guessed a pickup. Well, it looked like it. Oh, here comes that mile per hour too you talked about. Whoa! He was on a stop for a while. Get out of town 140 mile an hour. Whoa! Yikes. Dennis Clark can pick up the W. The MLB can go on to Roundburn next. Closer to the dial. 002. Vipered it to a Viper 013 for the pick 'em up truck. Mr. Arnold not coming back.
In round number 1, some of the losing packages are really, really good. Here's Matt Exner. Number 2 in Division 4 against number 1 in Division 2, Michael Griggs on the left side of the track in that 66 Deuce. Staging up, whack. Ooh. Not one of the better reaction times this round. Uh-oh. Griggs was better by a bunch. Hear him tap it at the top a few times. Took the stripe by 7th Al, doing a good job. 1 over the dial, or the index of a 1090, 035 green. Matt was 073. Something I'm sure he'll just crumple up and throw away.
He's not going to be happy when he gets that time slip. And I did get a kick out of Mr. Pico. He was joking around a little bit, said there is no buyback. It is the World Finals new buyback.
Yeah, the H stock, was he go with stock eliminator. Start off that wagon just like we did every other round of stock eliminator we had, all 3 of them. Chris Kilrain on the right side. That is a police interceptor. Aluminum intake and a 750 Holly carb. And Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. Now, Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. and his son can lay waste to this entire place. The amount of categories they're in. They're on the left side. That would be Senior in the Corvette with the small block, the D fuel injected automatic. And Chris Kilrain bought that car for $700 back in 1998. And he goes red by 0.006 of a second. Oh. Tell you what, Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. was there for the taking in 060, not one of his better reaction times. And both racers underneath the dial, 17th thou underneath. And 69th thou underneath for Chris Kilrain. So unfortunately, Chris going home here in round number 1 of stock here at the Tournament of Champions. Scott Stillings, number 3 in the world last year, that C crate motor, little 77 Vega wagon. Watch that car launch against the A fuel injected car. That'll that late model vet.
How often do you see a Vega wagon?
To the top. Here's some gas play up there, and man, J. Allen Sherman may have spun the tires a little bit to 144. He was 007 on the tree. Scott Stillings goes 1040, 114. Took about a tenth at the top. Scott moves on to the next round of competition, number 1 in D3, holding the flag. Here is Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., racing also in Superstock, and he was the winner in Superstock twice, 2013 and 2015. That's C fuel-injected car. His father already won this round. The 04 Pontiac GTO on the right side of the track. And Eddie Longhaney from Godwin, North Carolina, golf cart salesman, number 3 in Division 9 in the A Stocker. Big block 69 Camaro. Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. was number 8 in the world last year. To the top we go. It is Hidalgo. 1 over the dial as Eddie Longhaney. 5 thou underneath the dial, breaking out. And Jimmy did a good job at the top, taking 26 thousandths of a second. Moving on into round number 2. Here's Mike McGrath, the I crate motor. Dodge Dart GTS taking on Jeff Gardner. Superstock GTB. That 86 Olds Cutlass, number 1 in D1 in 2016. But don't forget, Sunoco Race Fuels, 6 o'clock, we're closing. I say we. 6 o'clock, Sunoco Race Fuels will be closing. And we still have that racer, the top dragster racer, Mark Smullen, needs a MIG welder. They're right near the pit side grill. So stop by their trailer, make their day, roll your MIG welder over to them. Mike McGrath gets there first, breaks out by 0.05 of a second. Jeff Gardner gets the W, 2 over the dial. 028 green for Jeff, 022 for Mike McGrath.
Guys and girls, again, Mr. Small does need that TIG welder. A racer in need is a friend indeed. You never know, down the road, he might help you out. True statement.
Top Sportsman needs you to the back of lanes 1 and 2, please. Top Sportsman needs you to back of lanes 1 and 2 for your pairings. Cody Phillips on the left in the H Stocker. Dials down to 1153. Against another 3rd gen Camaro, the C crate motor car. Roy Caraway from Ravenel, South Carolina. Roy was 2nd with an 015, but he'll still get the win, breaking out by only 15 thou, breaking out by 16 thou. Cody Phillips, margin of victory 1 thousandth of a second. 010 for Cody, 015 for Roy on the tree. Top Sportsman needs you to back of lanes 1 and 2. Quick Rod, you should be at the back of lanes 5 and 6.
One thing, that previous pairing, you can watch that over and over and over and over and still not pick a winner, come down to the stripe at 1 thou. If you can see 1 thou, I would love to see those eyeballs, because there's no way you can see that. Both looking over at each other's ear hole going, you got it or I got it? Have no clue.
That's Jim Wall on the left side taking home the W. Myron, last time we'll see him this week in the J crate motor car, the maintenance guy at Daytona State College. That's got to be a fun job on the shoreline there. And Jim, 004 green, breaking out by a little bit. That don't matter. Zach Ross, where is he? Don't see him. Dan Young on the right side, B fuel injected automatic. Number 3 in D2, the Challenger. I'm up in Division 3. Zach lives in Belmont, Ohio. Something happened. Not able to make the call. And again, we got Mark Smullen. Mark Smullen needs a MIG welder. If you have one, please roll it on over. That's the trailer right next to the pit side grill. Mark Smullen, top dragster racer, needs a MIG welder, please, if possible. And we just called top dragster to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. How about this? Oh, the irony. Got Steve Zorni on the right side, who broke his flex plate, among other things, yesterday in the first run. Did an announcement. It was kind of in jest that we wanted to find a flex plate for a small block Dodge. We found it. And he bolted it in the car, made a run this morning. Everything's good. And he's winning first round as a result of breakage. 0-11 green for Steve.
Knocking over the tree, showing off a little bit. I dig it.
1167, everything holding together. Crew's happy. As we're going to move into quick rod next. This is round number 1. All of our Tournament of Champions categories, cutting the fields in half. Summit Super Series, you're on, or in your second round right now. Just hang out for a little bit. We're going to roll through and then go right back to you. So top sportsman, you should be in the back of lanes 1 and 2. Top sportsman, back of lanes 1 and 2.
That's what we call a blip, guys. Because we both looked at each other going, wait, what lane was it again?
Pick you up.
Ooh. If we're going with cold coffee. Ooh. Oh. That's, that takes the cake on a lot of things. Cold hotel coffee at about 4 in the afternoon. Ooh. Oh, man.
So again, top sportsman, you should be in the back of lanes 1 and 2. As we go a quick rod. Again, this is the runoff. Start with George Williams on the left, number 6 in the world last year. And William Pitts, number 8 in the world last year. Both out of Division 1. George on the left side was number 3 in that Division 1. And William Pitts was number 2. So they're already beating on each other before they got to Memphis International Raceway. They come all the way here from upstate New York, which is well over 20 hours, just to race each other in first round of quick rod. Come on, dude.
I would say that sucks. 07 S&W for Mr. Williams and his long skinny car. Oh.
Team Green by 32. As the next pair rolls up, let's see what George has in the tank. A lot. He breaks out by a bunch. William Pitts with the W, checks up, goes 9th out under. That's about right. Mitch Lee Harkey on the right side of the track. Larry's Automotive, Par Racing Engines, L&M Motors, Mickey Thompson, Paul's Transmissions, WSYG.
We have no idea what WSYG stands for. True statement.
Glenn's on the left side. Number 1 in Division 9 from Greensboro, North Carolina. Both racers from North Carolina. How about that? All these racers from all across North America. First 2 pairs here in quick rod. You got 2 combatants that have met and have beaten on each other all year long, and they race here in first round. Glenn Ferguson, number 1 in Division 9. He's on the left side, taking on number 2 in that same division, Mitch Lee Harkey, in Division 9. And let's see what happens. Had to foul the first run here in quick rod. Defending champ Vernon Rowland, yet to come up this round. Since 2009, we've had 7 champions. There is 1 here this weekend, so we'll see what happens with Vernon. We could possibly have another first-time winner. They're both pre-staged.
Definitely a possibility. Ferguson, Nesbitt Power, 99 Race Tech. Harkey, 03 Undercover. Ooh. I don't want to call it. They're both dangerous on the tree. Both knocked it over. 2 thou on the table. Win line is going to go all the way over to Ferguson. Double breakout. He's up by 6 thou. Harkey out by a bunch.
Harkey actually took the stripe by 37th thou. A little bit too much. He goes over. It's off on the gas, you know, maybe a couple hundredths of a second earlier. Could be a race win. Here's Darrell Collins and Patrick Forrester. Patrick Forrester won the hot rod category way back in 2015. And Darrell Collins on the right side was number 3 in that ultra tough Division 9. You saw 1 and 2 just go down the racetrack. And Patrick way up in Division 3, races Division 3 from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'll be on the left side of the track, sponsored by Sunoco Race Fuels and Abruzzi Racing Transmissions, big in the Northeast, Marco Abruzzi. Both pre-staged. They're both off clean.
Brian, you got a call from your, I can't call it, it's gonna be tight.
5 thou separating them at the finish line. That's the margin of victory for Pat Forrester. Over by 3 is Pat. Under by 2 thou is Darrell Collins. Could have been 2 thou or 2 seconds, doesn't matter. Patrick Forrester's over that 90. That's all that matters. He'll take down the win. 023 green, 018 for Darrell Collins. Here we go with the Elrod bunch. Tony Elrod from Howell, Michigan, the heavy equipment operator. Number 3 in Division 3 against number 1 in Division 2, John Brannon. He'll be on the left side.
Brandon in that Phantom car. That car is gorgeous. Digging the paint, that is for sure. That 2010 Phantom car. Big block 598. Strapped up behind his noodle. Tony in that 2012 trick chassis car. Big block power. Bolt doing a shimmy with a shake. She's gonna get in there first. Green, 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 green. Advantage. Elrod. Where am I gonna go with? Uh-oh, it stays with him dead 9. As Mr. Brandon got there first, breaks out by 5 thou. That's tough. Elrod 009, Brandon goes 34. Brandon was in trouble at the hit and was in deep trouble at the big end.
To his credit, did a great job. Only took 5 thou at the top. He did what he could, but the 18 thou package left no room in the box for Brandon, who was 34 on the tree. Tracy Cochran on the right side. Lyndon Rutland, number 2 in Division 4 from Spring, Texas. And Tracy on the right side, number 3 in Division 2 from Flintstone, Georgia.
Flintstone. Meet your Flintstones. I don't remember how that even goes.
That's it. Done. 2 reaction times, both very good. Advantage a little bit by 5 thou going to Tracy. Look at that, quad 8s, quad by 5 thou going to Tracy Cochran. Whoa, man.
Thank you, electronics.
Wow. And Tracy, job at the top. They actually put on the blinders at the top. Both went right through the top as fast as they can go, 174 to 179 and some change for Lyndon. So they knew it was tight. They trusted their dial. That is pretty much the perfect run in Super Comp quad 8s. You want to be 12 thou, you want to have a little bit in the bag. Both.
Yikes.
On the right side, Vernon, your defending champ. Jerron Settles. Imagine that, Customs, doing the paint. First time to take a crack at the World Championship. He's going to take out the World Champ if he's going to have a shot at it.
Look out.
Jerron to the top. Oh, double breakout. Vernon Rowland takes it home. Jerron was 008 on the tree. Vernon was 016. Broke out by a little bit less. Jerron, again, good job by him. Got there by 13 thou. Actual margin of victory, 5 thou. Jerron's got nothing to be ashamed of in that matchup.
5 thou at the stripe, and you both are looking over at each other going, I'm staying right in the throttle. I'll give you everything I got and then some. Oof.
Jerron Settles 008. Man, that was good. L'Auberge Hotel and Casino of Lake Charles and Houston Cheap Fireworks. Number 3 in Division 4, Shannon. You can go to L'Auberge Hotel and Casino and then celebrate with Houston Cheap Fireworks. Super Rod needs you to lanes 3 and 4, back of lanes 3 and 4. Houston. HoustonCheapFireworks.com. Ed Smith on the right side. Much better reaction time. 902 to a 905. That's interesting. Both of them off on their throttle stops quite a bit, as we need Super Rod to lanes 3 and 4. Top Sportsman, you're on deck. As in, you're after what's going on the track right now. Super Rod, lanes 3 and 4. Super Rod, back in lanes 3 and 4 for pairings, please. Top Dragster, you're on deck. Hopefully, Mark Smallin got that welder. He's welding whatever he needs to on his Top Dragster, and we will see Mark in the lanes. This looks like our last quick rodder. That'd be Dave Schmidt, our number 1 qualifier. At a 001 to get that number 1 spot. Red lights by a little bit. Another racer from Flintstone, Georgia. Over in D2, goes 891 with a 9. As we'll have 8 drivers coming back in quick rod. How about that race between Roland and Jerron Settles?
Oh, God. That's one where you're both looking at each other and you murder the tree, knock it over, and you took it with you, and your opponent took it with him as well. So you split it right down the center.
Or shake your hands and then shake your head. Like, what are you going to do? That stuff happens.
It can't...
Round. Every round, you got to act like it's a final round.
Oh, God, yes.
And it can be a final round anywhere. We saw number 1 and 2 in points in Division 3 and then Division 2 matchups. So it was a lot of titanic matchups. Every matchup, huge.
That's cool to watch. You guys went 1 and 2 in your same division. You guys go, you know what? I want one more crack at you before my year is over.
I tell you what, that win probably means more, if not as much as winning the division championship.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because we got to remember, you got all year, all winter to take and go, ha-ha, I got you one last time. But in the back of your mind, you're still going, you know what? I'm going to get him one more next year, guaranteed somehow, some way, whether we're foot racing or if we're breaking out the practice trees for $1 bill a piece.
Smoking in the track, huge burnouts. It didn't affect Leon down there. He didn't even budge. 41 the dial as we move into Good Vibrations Top Sportsman. This is round 1. Paul's got a pretty big motor, 632 cubic inches. Scott Wasco's got a really big motor, 710 cubic inches. Jason Burns, Fab and Design, APD Carburetors, Abruzzi, another Marco Abruzzi converter client. Scott Wasco on the right side, Columbia Station, Ohio, and Paul Mosley. Paul's Transmissions and Yoker Motorsports. That beautiful 63 split window being given the head start.
That's a gorgeous car, too. You don't see very many split windows out like that there. How in the heck did he fit 710 cubic inches in the aluminum? Because that's hard to do.
Just keep sitting it lower, set that by the end of the first couple 100 foot of the track, straightens it out. Can he get around Paul? No, he can't. Dead on 3, 20 thou in total. Shutout Scott, who was 1 over. 025, the green light. How about a 20 thou package to start things off for Paul Mosley, taking out Scott Wasco?
20 thou back, getting it done. See you in round number next.
We still in the first round of top. We had a couple 3 thou and a 1 2 thou package. About that.
That's what I don't want to call.
Keegan, all the way from way up north. In D6 on the right side of the track, and that Chevy race car. David Cox on the left side with the Chevy Cobalt. Number 2 in Division 1 from Waldorf, Maryland. Both pre-staged. I'm sure the delay boxes are in effect. That's a Jerry Bickle-built race car on the left side. The leader in building pro modifieds at this point.
Oh, look out.
See him.
Where did he go?
That was a big-time blow-up. And David Cox, 010, noticed that no car was there at about half track, started to shut it down, whipped on by John as he was probably smoking, and man, that was a lot of smoke. Hopefully John is out of the car okay. Looks like he is. The door is open. I'm sure that cockpit filled up with smoke.
Whew.
By a couple Dodge products, and
That was gnarly.
tremendous amount of smoke, but no fluid on the track. Second one, no smoke, a lot of fluid. I don't get it. But a lot of show and not a lot of product that's left on the racetrack surface. But
Hope not.
there, we're gonna take a few minutes and also get John off the racetrack. Tough deal coming all the way from D6, making the trek down and blowing his stuff up. So I'll have to basically sweep his car back into the trailer and limp on home. But John did the right thing, tried to get over to the wall.
Without touching the wall.
Yeah, he kind of done it. I think he honked on the brakes pretty early and the car darted a little bit, but he controlled that car and got it stopped as soon as he possibly could as David Cox went whipping on by for the win with the 749. So there's nothing on the racetrack thus far. Let's keep our fingers crossed, and we'll be back into action as soon as we possibly can get there.
Best part is he's out of the car, he's walking around, he's okay, he's A-okay, doing a thumbs up. Phew. Man, we're just glad to see that you were all right and in one piece, buddy.
So another big thanks to Summit Racing Equipment for being here. You always get more for your money from Summit Racing Equipment, the original high-performance source of IHRA and proud sponsor of the Pro-Am Series, Tournament of Champions, and Summit Super Series for sportsman racers. You get it all from Summit Racing Equipment, the world speed shop since 1968. Millions of parts, one source, summitracing.com, and don't forget their retail stores peppered throughout the country. Of course, they're original in Ohio, Nevada, now in Georgia and Texas. Stop by and hand them some cash. If you're in the market for any sort of speed part, take care of Summit because they take care of you, IHRA. Roger Massey on the left side. Dials down to a 696. He kind of does his best to break the valve springs towards the end of the burnout, but I guess he failed in that attempt. Number 3 finisher in Division 4, racing in the Tournament of Champions, so he's certainly doing something right on the left side of the track. Up against Mike Lucas, one of those racers all the way up Fort St. John, British Columbia.
That's a long haul.
36 hours?
That's a 3-day, 4-day trip all by itself. Massey, chase car. Lucas, gonna be out ahead. Shake and bake, get some. Advantage, nobody. Win light is gonna go all the way over to Massey. Got it done.
Gonna move down low, kind of wandering around, kept his foot in it. Probably helped him at the top end, so he didn't break out. Scrubbed off a couple hundreds, helped him out on 198, almost 199 miles an hour. Take a four breaks out by 12th out, got there by 17. Mark Sanders on the left, number 7 in the world, as we need top dragster. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top dragster lanes, the back of lanes 5 and 6. Top dragster back of lanes 5 and 6.
How do you judge a stripe at 696 at almost 200 mile an hour?
You just don't. Side.
Norman. I thought that was his daughter.
Mark Sanders on the left side.
Thought it was. I looked twice. Oh.
Five, oh my, I can't even say it. Less than 1,000th of a second, as in 1/10,000th of a second. Wow. 1/10,000th of a second margin of victory. 001 to the 005. The lesser of two reaction times actually took home the win. What a drag race. Best run, best race of the day, possibly of the weekend.
You ain't lying there.
Marlon Goes on the right side. Number one in Division 4, in that 97 Cutlass, taking on Donnie Urban, your defending champ, and the 2009 top dragster winner, with his wife helping him out behind that 2006 Chevy Cobalt, number 2 in Division 9 this year.
Donnie had issues in his last qualifying attempt. Put it up on the brake, and the car lunged forward about a good 5 feet. Hopefully got it fixed. Hope.
Yeah, hopefully that was not driver error. That was something electrical. For Donnie's sake, I'm sure he went back to the pit, went through everything with he and his wife, and hopefully they found something so that car doesn't do the same thing. You'll know right now. Bam. And he goes green. Marlon Goetz and Donnie Urban on the left. It is Donnie Urban, 1 over. Better the 2 lights, going to the other side though, taking the stripe by 34th thou. A lot of stripe, good chunk for Marlon Goetz. He was 0-11 on the tree, broken out by 13th thou, and Donnie Urban over by 15th thou. He was 0-17 on the tree. I tell you what, in this round, if you're 20, you're late.
Exactly. The Mad Buck. Matthew Buckley, Lantina, Florida, nitrous assisted, 2000 Firebird, 683 Isabel, fast, bad to the bone hot rod. He'll be your chase car. Bill Powell, he will be on the summit side, left-hand side of the racetrack from Stuart, Florida, D2, Division 2 second. Matt Buck, Division 2 first. So these guys have met a few times. Bill Powell, 732 is the dial for the Mickey Thompson Racing Engine FPL crew. Advantage, nobody, 3,000. Who's going to be able to drive that stripe a little bit better? Look it over. Win line's going to go to Powell doing the Wop Fest. Goes out 1 as Powell goes out by 3. Or should be Buck went out by 3. Right down backwards.
And Matt Buck went past there, throwing the chutes, just not enough. Needed every stitch of that. There's a very small window, about a 7th thou window for Matt to sneak into. Couldn't get it done. As we roll up John Hochstetler and Mike White on the left side. Mike from Arden, North Carolina, and Mr. Hochstetler up in Division 3. John from Niles, Michigan. Dials us 2 cars. Mike White, number 3 in Division 9. With that 63 split window. Both of them 600 plus cubic inch. And John, I believe, has got a Hemi under the hood of that car, 645 cubic inches worth.
Actually does have a Hemi. We're checking that out. Turning the bottles on. Bottle car, nitrous assisted all the way. 712 is the magic number he's going to chase. I know one thing, that split window is another gorgeous looking split window Corvette. You should get one. Oh.
So John, not unfamiliar with being in the winner's circle here at the World Finals. He last did it in 2004, but not in this category. Takes the win here in round number 1 with an 18,000s package, shutting out his competition, Mike White, who was 021. Not too shabby.
Give him an axe as he chopped down the tree again. 003.
Lanes 5 and 6. Top dragster lanes 5 and 6 as we roll up with Super Rod.
Super Rod.
And when they started letting these in, well, they are roadsters, it's legal, but certainly a lot of vision in these cars. Any of the topless Vets or topless Camaros. There's a topless Cavalier out there. So they chop the top off, get the A pillar out of the way, and so they can judge the finish line just a little bit more. And you see 4 examples of pretty much 4 different ways of doing it. You got a Corvette on the left, so the 63 variety, 2000 on the right side, Pete Maduri, Tom Patterson on the left, all the way from Manitoba, Canada, over 40 hours of driving.
Oh.
Laugh in such a sad way. I didn't really mean that. Peter Maduri, 015 green, goes 991. Nice 33 thou package to start Pete's day.
That made me cry a touch. 40 hours.
Tom Patterson going home. Here's your defending champ, Doug Linden, on the left side in the Roadster. Taking on Jacob Elrod from up in Division 3, the financial advisor from Harrod, Ohio.
990 is the game, 990 is the magic number. Paul Racer Brown, Cass City, Michigan, left-hand side in the Hemi Power Roadster, 572 Indy motor. Elrod, been here several times in that Corvette. I'm still digging the taillights. I want those in my truck. Oops.
With the delay box, I would say. Going 800s red, that's a lot.
That's a ton.
006 underneath. So Jacob tickling around. There's Doug Linden. Made the mistake. In his Roadster, the 27 Ford Roadster on the right side of the track, taking on Charlie Stewart. Doug was number 1 in Division 1. Doug was number 1 here last year in this category of Super Rod. As we need super stock to the back of lanes 1 and 2. Super stock to the back of lanes 1 and 2, please. And Charlie Stewart on the left side, another topless car. The chassis builder built this 63 Vet himself. Doug Linder, your defending world champ on the right side.
Can he go back to back? Burn down.
They stayed there.
Uh-oh.
Substantial reaction time advantage to Charlie Stewart in the Vet. He's got to come from behind, and he does it by 10,000ths of a second. 27. Charlie Stewart was 012. 033 package for Doug Linden, and a 43 package for, margin of victory was 10 thou. World champ going home. James Perry on the left side, number 2 in Division 2 with that pickup truck. Ernie Knight, number 3 in Division 9. 2 against exceptional reaction time, substantial advantage going to James Perry, who is 006 and thou. Ernie Knight not able to run that number, 94, just handed the stripe to James Perry. So there you go, hopefully you break out.
Perry, 140 plus miles an hour coming up on it is fast. And you're doing 130, 10 mile an hour may not seem like much. Go down there and look at it one time, it's moving.
And we got Steve Fields and Jeff Crooks. Jeff's on the right side, another one of those racers coming down from Division 6, all the way up in Manitoba. By racing at Interlakes Dragway in his off time. Steve Fields, Division 3, number 3 in that region from Carlton, Michigan.
Advantage Fields.
Top Fields, 400s on the tree, holding, got there by 1,000th of a second, broke out by 8th thou, and he'll take the win by about 400. Jeff Crooks in trouble on both ends, 066. Here's Craig Porter. He'll be on the right side of the track, taking on the topless Camaro on the left side of the track. That's Mike Ruff, two-time world champion. Most recently in 2014 and then back in 2012, #1 in Division 2. And Craig finished #3 in Division 1.
Porter in the pro stock looking hot rod. Bigger cubic inch has the mile per hour advantage, but mile per hour does not mean everything. Double O's have been all over the place in this category and throughout the weekend.
How many trip zips we got this weekend? It's got to be at least 10.
Absolutely, I'd say across the board there's at least 10. I'd say more closer to 20. Henry's Wrecker Service, helping out Craig Porter on the right side in that Mustang. And Mike Ruff, again, two-time winner. Finished #1 in D2, rolling in that Roadster. Let's see if Craig can stop the train.
Burn down at the hit. Nobody wants to move. I like it. Whoops, here we go. Get out of town. Seriously, we just talked about it. Trip zip for Michael Ruff to Craig Porter's 022. Ruff got it done, dead 7. Porter goes 991 with a 7, in trouble. Wow.
Tough way to lose, 39,000 in total. Michael Ruff making, I tell you what, Craig made him earn it. Trip zip, dead on 7th thou package here in round 1 of Super Rod. And Michael looking to make it his 3rd championship here in the Tournament of Champions. Here is Steve Furr. He's also got a world championship under his belt here in Super Rod 2011. He'll be on the left side of the track taking on Vernon Rowland. Vernon's that racer racing Super and Quick Rod. And Steve Furr red lights by 13th thou. 009 for Vernon. He goes dead on 9. How about an 18th thou package? 009 dead on 9. Yeah.
Yikes. Corey Mann will be right-hand side from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, North Kakalaki, the 04 Roadster. Looking for his left-hand shoulder. Kip, you got to get down there. Gwenzel, there it is. I was going Nenzel. D4 finished in 2nd. Manual Division 9 finished 1st. Kip 63 left-hand steer Roadster. Kip's got the smaller cubic inch of him and Manual. Whoops! Kip rolled the beam. When he put it up on the chip, he's not happy. Corey going for a freebie.
And Kip knows it. 987.4 for Corey, 046, and kind of a reaction time. But Kip, he knew it. He didn't sit there at the starting line and look at Corey's crew like, oh my goodness, we can breathe now. That's cool. Now you're only from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, as long as you're not from Alaska or something like that.
Oh, that'd have been real bad.
Lanes 1 and 2, Super Stock, back lanes 1 and 2. The Tournament of Champion Juniors. You should make your way to lanes 5 and 6.
Good vibrations. Top dragster is right now. Kevin Wilson going to be on the left-hand side. That's the Summit side of the racetrack. 724 from Houston, Texas. G&G Performance Engines, Custom Precision Sheet Metal, the 07 Racecraft. D4 came in 2nd. Chris Coletti is going to be on the right-hand side. That's the Coca-Cola side of the racetrack. Springfield, Texas. D4 1st of points. So here we go again. 1 and 2, same division, going toe-to-toe.
Drive all the way out of the way to come here, all the way from Texas. They're just a beat on each other here. Gets their first breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. They had the blinders on all the way through the stripe. Kevin Wilson, 725. Takes the W, moves on to round number 2 with the lesser of the two lights, 12 to Chris's 10. Here's Matt McDaniel on the left side from Forest City, North Carolina, number 1 Division 9, taking on Jason Parker, number 1 in Division 1 from Hughesville, Maryland. Oops. Dial-ins pretty close, 718 to 744. See Matt whacking the throttle, clean it out. Scaring his crew member to death, I'm sure. Walking around back there trying to clean off the tires. Like, what are you doing, man?
That scares me too. Especially when he's turning on the bottle. Yes, it does.
Jason on the right, Matt on the left.
Dar Heels taking on the Terps. I know, college football, I know. Don't holler at me just yet. Oh.
Jason, see you bye. Go back. And have some fun there, I'm sure, before the end of the year. 2 over the dial from Matt McDaniel, 020 on the green side. Marlon Chase on the left side, taking on Peter McDurry from Anderson, Indiana. D6 runner was second. Marlon Chase, Peace River, Alberta. It was 36 hours.
There's a hike. I'd love to sleep for 36 hours.
Day, and it just takes everything out of you. 36, it's just amazing. Come here, show that commitment, the sacrifice to do so. Unbelievable. Let's see if Marlon can turn in some wins here. He's on the left side, Pete Maduri, number 3 in D1 this year from Anderson, Indiana.
Race Tech and Spitzer. Pick your poison.
In the bank, going to the top, Marlon does not get the win. Peter does. Dead on with the 1, needed every stitch of it. 030 green. Marlon, the Canadian, was better on the tree. 010 to the 30 of Peter. But Marlon just not able to run the number. He went 182, so he ran it out the back. Just didn't dial where the car wanted. David Johns on the left side. Jacob Elrod on the right side. Team Sunoco. David Johns will be on the left side from on Jacob, who's from Harrod, Ohio, the financial advisor up in D3. Number 3 in D3, and Mark Smellin did find a welder. His crew intently looking, make sure that oil pan, he actually welded his oil pan. He's in the water box right now, trying to rattle off his hood scoop.
Ooh. Not happy at all. When your hood scoop is shaking, so's the back of the car. Uh-oh. John's the American car trying to run down Elrod. 712 for Elrod, 93 for Johns. Who's gonna get there? Win line's gonna go to Elrod. 14 on the 12 at 181. Johns.
I tell you what, Mark Smullen, like I said earlier, he's the one. He got the bye run. Check that out. He was perfect in qualifying. Therefore, he will get the bye run here in round number 1. And his crew intently looking. They actually welded the oil pan. Like we announced earlier, we're looking for a welder, the MIG welder. Another racer. We are now 4 for 4 in our fixes as Mark welded that oil pan. His crew's still looking on intently to make sure the weld holds together.
We're hoping for you, buddy. We're pulling for you.
The crew's happy. You can see him really, really burning a hole in that thing with their eyes, trying to make sure it's all together.
2011 Page drivers are moving.
Shut it down a little bit early, maybe to just save parts. Looks clean. A drip or two on the starting line. I don't know if that came off of Mark's car, but the crew will be intently, I'm sure whoever brought over the welder actually left the welder over there.
Another pair coming at you here in Quick Vibrations Top Dragster. 695 is on the right-hand side for that big ka-chunk of a monster behind you. Look out. They JB welded it?
We got a correction. Mark Smolin actually didn't get a welder. They just, you know, bubble gum and toothpicks.
Ooh.
Left. Another L-Rod.
Pick your poison, 002 right side for Manuel. Elrod, 012, win line, gonna go to Manuel. 694 and a double breakout. Elrod out by 15 thou. Manuel out by 110 thou. Yikes. Next brings Steve Furr, coming on the right-hand side from Harrisburg, North Kakalaki. 630 is it out for the 2013 long skinny car. Taking on James Hinkle. Hinkle flips it red 3 thou from D1. Furr runs out, throwing out, no laundry, goes 630, dead 9, 222 miles an hour. Furr goes dead 4, taking the loss at 178 miles an hour. He's not gonna be happy. He looks at his time slip going, I was 3 thou red, ouch.
As we're gonna go with Super Stock. See if the Hidalgo juggernaut can continue on. Got Mr. Stillings, winner of 2014. Scott will be on the right side in the Superstock A modified. Listen to this car sing as it goes down the racetrack. And Brandon White, the production D automatic from Hillsville, Virginia, number 1 in Division 9, taking on number 1 in Division 3, Scott Stillings, who won this race back in 2014, also racing in Stock Eliminator. So Dialin's on the board, quicker the 2 cars. Scott, when you give the spot to Brandon. And this is Superstock Tournament of Champions. We're looking for our world champ. Track. Bet. Oh, but he gets. Oh. Scott Stillings goes dead on 4 with an 083 light. He will tell you before I will. He got lucky.
Here's that Hemi we've been talking about. Oh, 858 is the dial for that monster. Oh, all Hemi power car. Love it.
From Greg earlier by accident. Anesthesiologist.
Uh-oh. He's gonna put you to sleep.
From Roanoke, Virginia, the nursing student. 2 completely different ends of someone who is at the pinnacle as an anesthesiologist, the amount of training you have to go through. That's Steve Camella. Steve making big horsepower in that Hemi. You can hear the grunt. See if he can get by Taylor before the stripe to the top. He does, but breaks out by 15 thou. Steve took a nice hunk of the finish line. like 700s worth of it. He was better on the trio 46 to the 56. Taylor was off the dial as well by 4 Huns, so Steve was better on both ends, but unfortunately broke out. Mark Nowicki on the left side. The GTE automatic rear-wheel drive Dodge Avenger against Jared Grainer, Super Stock F, stick shifted 327. Love the 4-speed small block 66 deuce.
Banging some gears. Oh! Look out, look out.
Here, kind of a big huff. And we're gonna wait a second, but yeah, that was kind of odd. Maybe he got on the chip, maybe he went way by the chip. It ran right by the chip, but Jared, part of Lupe Tortilla Racing. And Mark Nowicki takes the W, goes 9:53. Beneficiary of the red light by 1 thou of Jared. A little bit of smoke, about 400 foot out, so we'll check that out, make sure all is well. And we need our Tournament of Champion Juniors.
Guys, payoffs can be picked up at the tech trailer. Just making sure wherever that was at, it's not up here in the tower. I mean, you can come give us money. We won't say no to that. Me and Brad are very willing to take and count your money for you.
And in our Tournament of Champions categories, top 10 pays. So we got a trophy and some good stuff for you. So right now, I'm going to go through the racers that we do have solidly somewhere in the top 10 list. Obviously, we have racers still competing. We're down to 8 in most of our categories, 7 and 1. But in Super Rod, Ernie Knight and Craig Porter. Ernie Knight is number 9 and Craig Porter is number 10 in Super Rod. So you guys, congratulations, and go to the tech trailer, get your stuff. Ernie Knight, Craig Porter, number 9 and number 10 in Super Rod. And I'll continue on in a little bit. Super Stock. The Super Stock, another. It's really neat. You got 3 cars here banging gears and somehow consistent enough to win the bracket racing that is Super Stock on race day.
I got a hard enough problem driving an automatic. Here's your AMX. A.H. Atkins, that's 69 AMC AMX, 390 power. Davenswood, West Virginia, the engine builder. Atkins Racing and Head Service taking on Emery Dearpont? Hey, I got one right today. Check that up on the calendar. Cartersville, Georgia. Retired D2, finished number 1. A.H. Atkins, Division 3, finished 3rd in the points. Emery, 95 Oldsmobile, 403 small block. Gonna wind them up and turn them loose. I think 8,000 RPM is a good number for that, at least.
But I'm sure that thing will hit it on the shift points at least. Launching through, going to red, unfortunately, 12,006 for Emery. Checking up on that 1062, goes 1059.9. Both racers underneath that dial. It gets a little tricky towards the starting line. You can see the shade of the tower on the left side of the drag strip, kind of affecting more so the right lane than the left lane. It's like the right lane is in the sun for the most part, and you got the left lane kind of still hanging out there. As this is our runoff.
John Freach from Cortland, Ohio. Give me the left-hand side. Division 3 finished 2nd, 87 Pontiac, 350 power. He's out mean, he's green. Oh, no. Flipped it red double. Oh, 2 on the right-hand side. Dialed at 944. Shuts it off. 1072 on the 1074 for Mr. French. Bullet cams of Bruzy Trans and Miners Performance. Here is your Mopar on the right-hand side in the Barracuda. All Mopar power, big Hemi.
I remember this car was built, I was watching it at Englishtown and Divisional. The King Cuda, now owned by Joe Teuton, super stock, A-automatic. Talk about custom paint. Take a look at that car up close. It is gorgeous, kind of reminiscent of what you would have done paint-wise to that car back in the 70s. Same kind of design.
I'll second it.
Peter Diagnolo on the left side of the track. Number 1 in D1 with that P. That'll be production E-automatic Camaro on the left side. Joe giving chase behind on the starting line. Giving the win to Pete. Breaking out by 8 thou, breaking out by 23 thou is Joe Teuton. So both Hemi cars. Actually, Joe, the Hemi car, going home. Here's Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. Number 1 in the world last year, number 1 in the world in 2013. Also racing in stock. Still alive in stock.
Bad dude. I do not want to meet him when he is absolutely tattooing a tree.
Lewis in that 68 Camaro not able to make the call.
Wheels up 90 feet out. That thing is singing. Dead 5, showing off.
Here comes the Escort, ZX2.
Don't forget the ZX2.
There's absolutely nothing in the GT cat. Small block Ford, stick shifted. 2002 Ford Escort from Niverside, Pennsylvania. The machinist is number 2 in Division 1 this year. Gonna bang through the gears. No dial-in posted.
Dump the clutch and let her fly. I will be down to look at it later just to check it out. Not a Ford guy, I'm a Mopar. I drive a Mopar, but it happens. God almighty. I'd love to know nobody launches that thing because it just sings.
Yeah, how about an 890? We did that earlier today as well. So that'll round out this round of Super Stock. We're going to go into the Tournament of Champion Juniors next. So again, our top 10 starting to form here in each category. As we fill in the blanks, I will tell which drivers need to stop by the tech trailer, the IHRA tech trailer, and get some cash and trophy for accomplishing something that many hope to do each year, and that's making the top 10 in points in your respective category. Hot Rod. We need Lawrence Hinkle, who's number 9, and Van Arnold, who's number 10. Lawrence Hinkle, number 9, Van Arnold, number 10. Stop by the IHRA trailer. Get yourself some cash.
That's the IHRA tech trailer. Just remember that there. Not the big semi-trailer, the IHRA tech trailer.
Stock, J. Allen Sherman and Cody Phillips. Again, in stock, J. Allen Sherman and Cody Phillips get to the IHRA tech trailer to get paid.
Hey, when do we get paid for this? Oh, sure. So I get chewed out. No, we get paid for being up here and having a little bit of fun with you guys. That's a benefit for us. Of course, we're being on live stream and joking around. We know, but we're very serious. And this is the Junior Dragster TOC runoff. $790 is going to be the dial on the right-hand side. Give a little spot, 6 thou. to the left-hand side.
It's Paige Montgomery. New York, Canada.
Bordering nation to state. We'll go with that.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
looking for a world champ. Who's going to take the first step in that direction? It's going to be Kaylee Morton by 16 thousandths of a second. A little bit closer to the dial. Identical 015 lights. Kaylee taking the win, moving on to round number 2. There's Morgan Miles on the left side and McKenna Bold. McKenna from Red Deer, Alberta. Another 30-plus hour trip. And Morgan from Jackson, South Carolina. Number 2 in Division 9 and number 2 in Division 6 was McKenna on the right side. Morgan on the left side. Brandy new Mike Boss chassis dragster. Dual parachutes. That's neat. That's new.
Styling and profiling. I like it.
No box to the lanes, please. No box. Round number 2 to the lanes. No box. Round number 2 to the lanes. Reaction time advantage. Morgan Miles. Win going to Morgan Miles. Dead. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 over. 043 green. McKenna was 1 over. 050 on the tree. Actual margin of victory was the difference in reaction time. 7 thou going to Morgan Miles. Here's Matt Vogler on the left side. Number 2 in the advanced division, Division 1. And Brooke Debonair from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Number 1 in Division 2. Matt on the left, Brooke on the right. Quicker dialing on the right side. Brooke's going to hang there for about a bulb, as this is round number 1, the Tournament of Champions for our juniors. What we do is we combine our masters and our advanced, put them all in the one pot. Whoever's left standing at the end of the day, that is your world champion.
Get that. Number 1 on the side of the car. Oh no, Brooke in a flip it red, 021. Matt was there for the taking as he missed the tree. Won't say what it was, but it was not good, but he got it done. 897, 71 miles an hour. Going to round number next, Brooke goes dead 1. Ouch.
No box. Round 2, we need you to the lanes. Row box, round number 2. Come back to the lanes, please. Thank you. Ryan and Allison on the left side. From Alberta, Canada.
Mr. Brian, I gotta depart on you, buddy. I gotta go take a check on a car. For no box. Oh, come on now. We can stick you in the car. You're tall enough. My feet do not touch the pedals. And they do not. I tried. So, Mr. Brian, I will see you later, buddy. We'll have some more fun up here. You don't have too much fun without me.
I'll try now.
I'll bring coffee next time.
Please.
All right, buddy. Thanks, buddy. How about hot?
And we got Gage on the right side. Oh, already on and off the throttle. Look at Gage whomping. That's when you know that you have made it in the bracket world, when you can whomp your way to a victory. A la Peter Biondo. 33 thou at the top. No box, need you to the lanes. No box, need you to the lanes. Stock Eliminator Racers, J. Allen Sherman and Cody Phillips. You are number 9 and number 10 respectively, so go to the IHRA Tech Trailer and get your cash and your prizes. J. Allen Sherman, Cody Phillips, stop by the IHRA Tech Trailer, get your prizes, get your money, get all the good stuff. You are number 9, number 10 in the world in Stock Eliminator. Here's Logan, rocking his way. His mom looking on. On the right side, taking on Alex Kish from Kalamazoo up in D3, number 1 in the advanced division. Oh, man. Both killer lights. Alex Kish was 0-14, and he takes out Logan. Call that a mild upset. Logan was 0-22. Alex was 0-14. 2 over and 3 over for Logan. 20 thou separating the two. Good race. Here's Preston Tanner. Be on the left side of the track. From Rensselaer, Indiana, number 2 in Division 3. Taking on Hayden Lambert, who was number 2 in the world last year. There's Hayden Lambert again and Preston Tanner. Preston on the left, Hayden. Right side, Preston with the W. Dead on 6, 22 thou package. Best package of the day in juniors. That includes the Summit Super Series. So Preston, number 2 in Division 3 in his 2016 half-scale dragster. The original junior dragster creators half scale. Preston moves on to round number 2 here in the Tournament of Champions. Here's Kate Hall, number 1 in D1 on the left side. Ty Casey begin the Casey March. There's Papa Casey looking on from Valve Lake, Texas, number 1 the Masters division in Division 4. This year, that's Ty on the right side and Kate Hall on the left side to the top. There's some more whomping going on. Love it. 14th thou underneath for Ty Casey. 21th thou underneath for Katie Hall. So Katie was 080, 064 for Ty. Good race. Here's Trace Casey. Trace on the right side, Seth Brooks on the left side. Again, our defending champ, Cassie Thomas, is not here, so we will have a brandy new junior dragster world champion. First timer, love it. Seth Brooks on the left side from Surgeonsville, Tennessee. Number 2 in the advanced division. In the D9 part of the country, taking on Trace Casey, number 2 in D4. Part of the Casey Boys racing team. Thanks David Connie. Miss Monique Richard. Seth Brooks away first by 14 thou. Can he turn it into a win? Yes, he can. 891 with an 8, 1 over. Trace Casey underneath by 0.02 of a second. So Seth Brooks, who's on to round number 2, we need no box. Back to lanes 1 and 2, no box. Back to lanes 1 and 2. Thank you. Round winners, do I really have to say that? All professionals here. Here's Sam Peterson that is, from Martin, Michigan, Division 3, number 1 in the Masters Junior Dragster Division, part of that Blossom Racing team. Craig Blossom building the engines for all these Blossom Racing competitors, especially up in D3. He's got like a monopoly going on up there. Graham Rufinock, number 1 in Division 4 from Pound Rock, Texas. I grow a sprout of hair on my chest every time I say that. Sam Peterson takes the win as Graham got there first by 23 thou. Breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second, 080 to the 047 to Sam Peterson. There's Chad Logan from Nokesville, Virginia on the left side, taking on Cameron Fredrickson. Right side of the track, number 2 in Division 2, the older half-scale car from Palm Harbor, Florida. On the right side of the track, Cameron's going to be given the head start by a little bit less than a bulb. Killer race. Cameron was 009. Chad was 017. And the 009 takes it home. Cameron 10,000s package. Laying it on Chad. Wow. Cameron looking real good moving around number 2. Chad was 017. He was really good on the tree, but competitor was just a little bit better. So, thanks to Nick from Ubley Dragway up in Ubley, Michigan. A good job on the microphone a few minutes ago. It's good to see any other announcers want to make their way up here. That's fine. We need no box. No box. That was Kathy Kraft taking out P.J. Forster from Pennsylvania. Kathy drilled him on the tree, 048. So we have the bye run here, Corey Giolitti from Spring, Texas. As this is no box round number 2. Jay Norris on the right side, Dave Hammonds. This is our Summit Super Series. This is the category we're racing for all that good stuff that goes to the winner. Racing all year for this opportunity here in the Summit Super Series. 10 grand from Summit Racing Equipment, a enclosed trailer from Performax. $2,500 from Trick Flow Specialties, 2-post Gemini Auto Lift, all that at stake, including a Aruba Vacation for 2, a Jones Transmission Cooling System, IHRA Gold Card, Ironman Trophy, and a Diamond Ring to top it all off. Dave Hammonds moves another step close. Bob Bash on the left side from Indianola, Iowa, up against Randy Bolden from Morristown, Tennessee. The truck driver won the championship at Cherokee Drag Strip. Wow, look at that. Couple off the dial on both sides, but the story is on the starting line. 005 for Bob Bash, 007 for Randy Bolden. Bottom bulb racers, it's gonna get brutal. There's Tim Foskey Jr., champion from US 13 Dragway from Rhodesdale, Missouri. And Sean Hutmaker from Interlake Dragway, way up north in Manitoba. It's one of those 30-hour trips to get here. 85 Mustang GT on the right side of the racetrack. And he'll get the win. 066 green, Tim 020 red. I bet you it'll take some of us here a month to stay in a car for 66 hours. Monty Soper on the left side of the track did it in just a few days to drive from Alaska and drag that 65 Chevelle Malibu, a showpiece of a race car, to give him a chance at all those great goodies available from Summit and all of our giveaways, taking on Cody Oxner from West Melbourne, Florida. We need the delay box cars, and unfortunately, Monty Soper's day is done. He was a little bit late on the tree, 103. Cody Oxner, 034 green, one over the dial, shutting out Monty. But Monty, kudos to you, man. Here's John Smith on the left side of the racetrack. We need our delay box category to get to the lanes now, please. Delay box category, needed lanes 3 and 4. Delay box category, round winners, of course, lanes 3 and 4. That's Troy Brewer and John Smith. Troy Brewer went red by 3 thou. John went red by 14 thou. But Troy did it first. And John Smith takes the W. And Troy begins to drive back to Shannon, North Carolina. Love that Grand Prix. I mean, all these cars have something awesome about them, but special place in my heart for the G-body over there, the Grand Prix with the mufflers and the history here, fastest street car racing, fastest street car, first ever fastest street car shootout back in 1992. Racer from Wisconsin. On the left side, Sheboygan, Wisconsin, Josh Jensky taking on Tim Douglas from Whiteville, Virginia. Reaction times, a wash to the top. It will be Tim Douglas. 11 thousandths of a second margin of victory. Josh on the left side was 012. Tim Douglas was 014. That's how tough this is. You're 012 and you're going home in round number 2. Hey, it's Henry Stanley on the left side. Nice quick 581 dialing. And Brandon Wood will be on the right side from Nashville, Georgia. Gently get in there on the trans brake. Look at that Vega leap off the starting line, but man, he was early. There's some delay box issues there. And Brandon Wood takes the W. Crew loves it, as does NDB Septic Services, as I bite my tongue. Dead on 3 for Brandon Wood, 24 thou in total. Here's Aaron Brock on the left side, the CNC programmer. Taking on Dale Eckert, the right side of the track from South Wales, New York. Another pair of killer reaction times. 007 for Aaron, not getting the win. Dead on 6 for Dale Eckert does. 24 thou in total, 18 on the tree for Dale. 007, like I said, for Aaron, but not able to run that number. Here's Kenton Pebbler from Three Rivers, Michigan. Osceola track champ taking on Todd Sambisi from Union County, Texas, the San Antonio track racetrack out there. Champion in the no box category. This is mod. At Malibu's got some advantage on the starting line. See him tap, tap, tap the brakes. Nice job. 200s over the dial-in. Kenton Pebbler taking out the quick dragster. Todd Zampese was very green. Fortunately, they'll drive back to Texas. So Kenton Pebbler moving on. Pete McGlynn, the engineer from Long Grove, Iowa. Cordova Dragway, champ in that front-engine dragster on the left side of the track, taking on Chris Ferguson from Roanoke, Virginia. That's 79 Camaro. Iowa versus Virginia. Iowa for Pete in that dragster. Who's not a nostalgia fan? And the dragster moves on. 016 green for Pete. Chris gave it a shot, went 008 red. Those 6 trip zip. Pete underneath by 3,000ths of a second. That dragster looking tough. Here's Jason Patterson from Highland, Texas. Highlands, Texas. I think Texas race car, that's exactly what it looks like. Got every sticker imaginable on it. Has the word Houston on it. Second gen Camaro. It's got that Texan look to it. You get out of the car and you start drawing about, tying up your horse. Here's Cleve Edgerton on the right side. Get a chance, take a look at the paint job. Unbuffed for about 40 years, I would say. Doesn't matter. He wins with it. Won the championship at Lakeland Drag Strip in Florida. Let's see what he does at the top end here. Second to the stripe, as Jason Patterson was 041 green, a 1 over the dial. Cleve's day, unfortunately, is done. But a good showing nonetheless. Just to go around here is very impressive. Making it here is the ultimate accomplishment, but coming here, going around, that's pretty neat. Here's Neil Church and Ray Zumstein, who rolled his car off the trail this morning, got here last night. Made only 1 hit today in that 65 Valiant, and won. See what he does here in round number 2. Neil Church, that little Pontiac, going by him right about now, and he will take the win pretty easily. As Ray Zumstein off the dial, not on the tree, so tough deal. Still great to see Ray coming out, Brainerd Optimist champion from Harrison, Tennessee. There's Bobby Taylor on the left side from Orlando. And he won the championship in Orlando with that really slick. Chevrolet Camaro on the left side, and Wayne Parson. Is it a dragster? Is it a roadster? It's got to be a dragster, right? Just a short one. And he'll take the win. Wayne from Havana, Illinois, 033 green, goes 1 over the dial for the W. Here's Will Streckley and Wes Sharp. Wes on the right side. Will, that 80 Charger, been in the left lane all day long. That car is gradually turning into a crumpled Diet Coke can. Wes Sharp, helped out by the Great Backyard Place. Does some pool installations in Knoxville. Won the Knoxville Track Championship in that 69 Camaro on the right side. Never get tired of watching that Charger leave the starting line, especially when he's 013. That is sharp. Will on his game from Milverton, Ontario. Let me find out where that is. I know it's north. 557 at 554. He was 013. Milverton, Ontario. How far do we need to drive to go to Milverton, Ontario? That's only 14 hours. Piece of cake. Lauren Edwards on the left side in the Nova. Tim Butler, the 2012 champ in the box category, takes it home. 034 green. Lauren was right there with an 046. Maysville, North Carolina. 046 green for Lauren, 034 for Timmy Butler, and Tim moves on to round number 3. Here's the Volvo of Vic Ellinger. And Vic says, let's go. Not used to this whole Texas drawl thing. Craig Taft from Palin, Texas, that 66 Deuce said, I'm gonna get there eventually. Vic Ellinger, a 1980 Volvo with the big block Mopar on board. And Craig get around him at the top though. 632 on that 629, 027 green for Vic. We need the box category to the lanes now. You should be there already. In the box category to the lanes now. Nice clean Chevy Malibu, James Rivers on the left side, and Dave Mann, the right side from Burton, Ohio, on the Thompson Raceway Track Championship and the Division III Finals. Dave has reaction time advantage here, but breaks out by 0.07 of a second. Win light going to James Rivers, who was 691 in the 88 with an 073. Reaction time, don't see that too often. James Rivers moves on to round number 3. I believe we will have 17 cars left. And our Tournament of Champions, I will start announcing the racers that are going to go home with some cash. There's Tom Aratakis Jr. from Harrison Township, Michigan. That's the Ubley Raceway that Nick is out there, Nick Janik, the announcer, hanging out between the dial-in boards over there. Certainly rooting on that Barracuda. And Sonny Freeland on the other side, in that 70.5 Camaro from Florida, owner of a pool service. One from the north, one from the way southeast. They leave right together. Good heads-up matchup here. This is fun. You heard Sonny pat it once but twice. Still breaks out by 0.09 of a second. Tom Aratakis takes the W, moves on to round number 3. There's Bobby Paul Arnett, your buy run, as we need the box category. You should be in the lanes right now. About a 005 for good measure. Underneath by 7th out for Bobby Paul Arnett. And following racers go to the IHRA Tech trailer. You got some money, and you are number 9 or number 10 in the world. We need Brandon White and Joe Touton. Joe Touton, Brandon White. Brandon White. Brandon White, you're number 9 in the world. You can go to the IHRA Tech trailer. And Joe Touton, you're number 10 in the world. Go to the IHRA Tech trailer, collect your cash and your pats on the back, and hang out, watch some great drag racing. Joe Touton, number 10 in the world. Brandon White, number 9 in the world. Stop by the IHRA Tech trailer, get your cash. Get your awards, you earned it. Mike Antonioni from Rubicon, Wisconsin goes 12 red. Tony Lefevre, 004 green, goes 15 thou over. This is the box category, round number 2, rolling on. Justin Snyder, left side of the track. Taking on Kent Sessoms. Love Kent's car, it's all business, as is Justin's car. W, look at that. 1 over the dial, dead on with a 9, takes it home. 19 thou in total for Ken Sessoms. Watching the best in the business going at it in the Summit Super Series here. Racing for that American Race Cars Built dragster, that Trick Flow Specialties big block in it. Imagine that customs paint job, 10 grand from Summit Racing Equipment, that Aruba Vacation, IHRA Gold Card, Ironman Trophy, and Diamond Ring. That's right. They're gonna jam all that into this racer's pocket. Whoever wades through this unbelievably tough field of racers, best in the country. All of them stubborn, don't ever want to lose. Jimbo Sells, 003 green. Goes 647, 26 thou in total. As Leroy, 10 on the wrong side, 3 on the wrong side. Here comes Travis Nelson. Dials a 461. And Chad Duke from Wilmington, North Carolina. Won the track championship at Fayetteville this year. You got yourself a Volunteer on the left, and you got a Tar Heel on the right. Nope. Travis goes in first. Tiptoes in. Here comes Chad. Got a 10-second auto start. Used every stitch of it there. He goes red by 11 thousandths of a second. 16 green for Travis. Checking up a 461, yeah. 17 thou package for Travis Nelson. Local guy, moving on. Here's Jeff McClure. He'll be on the right side, taking on the kid, Tom Fletcher. Gotta be tough taking on the sport that your father has just dominated and pretty much conquered for the past 20 years. And oh man, Jeff McClure. I don't know if he's leaking something, whatever the case is, car not cooperating, Jeff's gotta shut it down. Tom Fletcher taking the W here. All he's gotta do is stage the car. Take a whack at the tree. That's a tough break for Jeff. Broke something in the rear end, looking back here, and it's gotta be disappointing. Tom was 013 on the tree. How about a 16 thou? Look at me. 16 thou in total. Nice job by Tom. A little bit of a dripper out there. That'll happen. So again, we'll be gradually announcing the top 10 in each category, or as far as I can get. In quick rod, number 9 in the world, Jerron Settles, congratulations. You can stop by the IHRA Tech trailer, get your cash, get your stuff. That was a rough first round race, taking on the world champ. And Mitch Lee Harkey, you're number 10. So Jerron Settles, number 9 in Quick Rod, and Mitch Lee Harkey, you're number 10 in the world. You can stop by the IHRA Tech trailer, get your stuff. Congratulations to you both. In the top sportsman, number 10 in the world, Mike White. Mike White, you could stop by the IHRA Tech trailer. And Marlon Goetz, you're number 9. Marlon Goetz, number 9. Mark Sanders, you are number 8. With the best reaction time and an unfortunate losing effort, Mark Sanders, that 001. So again, Mark Sanders, you're number 8. Marlon Goetz, you're number 9. And Mike White, you're number 10 in the world in Good Vibrations top sportsman. So you can stop by the IHRA Tech trailer and get your stuff. As we move back into competition. Hunter Patton, that 2006 Spear-built dragster. Lowry Automotive, K&R Performance, Accelerated Graphics, Curry Excavation, and Proformance Glass, all helping out Hunter get to the starting line, that dragster. And Ron Barlow on the track championship at Motor Mile Raceway from Rock, West Virginia. And that really slick, really quick Mustang, gonna get the head start by that much. Red light for the dragster by 1/1000th of a second. 004 green for Ron Barlow, goes 16th thou in total. Ron Barlow, 004, 1 over with the 2, that's 16th thou package. Hunter, 1/1000th of a second red. Here's Ken Buckner on the left side of the track, and Mickey Nelson. Ken going red by 0.08 of a second. Mickey, Leonardtown, Maryland. 018 green. 83 on that 81 as Ken goes dead on with an 8. 008 red. That's no good. Adam Sanders on the left side. Sean Carpenter getting a head start. Here comes the rocket of Adam Sanders, 464 the dial. Reaction times within a thou. Dead on 8, 2 over for Sean Carpenter. Adam was a little bit better, like a smidge better. 007. Dead on 8, 15 thou package. Sean Carpenter. Could have slid through the window. Tough car fell off just a little bit. 599 in that 97. With a 008 light is Christine Kurbitz, the right side of the track, and Tim Benz. Tim getting the head start. He goes red by 5 thou. Christine goes 0.33. That tree is getting tough. All those fans of the delay box out there, you know, once that sun starts going out, you gotta put a little bit more time into the delay box. It's at the point where it's decision time. You put it in or not. Will the shade be on the tree? This is where crew members help out a lot. You got scouts out there, you see trends. You know the racers. Well, you know, at least know a few racers from your division that are here that you can kind of gauge where you should be. Dave Bledsoe on the left side of the track. Two racers probably never ever raced each other. Up against Russ Denmark on the right side. Another red light, Dave Bledsoe by 9 thousandths of a second. And Russ Denmark goes 4:49.9. The race gas closing in 15 minutes. You need some race fuel. At this point in the day, you know you're going rounds. So Dave Bledsoe's out there. Ford probe waiting patiently. That's not Dave Bledsoe. I said Bill Prest is out there. Trying to get the car in reverse, rocking back and forth. It's like Top Fuel circa 1978 when the car's out there and you got the crew members pushing, rocking it back and forth sometimes just to try to get it in reverse, try to disengage that clutch. This is actually a torque converter car, so it could be a linkage issue, whatever the case is. Bill Prest got it ironed out, no problem. James Rutherford. The quicker the two cars, that you don't see every day. 482 the dial in for James, who's waiting there patiently all the way from Wembley, Canada. Turns it into a W. Good job at the top. Billy Prest goes 1 over, as does James Rutherford. Actual margin of victory 15 thousandths of a second. So James will begin the 36-hour trek back to Wembley, Canada. Ugh. I think I'll hang out, let his car go out, cool down a little bit. That's fine. Here's Xavier Lewis from Kanawha Valley. He won the championship there. Dave Supreme Auto helping out that race car. And Dustin Light on the right side in the dragster. Rogersville, Tennessee, the home. Consider Dustin the local racer right now. Part of Light Family Racing. Xavier gets the head start. He goes red by 11 thou, 11 green for Dustin. Dustin's going to leg it on through the top, see what he can muster up on the scoreboard. Goes 469. How about a 29 thou package? There were no less than 3 of those packages that went home in round number 1. There's Jesse Rogers, your local guy, Memphis International Raceway track champ, and he goes on to round number 3. Jesse was 15 green, 12 thou underneath the dial, and Tracy was 001 red. Oh. cars. Summit Super Series Juniors, you should be in the lanes. Summit Super Series Juniors, you should be in the lanes now. If not, get there, please. Thomas Bell on the left side. From Toccoa, Georgia, on the Carolina Dragway Championship. In that dragster up against Charlie Jerkins from Big Point, Mississippi. Took on the Gulfport Dragway Championship with that small block 95 model Mustang. Dragster coming on hard. Charlie, reaction time advantage in the Mustang, not able to turn into a win. Tom shoved his car through the top end, dead on with a 5. A really quick 2011 undercover dragster takes out Charlie, who was better. 007 on the tree. Thomas was 017. There's Jesse Bobo, left side. From Walnut, Mississippi. And he'll take the win. 009 green light. Dead on 3. Best package this round thus far, Jesse Bobo. With that 009 light. .474 for Jesse. And here's Marie Muller on the left side, the student from Pinellas Park, Florida, won the Orlando Speed World Championship. And Mike Smith won the Division 9 team finals in that Nova, doing an over-the-line burnout. That's interesting. Got it pumped up here in round number 2 of our delay box category. Dole's Auto Service, Lennon's Machine Service helping out Mike. And it works out for Mike. But a dead on with a 7 for Mike. Yeah. 31,000 total for Mike. Just gonna keep saying Mike. Marty Nicholson on the left side and Mark Stevenson on the right side. Really quick Beretta, 515. The dial-in.
Check. 1, 2, 3,
Ranger
4.
Indiana, about 9 hours from here for that Beretta. Oh, we have a 000 light, but the win light goes to the other side because Mark Stevenson. Mark was 010. That 010 for Mark was just enough. He only tripped the beams 3 thou below that 515, and Marty Nelson got there first by 19 thou, but broke out by 12 thousandths of a second.
Check. 1.
What a race, decided by 9 thou. Here's Cameron Manuel, who had won less than 2 10,000ths. Closest margin of victory, 1 10,000th earlier today. Cameron Manuel on the right side of the track.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cody
Check.
McDaniel on the left and Cameron Manuel on the right side. Another great race, 0-10. This one decided by 22 thousandths of a second. Cameron was 0-10, 2 over. Cody got there first by 19 thou. But broke out by 1 thousandth of a second. Don't forget, while you're hanging in the stands, let's do some twittering. Hashtag Summit World Finals. Tell us all about it. Tell us about your travels. Tell us about your experience here. Good barbecue from last night. Good barbecue today in the barbecue pit over there on the tower side of the racetrack, which would be both. There's Cody Holland and Mike Jones from Salisbury, Maryland. He'll take the win light. 016, much better of the two lights. Mike Jones got there first by 2 thou, and Cody broke out by a little bit anyway. By like 6 thou. You do the math, no chance. Be 36 thou in total from Mike Jones to the 44 light of Cody. Window was shut. We're on to our next pair. It's fun to watch Dale carry those front wheels in the drags to the Division III team final. Winner up north. Travel from West Mifflin, Pennsylvania. And Terry Koch from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Wow. "12-hour jaunt at 12-hour 39-minute, we'll call it. As he will take the win dead on 9, needed every ounce of it, Dale Douche. From West Mifflin, 019 green, better than 2 lights, but Terry takes it home with that dead on. Took by about a 10th at the top end. Terry from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, again, about 13 hours to get here. That's about average.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Check. 1, 2. Check. 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 Check.
Here's our Summit Super Series Juniors. We got a bunch of them. This is round number 2 in our Summit Super Series Juniors, not the Tournament of Champions Juniors. This is the ones that are racing for that prize. The JR Junior Dragster. The extraordinary paintwork done by Jerron Settles of Imagine That Customs. And the IHRA Gold Card, the Ironman Trophy, World Championship Diamond Ring. All up for grabs. Who's going to get closer to the prize? It would be Kyle Penn. And Kyle Penn with a great 0.25. Moves on to the next round. 4 over the dial as Jason got there first by a little bit, but broke out by 0.03 of a second. Jordan Broussard on the left side from Carencro, Louisiana, state capital dragway champ. Up against Kenny Hillen, a kid looking to repeat on the right side of the track from San Antonio, Texas. North Park Lincoln Merc. BG Products. Lalos Auto Parts, all supporting Kenneth Hillen, your defending champ. Sean's Auto Body Repair and Miguez Fuel. A few of Jordan's supporters. They are gently staging these race cars. Can Jordan take down the defending champ on the left side of the track? Kenny Hillen, 089 green, is that enough? It is, he goes dead on 7. Man, Jordan was brutal on the tree, 020. Got there first by 0.08, but broke out by 0.01 of a second. But Jordan did his job on the tree. His legs through the top, a little bit too much in the tank. Kenny Hillen, your defending champ, looking for another. Here's Allison Lloyd. Larry and Ava Lloyd. Somewhere out there looking on. From Doswell, Virginia. To the top we go. It's 794 and a 790, 055 green. Best names here, Sailor Bustle on the right side of the track. He goes red by 30 thou. Devin Johnson, local kid from Collierville, Tennessee, won the Holly Springs Championship, 024 green. Couple on over to dial. Jean Blaine Fontenot from Dayton, Texas on the right side won the Pine Valley Championship. Johnny Davis on the left side won the Cedar Falls Championship up there in Iowa, or over there in Iowa. Hometown Dunkerton. He'll be on the left side. There's Johnny. Gene will be on the right. They both pre-staged. Looking to get just one step closer to that JR Race Car Junior Dragster. Be given to our champion. Wow. Johnny on the left was 009. Let's see if he can put a combo together, take home the W. We can. 2 over the dial. Again, 009, 051 for Gene. Had the push. Gene did the right thing. Took the stripe by 0.003 of a second, but just broke out by 17 thou. Here's Nate Howard. Nate Howard will be on the right side of the track, dialed in 890, taking on Ty Hollingshead. From Fort St. John, British Columbia. That's right, I said Fort St. John. Plug it into your GPS. It'll take you 37 hours to get there. Ty delays his trip home by at least another hour. He takes the win. Nate Howard was 008 red. Ethan Ashatois on the left side from Beaumont, Alberta. That's about 40 hours. He'll be on the left side taking on Blair McDaniel. Ethan, one of the quicker cars on the property. He'll take the win, 797. So Ethan, the snowboard instructor, will take home the W, move on to round number 3. Took out Blair McDaniel in that pair. Blair from Thorndale, Texas. Actually, that drive to Beaumont's only 30 hours. Attention. Attention to the pits. We need hot rod, stock, and quick rod to the back of the lanes for pairings. The Lexus Truett moving on to the next round. 795 goes to 795, 8067 green. Alexis from Parsonsburg, Maryland. Make the long trek down here. Michael Hankinson from Severn, Maryland. Pair of races I'm sure they've matched up before. Real good drag race. Only 3 thou separated them on the tree. Went to the dial and it's Alexis. Pair of 790 dial-ins, Tanner Osborne on the left side and Mackenzie Powell. Tanner going in second. Tree walks down. Oh, 000. McKenzie drilled him on the tree and will take the win. Closer to the dial. Tripped zip for McKenzie. Tanner right there with an 048. 5 over the dial. So Tanner representing Great Lakes Dragway all the way from Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. About an 11-hour drive for Tanner. Oh, I'm sure Tanner's not going to be driving. For his parents. There's Bailey Pichette. Also, one of those Wisconsin racers representing Wisconsin International. We need hot rod, stock, and quick rod to the back of the lanes, please. Hot rod, stock, and quick rod need you back to the lanes. Of course, round winners only. Trey Deese on the right side from Lancaster, South Carolina. Bailey on the left side. Like all these kids here, their mom and dad, their biggest fans and sponsors, along with J&W Auto and American Power Transmissions. Again, we need hot rod, stock, and quick rod to the lanes, and Bailey goes red by 1/1000th of a second. So the instant ups and downs of this sport, huge swings. Trey Deese moves on. Is Brennan Wheats. Taking on Metzler Morse. Metzler on the left side from Sparta, Ontario, Canada. As sitting right on one of the Great Lakes. That was Brennan Wheats taking home the W. He's from Clinton, Iowa. Short jaunt, and Metzler begins the 13-hour drive home. There's Bailey Ferraro on the left side, Hannah Bilton. Hannah from South Carolina, Bailey from Fort Lauderdale. Bailey gets the W, moves on to round number 3. The champ in Immokalee drag strip in Florida. Representing well, Bailey moves on to round number 3. Fortunately for Hannah, her day is done. There's Drew Tracy, right side of the track, and Morgan Carroll on the left side from Olar, South Carolina. Drew, local as local can get, from right here in Millington, Tennessee. Your Memphis International champ taking on the Darlington Raceway champion on the left side, Morgan. Oh, man. Ooh. 1,000 separating reaction times. Drew was a little bit better, and that'll take home the win. One over. Actual margin of victory, 2/10,000ths of a second. I repeat, 2/10,000ths of a second, our second closest margin of victory today. In all these categories and the high level we're dealing with, that's saying something for these junior kids. They are working it. Ben Minari from Wasilla, Alaska. That's right. Your second competitor from Alaska. On the right side, and Ben goes red by 600ths of a second. That is a 64-hour jaunt up the expressway. Emily Million from Castlewood, Virginia moves on. Again, we need hot rod, we need stock, and we need quick rod. And I'm going to mention right now the top dragster 8, 9, and 10, top dragster racers. Chris Giolitti, you are number 8. You can go to the IHRA Tech trailer, get your cash, get your stuff. Marlon Chase, you are number 9. Marlon Chase, you are number 9 in top dragster. Stop by the IHRA Tech trailer. And Tony Elrod, you are number 10 in the world. Stop by the IHRA Tech trailer, get your cash, get your trophies, get all the good stuff. Again, Chris Giolitti, or Galitti, Chris Galitti, Marlon Chase, Tony Elrod. Stop by the IHRA Tech trailer. You are number 8, 9, and 10 in the world in top dragster. Stop by there, get your cash, get your stuff. Here's Drew Tracy on the right side. That local Tracy team taking on Eric Haney. And Drew goes red by 0.003 of a second. Haney crew goes wild. 98 on a 97, they're loving it. The Ware Shoals champ, Eric Haney, moves on to round number 3. There's John Vergotes. On the right side of the racetrack. From Erie, Pennsylvania, taking on Lidcar, Kentucky's own Chris Webber. Left side of the track at the LED blinking over there. John's family looking on. Willing John to win on the right side of that track. It's dad, mom, and sis. John goes red by 0.25 of a second. Chris, nice 031 green, goes 863 at 75 miles an hour. So John Vergotes and the Vergoteses. Awesome showing just to make it here. For the Pennsylvanians. As we need hot rod. You should be in the lanes, stock, and quick rod for your pairings. Get there now. So Jacob Norrie, Aaron Reynolds. We'll have a short break. This is our last pair of juniors, so we'll take a couple minutes, do some track prep after this pair. Maybe I can take a little nap. No, it's not possible. I want to do it anyway. Aaron Reynolds, winner from Orlando Speed World, home of the World Street Nationals for many years. Their fastest streetcar deal going on there. Part of that movement back in the early 90s. Aaron goes red. 22 thou red. Jacob goes 077 green for the win, goes 790. No, 789 with a 2. So we're going to take a few minutes, do some track prep, make sure everything's 100%, and then we're going to go back into our Tournament of Champions rotation, beginning with Hot Rod. Here we go with Hot Rod. Starting on with James Powell, Ricky Rowe. James Powell, one of those racers. Wacky guys traveling down from Alberta, Canada. That's 66 Coronet. Voice construction on the side. Smitty's Auto. Winner will go into the semifinal round with a 25% chance to be the world champ. James Powell, and there's the number on the board, 1090, as the sun sneaks into the west, and it will be James Powell. James starts off with a 19 thousandths package. Take out Ricky Rowe here in the quarterfinal round of a Hot Rod. Here's Ron Canati on the right side of the track. Warren Nietzsche, another Canadian, Edmonton, Alberta, Division 6, tied for third place this year. And Ron Canati, like I said, Ron rolled in deep. The PT Cruiser moving on. Two Canadians. $10.91 with a 7, just like Mr. Paul. The Canadians communicate telepathically. Michael Griggs on the left side, Dennis Clark on the right side. Florida versus Texas, Dennis Clark from Pasadena, Texas, number 3 in Division 4. And Michael Griggs at number 1 in Division 2. Winner will take on Mr. Nietzsche, the Canadian. The Canadians could meet in the final here in Hot Rod. Blinking, they're off. Oh, they should be fun. If you're anywhere near the top end, this will be fun to watch what happens. It's going to grab a little break, pat the gas a few times. Dennis Clark on the right, Michael Griggs on the left. It's Clark. It'll be Dennis Clark taking on Mr. Nietzsche, one half of the semifinal. Who will face Mr. Paul? Robbie Welch on the left side. JCR Products, Gates Transmissions, helping out Robbie from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Cecil County racer, MIR racer as well. That beautiful 66 Fairlane with the small block Ford, taking on Chris Webb. Right side, number 1 in Division 9. It is crunch time. Who will make it to the Final Four? Will be at least minimum top 4 in the country. Robbie Welch better on the tree by 15 thousandths of a second. Oh yeah, dead on 9, baby. 27 thou in total. We'll take on Mr. Paul, who was 9 thou in total. Robbie Welch from D1 moves to the semis. As we move into stock eliminator. There's Steve Zorney. Thrashed on this truck last night. Actually broke a ring and pinion. Took a few teeth off the ring gear, which in turn thought he hurt the converter, but actually sheared a couple teeth off the flywheel. got one, bolted it up. 5.5 hours later, truck's running. That was about 10:30 at night last night. That Dodge Dakota on the left side. He got the job done. Can he take it home here? Unfortunately not. Steve Zorney, 040. Roy Carraway with the win, 016 green. Division 9, moving on. There's Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. and Jeff Gardner on the left side of the track. It is possible that Pop could race Son in the final, as Jimmy Hidalgo on the right side has got his work cut out for him right here. Jeff Gardner drilled him on the tree, and it will be Jeff Gardner moving to the semifinal round. Here's Jim Wall on the left side, the eye stalker, taking on Scott Stillings at 77 wagon. To the top, it is Scott Stillings by 0.07 of a second. Scott will take on Jeff Gardner in the next round of competition. D2 out of here. Dan Young, third in Division 2 on the left side of the track. B fuel injected automatic, the firefighter taking on the automotive technician. That's Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. Won the Super Stock in 2013 and 2015. Winner takes on Roy Carraway. Islands within 1/100th of a second. Looks like some games going on there. Dan will get the first crack at the tree. They leave right together. Will it be Division 2 Dan Young or Division 4 Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. going to the semifinal round? It'll be Dan Young, one over for Jimmy Hidalgo. 14 on the tree for Dan Young. So it'll be Division 2 versus Division 9, and then Division 1 versus Division 3. Got that first spread. Here's Tony Elrod. That's Tracy Cochran on the left side of the racetrack and Tony Elrod. Number 3 for Division 3 on the right side, that's Tony. Tracy, number 3 in Division 2. Here at Quick Rod, number on the board. All the Elrods supported big time by Sunoco. Helping out Tony, Brodix Heads, K&N, House of Pain, Hoosier Tires, Par Motors, Abruzzi Transmissions, Laura's Performance. Who will be the first? Who will be, at the worst case scenario, number 4 in the world to end the 2016 season? That's the worst case scenario. All these drivers still got a shot to be number 1. We've got all dragsters. Tracy from Flintstone, Georgia. Tony up there at Division 3, Howell, Michigan. And staging has never been so critical. You get to this point, everything is at stake. Drivers taking an extra couple seconds to bump in. It's Tony with the advantage. Tony goes 897, as does Tracy. games at the top, and no doubt Tony was 0-13 and Tracy was 0-35. Here's Dave Schmidt. Two racers that were second place in their respective division. William Pitts last year on the left side was number 8 in the world from East Amherst, New York. Dave Schmidt, he's from Flintstone, Georgia. Again, you see the staging procedure. Oh, so gentle. It's like someone's running behind William Pitt's car holding an LED light, but no, it's mounted to the car, thank goodness. David Schmidt with the W. Both of them go 91s, one with a 4, one with a 5 hanging on the end. Better reaction time goes to Dave Schmidt. Division 2 moves on. And Dave will face Tony Elrod, one half of the semifinal round. Here's Ed Smith on the right side. Here's Patrick Forster on the left side. Pat won this race, but not in this category. In 2000, last year, actually, was a hot rod champ. Pat on the left side from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Both these racers, Division 3 racers, finished number 1 and 2 in the division. Race is over. Pat goes red. Ed Smith, 14 green, and dead on 9, 23,000 total for Ed Smith. Those are racers that have certainly raced each other many, many times. Here's number 1 in the world from last year, Vernon Rowland versus Glenn Ferguson Jr. Was number 1 in Division 9. Vernon was number 1 in Division 4. Two champs that have already been crowned in their respective division. They're at the awards ceremony early in the day yesterday, about 10 in the morning, collected their trophy and said, I want more. Here they are on the starting line. Vernon, rolling in. Can Glenn take out the world champ? Prevent him from repeating. Winner takes on Ed Smith, one half of the semis to the top. Oh, from behind, look at the margin of victory, 0.00008. 8/10,000ths of a second. Vernon Rowland was 0.26. Glenn drilled him with a 008, just could not run that 90. Vernon goes dead on 5, and his repeat is still intact. Division 4 moves on into the semis. Roger Massey, as we move into Good Vibrations Top Sportsman, this is the quarterfinal round. Roger from Gilmer, Texas, taking on Bill Powell. As Bill is already in the pre-stage beam, the number 2 in Division 2 in that 2010 Chevy Cobalt. Taking on the Chevy Cavalier of Roger Massey. Crew member said, oh yeah, computer, I got you. And the staging process, utmost importance, always been now so much so that the World Championship is at stake. Ooh, Roger, waiting all kinds of time, and he does get in time. Roger a little bit towards the center lines. Car wanting to pull that way, still keeps his foot in it. Can he get around? No, but yes. Both of them break out. Bill got there first by a few hundredths of a second. Better 0.28 light. Roger Massey does get the win, though, only breaking out by 0.03 of a second. Roger Massey moves on to the semifinal round. And Norm Williams will be on the right side against defending champion Donnie Urban. #1 in the world on the left side of the drag strip. Also 2009, the first year we had this race, top dragster world champ on the left taking on Norm Williams. Oh man, Norm drilled him on the tree. Watch his wife go nuts on the starting line. Look at that, 755. Even gave a hug to Spook on the starting line. Norm was 004, 1 over, 20 thou in total. And it'll be Norm Williams taking on Roger Massey. What a huge win. Probably the biggest of Norm's life. Taking out your defending champ, Donnie Urban. Here's Paul Mosley on the left side of the track. That's 63. Split window vet. Race transmission builder from Division 9, which he won. And John Hochstetler. He's staging up, Division 3 racer. The right side, a little bit quicker race car on the right side. And Paul will leave first by a couple tenths of a second. Big purge. As it gets colder, it'll get bigger. A little shot of nitrous, probably a couple few hundred underneath, just to give that little extra jaunt. You got 600 plus cubic inches of Hemi under the hood. You don't need much to wake it up. Superstock and Tournament of Champion Juniors, we need you back to the lanes. Superstock and Tournament of Champion Juniors, we need you back to the lanes for pairings, please. Thank you. Paul Mosley on the left, John Hochstetler on the right, Division 9, Division 3. Whoa. John blew the tires off on that one. Let's see, Paul cannot go underneath that 740. Oh my goodness. His crew just went into a panic attack. Like, Paul, let off the gas, please. He was 0-10, dead on 3, 13 thou in total. Didn't need any of it. He was dead on 3, and you know, his crews, trying to virtually control that car, hit the brake pedal. They didn't do it. They got to put that virtual reality kit in the PlayStation just made so we can put the brakes on there for good old Paul. But good job. We'll see Paul in a little bit. It'll be in the final 4 of Good Vibrations Top Sportsman runoff for the World Championship. David Cox, in a 2007 Chevy Cobalt, blows through the top end, goes 725. 2 thou red, don't matter. Division 1 moving to the semis. They'll be facing Paul Mosley. It'll be Norm Williams and Roger Massey. Division 1, 9, 2, and 4. Just like we drew it up, right? We are down to the final 8 in Super Rod, which is up right now. Here's Steve Fields, left side of the track. We had some hitters go down last round. Steve Fields is on the left, Corey Manuel on the right. Number 3 in Division 3 for Steve Fields, the petroleum transport driver. He'll be in the Firebird on the left side of the track, the later model 2004 Corvette. Topless, as you see a theme. The topless, drivers love the vision. So again, if you're still in the Tournament of Champions this round and you lost, please stop by the IHRA Tech trailer. Got something for you. Corey Manuel on the right, Steve Fields on the left. To the top, it's Division 9. Both of them run a 94, the 011. Told the tail there. Steve Fields is 031. Corey moves on into the final 4. Here's Mike Ruff on the left side, number 21 in the world last year, taking on Pete Maduri. Michael Ruff won this race twice. Once in 2012, the other in 2014. He was the world champ. Mike out of Division 2, won that division this year, and Division 1, the home for Pete Maduri, who was number 2 in that division, that Corvette on the right side of the track, that yellow Corvette, both of them pre-staged. Hanging out. Oh, I see brake lights. There's Mike. Kind of moving forward. Yeah, there we go. Oh, man. This is going to be good. Starting line pretty much a wash. Peter Maduri by 4th thou, a little bit of an advantage. Not able to turn it into a win. Michael Ruff moves on. Your 2-time champ here in Super Rod looks for a 3rd, and it's still alive. Peter Maduri, better on the tree. A lot of top-end nonsense going on there. Nonsense is in good racing. Only 131 mile an hour for Pete, only 146 for Mike. So that was a top-end game right there. James Perry Jr. on the left side out of Division 2, taking on Jacob Elrod. The Sunoco sponsorship and those really, really bright LEDs. Like really bright. Red light by 15 thou for James Perry Jr. That'll be Jacob Elrod. The Division 3 Elrods. Taking on Corey Manuel. So Super Stock and the Tournament of Champion Juniors, you should be making your way back to the lanes. You should be in the lanes right now, actually. James Perry on the left side. Nope, sorry, Charlie Stewart on the left side. From Division 4, taking on Vernon Rowland. Certainly not the first time they raced each other this year. Number 1 for Charlie, number 3 in Division 4 for Vernon Rowland on the right side of the track. To the top, On and off the throttle a couple times by 3 thou. It's going to be Charlie Stewart. Charlie was 036 green, 017 for Vernon Rowland. Charlie drove the top end a little bit better. 164 mile an hour, closer to that 990. And Charlie Stewart moves into the round of 4, the semifinal round, to see who is the baddest of the bad. Got Division 9, Division 3, 2, and 4. Scott Stillings still alive in both as of right now. That wicked little 98 Grand Am. That was all the way down to an 859. Up against Taylor Donahue. The back window. Go Tay. Division 9. On the right side of the track, the 93 Mustang GT, the GTL automatic. High winding, pitchy, 289 cubic inch small block Ford on the right side of the track. Scott Stillings, again, alive in stock, alive in super stock. Champion from 2014 in super stock on the left side of the track. Number 1 in D3 this year. And red light by a bunch goes Taylor, unfortunately. 072 green for Scott Stillings. A modified. Moving on to the next round. So Scott Stillings, semifinal round in super stock and semifinal rounds in stock. Peter Agnolo from Rochester, New York, number 1 in D1 on the left side of the track. Production E automatic, dials in 970, taking on Emery Deerpont, the GTI automatic. Retired man from Georgia, going to leave first. That little 95 Olds Achieva body. Small block Oldsmobile. Ah, red light. Peter Diagnolo, 006. Let's see if he legs it through the top. Sure does. 972.5. Actually shut it down a little bit before the finish line. Peter, great 006. Again, if you're in this round of competition in any of the Tournament of Champions categories, stop by the IHRA Tech Trailer. We got some money, some trophies, a whole bunch of stuff for you. Love me some Escort on the right side, the Machinist. Riverside, Pennsylvania, number 2 in Division 1 this year. John Freck on the left side, the GTG automatic, tried and true small block Chevy. Inside the frame rails of that 1987 Pontiac. Listen to that high wind and stick shift Escort. I had one of those, except it was like 600 horsepower less than what's under the hood of Jim's car. Certainly much less fun. So Jim Ivanek goes 13 red. And John Freck John Freck in Division 3 will move on against Scott Stillings, also in Division 3. Peter Diagnolo will face the winner of this race between Mark Nowicki on the right side and Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. Champ from 2013, won it again in 2015. Not in competition anymore in stock. He's on the left side of the track. Mark Nowicki looking to take him down. Mark Nowicki, red light by 4 thousandths of a second. Jimmy goes 0.19 green, so it'll be Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. from Division 4 will take Peter Diagnolo on. One half of the semifinal will be John Freck, and Scott Stillings. Steve Furr, look at the dial at 6:29, almost giving a second to Mark Smullen. Now, I mentioned earlier, Mark Smullen needed that welder. Actually never got the welder. He and his crew did it the old-fashioned way with some JB weld, duct tape, bubble gum, toothpicks, fried Oreos, whatever. Jam it in there, stop that leak in the oil pan. The crew did a great job. You can see Smullen and the crew looking on intently. They're on the right side taking on Steve Furr on the left side of the track from Division 9. Steve Furr. .629 dial, he's coming on strong, ripping on by, and he'll take the win. Oh, man. Mark, in a valiant effort. Great job, guys, just getting that car to the starting line, sealing up that oil pan. Good job, Smullen and the boys. Steve Furr, 11 thousandths package to take out Mark. Here we go with Kevin Wilson on the left side. From Houston, Division 4. G&G Performance Engines, custom precision sheet metal. Helping out Kevin Wilson. Corey Manuel from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, that American-built dragster. Justice Racing, Payne Performance, Par Racing Engines. Corey on the right side from Division 9, number 2 in that division, and as was Kevin Wilson in Division 4 on the other side of the track. Tree Walks. They're off. To the top, Corey Manuel, better the 2 lights by 18th thou. Kevin did a great job up top, only taking 4th thou, but he was 0.40 on the tree. There'll be 2 Division 9 cars already in the semifinals. We move on. We have Jacob Elrod, Division 3 on the right side. Taking on Peter Maduri on the right. I'm sorry, the left side. Right, left. I was turned backwards when I said that. Number 3 in Division 1 was Pete from Anderson, Indiana. That was a 7:55. Good tight race to the 1,000-foot mark. It'll be Elrod again. 3 over 4 over. Jacob was 0.11. Actual margin of victory in that race was 4 thousandths of a second. Last car here, Matt McDaniel. Division 9 dominating. All 3 racers that were here, that traveled from Division 9, which is really not that far, are in the semifinal round of Good Vibrations, Top Dragster, and in the runoff. Only racer not from Division 9, that'll be Jacob Elrod from D3. Here we go with the Junior Dragster. Tournament of Champions. Start off with our number one qualifier based on reaction time. That would be Corey Galitti, the right side of the racetrack. And we need no box back to the lanes. No box. Need you back to the lanes now. No box. 0 boxes. Need you back to the lanes. So Ty Casey, left side of the track. Dial-ins, identical. Who had the better reaction time? You call it. Ty Casey had the better reaction time, 4:42. Division 4 moves on. Battle of Texas. Regardless of what happened there. 1 and 2 in points that year. Ty Casey and Corey Galitti. They've raced each other before. Preston Tanner on the left side. And Matt Vogler. Matt, number 2 in Division 1 in the advanced category. Preston, number 2 in Division 3 in the Masters category on the left side. Matt gonna get the head start. That 9 flat. It is getting down to crunch time. Winner goes on to the round of 8. So we'll find number 9 and number 10 in the world based on the losing reaction time. Best 2 will be number 9 and 10. So Matt Vogler, better the 2 lights, but the win light going to Preston Tanner. No box, lanes 1 and 2. We can take box to lanes 3 and 4, please. Box to lanes 3 and 4. No box, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Gage Birch on the right side. As quick as you can dial, 790. Pair of Division 2 racers. Catherine Kraft finished number 2 in Division 2. Number 2 in the advanced category was Catherine Kraft. Gage Birch was number 1 in the Masters division. On the right side of the track. 2 racers probably see each other every other Saturday or Sunday when they go to the drag strip. Both of them traveling from Florida. They raced each other in many a King of the Hill runoff. Families know each other well. Regardless of what happens, Division 2 will have a car in the quarterfinal round. You can see how strong Scooter is. I'm sorry. Mr. Peak is out there. And in the midst of all that, Gage Birch will move on. Ed Spook trying to yank the car out of the beams as courtesy staging is in effect. Again, box. Lanes 3 and 4, no box. Make your way to lanes 1 and 2. That's Gage Birch again, taking the win over Catherine Kraft. Up next, Alex Kish, best package last round on the left side of the track against Morgan Miles. Alex from up there in Division 3, Division 9 the home for Morgan Miles, finished number 2, and Alex finished number 1 in the advanced division on the left side of the racetrack. Will Division 9 be represented in the quarterfinal round? Morgan holding the flag for D9, and he will. .803 on that 798. Irrelevant. Morgan moving on. Alex. Red light by 14 thou. The riverboat gambler that is Alex Kish on that tree. It was a brutal last round. Unfortunately, cut a little bit too close this round, but I'm sure Alex will be back. Have a wonderful 2017. Fort St. John, British Columbia. Kaylee Morton on the left side. Taking on Sam Peterson from Martin, Michigan. Division 3 on the right, Division 6 on the left side. Winner will face Morgan Miles in the next round. Sam Peterson on the right side and Kaylee on the left. Sam getting a small head start. Took a little bit too much. That'll be Kaylee Morton from British Columbia. Not going to begin that 30-some-odd hour drive home yet. I said 30, that's right. 30 plus. Last pair here in the Junior Dragster Tournament of Champions, where we will crown our champ. Winner of this will face Gage Birch, Seth Brooks from Division 9, and Cameron Fredrickson from Division 2. Cameron could possibly face a racer that he's faced many times in the state of Florida, Gage Birch. Or it'll be Seth Brooks, who's never faced Gage Brooks in his entire life on the left side of the track. Seth from Surgeonsville, Tennessee. He walks down, head start being given to Seth. There he goes. Here comes Cameron. Cameron or Seth? Cameron much better on the tree. Turns it into a win, 841 and 830. Cameron will face his division brother in Gage Birch. As we go to no box. Let's get down to crunch time. That 80 Charger is going to be twisted up. 10 can get a little more twisted each time. Love that race car. That's Will Steckley. Won the Grand Bend and Motorplex Track Championship, always from Milverton, Ontario. That's only 14 hours. That's it. Taking on Tim Douglas from Whitville, Virginia. This is the third round of the no box category. Eight-hour drive for Tim Douglas is on the right side of the track. That Chargers coming on strong, but does not have enough in the tank to get the win. 2 over. 1 over for Tim Douglas. He was 0-18. Will Steckley was 0-20 in a losing effort. 2 over the aisle for Will. Tim moves on. Getting down to the final 10. Here in no box for the Summit Super Series. All these racers vying for that great prize package I've been mentioning all day. Summit putting up 10 grand for 4MAX trailer, giving away a 28-foot enclosed trailer. How great is that? 2,500 bucks in Trick Flow gift cards. 2-post Gemini lift, Aruba Vacation, Jones transmission cooling system, gold card, Ironman trophy, diamond ring. Who's closer to that? It would be Vic Ellinger. Brandon Wood was 008. Vic was 027, win by 7 thou because Vic was closer to dialing. So the Volvo moves on. Neil Church on the left side of the track from Wilkesboro, actually from Boone, North Carolina, won the Wilkesboro Track Championship. And Cody Oxner. Cody from West Melbourne, Florida. He goes red by 4 thousandths of a second. Neil must have been distracted, 073, unlike him. Goes at 579 and a 78. Dead on with an 8 for Cody. As far as bracket racing and a level of competition, does not get any better than this. I don't know if you noticed on MotorMania, the size of the burnout that Wayne Parson did, it was very minimal. He kind of just struck the tires for a moment. Wisp of smoke came off. At that rate, he can make like 1,200 runs on those set of tires. Very light race car, taking on Tom Aratakis Jr. From Harrison Township, Michigan. It's Nick out there, the track announcer at Aratakis' home track, which is Ubly, Michigan, UBLY. He'll be getting a head start just by a stitch. Here's a good one. Wayne Parson on the right side, Central Illinois Raceway, his home. But Tom Aratakis goes another round. 048 green for Tom, 046 for Wayne. Ubly to the front. Dave Hammond's on the left side from Gulfport, Mississippi. Taking on Dale Eckert. Lancaster Raceway up in upstate New York. Track champion there. In that 69 Camaro, Dave Hammond's. Little S10 getting the, or actually giving the head start to Dale Eckert. Better 2 lights going to Hammond's and the win light. 7 flat. Both racers 3 over the dial, 12 thousandths of a second at the finish line. 032 green for Dave Hammond's, 044 for Dale. So, Bobby Paul Arnett. That 70 Chevelle, love that car. I must have said that 9 billion times. I know it's redundant, but I don't care. Sean Hutmacher. That's what I meant to say. From Manitoba, won the Interlake Dragway Championship. Interlake doing real well in the box and no box category. They'll be giving the head start to Bobby Paul Arnett in that sinister looking 70 Chevelle. From Winchester, Kentucky. Sean was 5 thou red. So again, if you just got eliminated in the Tournament of Champions, you're down to the final 8, you could stop by the IHRA Tech trailer, pick up your cash. And Pete McGlynn in that front engine dragster on the left side from Long Grove, Iowa, take on Tim Butler. Ooh. Tim Butler in that Camaro, sizable advantage, turns it into a win, 2 over, taps the brakes a couple times. Win margin about the size of the margin in the reaction time, so Tim Butler moves on, the 2012 box champion. Jason Patterson on the right side, Kenton Pebler. Kenton from Three Rivers, Michigan. In the Malibu, Jason Patterson from Highlands, Texas, the prototypical Texas race car. You look up Wikipedia, Texas drag car, you're going to see that 70 Camaro. For Jason, you might see a win light here. He was 002, and you do. By 0.006 of a second, Kenton was dead on 3. Jason doing an unbelievable job at the 8th mile mark, taking 0.006 of a second, only going 99 mile an hour, which is what Kenton was going. So Jason took 0.006, he's 002. Kenton was 066 on the tree. Here's John Smith on the left side. From Girdler, Kentucky, London Dragway champ, taking on James Rivers, the Holly Springs champion. Another Malibu. 0.25 light for John Smith, but not enough. James Rivers dead on 6, 39,000 total. James Rivers moves on. I believe we got 10 cars left in no box. Randy Bolden closing things out here in the 3rd round of no box. The Cherokee Raceway champ. The truck driver all the way. I don't know about all the way, but call it nearby because they're in the same state we are right now. Morristown, Tennessee, the home for Randy. He goes green. Let's see how close he can come to that 639. It's pretty close. We go with Adam Sanders. Check out the paint. Wow. So dragster on the left side. Taking on Ron Barlow will get the head start by a few tenths of a second in the 2012 Cobra. Good race. 2 over Adam Sanders, 1 over Ron Barlow in the door car. Moving on. 012 for Adam, 019 for Mr. Barlow. The sun goes down, put a couple hun in the box. Have at it. No more experienced racers in the country than what you're seeing in front of you right now. Jesse Rogers, left side. Terry Koch on the right side. Away from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, it's Terry Koch. Jesse Rogers goes around him for the win. 3 over the dial, Terry Koch. Reaction time. Told the tale, 008 for Jesse, 064 for Terry. As Jesse probably patted the throttle once up top in the dragster. Lebanon, Tennessee, your track champion here at Memphis International, moves to round number 4. Thomas Bell on the left side from Talkup, Georgia. Taking on Michael Smith. Look at the dial-in for Thomas Bell, 435. There's not a car left here in this category that would give him a spot on the starting line. It's going to set everybody out, including Mike Smith from Riegelwood, North Carolina, won the Division 9 team finals in that 71 Nova on the right side of the racetrack. Reaction times within 7th thou. Nova's out on him, takes home the win. Look at that. 22 thou in total. Actually shut out Tom Bell, who was 23 thou off the starting line. 2 over the dial. Mike Smith getting it done in that 71 Nova. There's Travis Nelson, the painter from Knoxville, Tennessee, won the Knoxville Dragway Championship, and Tony Lefevre on the other side. Another Tennessee racer. I'm sure these racers have met here on this very drag strip somewhere this season. That's Leon going out there. We're going to shut him off for a moment. About dead on, dead on. Up next, Mike Jones from Salisbury, Maryland. US 13 home track for Mr. Jones. Remember seeing him in the lanes multiple times at Maryland. Maryland International Raceway up against Christine Kurbitz from Holly, Michigan. Very first time they've ever matched up. The engineer, the champion from the US 131 Motorsports Park up in Morton. And this is our box category. Round number 3. Everybody is on their game. Christine was 025, Mike was 018, 2 over, 1 over, margin of victory 5 thousandths of a second at the top end. Going to the Jones from Maryland. They're racing in this category for a lot of good stuff. A custom built American Race Cars dragster with that 572 cubic inch big block Chevy done by Trick Flow. Custom paint from Duran Settles and the Imagine That Customs Company. 10 grand from Summit Racing Equipment, the Aruba Vacation for 2, sponsored by AroundAruba.com. El Gaucho Restaurant, Tropicana Resorts, More for Less Car Rentals, and the crew of the Don Flip Racing Team. Get the IHRA Gold Card, the Ironman Trophy, and the Diamond Ring. Tom Fletcher on the left side, taking on Mark Stevenson, the 94 Beretta. They're going to chase him down 1 second. Tom goes red by 0.6 of a second. Again, that's Dan's son. Dead on 3, dead on 0. 19th out total. Mark would have been tough to beat. As the kid, Tom, goes dead on 3. Here's Jesse Bobo. Oh, man. It's go time. Mickey Nelson, 005, takes home the win. 1 over, 1 over. 17th thou in total for Mickey Nelson. And Jesse was really good. 28th thou in total. Just not enough to handle Mickey in that round of competition. Right place, right time. Mickey Nelson moving on. Here's Bill Prest. Rochester, Pennsylvania, the truck driver, the champ of the Quaker City Dragway in Pennsylvania. Taking on Dustin Light from Rogersville, Tennessee, champ from Cherokee Raceway. They'll be on the right side of the track in that dragster. They're gone and out of here. Dustin, 000, takes home the win, 17th thou in total. About 1 over with the 7. Again, Dustin, perfect from Rogersville, Tennessee, moves on to the 4th round of competition. Bill Prest, 14 green, 2 over, really good, but again, you got to be great to continue to wade through this field of competition. There's Kent Sessoms. Full tube chassis, 3rd generation Camaro on the left side of the track from Ahoskie, North Carolina. And Cameron Manuel, the accountant from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Wonder if these drivers have raced each other. Check out the dial in 435. So a full second advantage being given to Kent off the starting line. I heard him on and off the throttle. Dead on 3, dead on 5. Go to reaction time. Advantage went to Cameron. 010 to the 022 of Kent, giving it his best. 25 thou in total. Again, just at the wrong place, the wrong time. In that Camaro. There's Jimbo Sells in the 67 Cuda. On the left side of the racetrack from Sparta, North Carolina, and Russ Denmark away from Ovid, New York, as the juniors are up next. Skyview Drags. Home racetrack for Russ Denmark. That's where he won his championship and earned his way here to the Summit Super Series box category. 018 for Jimbo. Russ was 015. It's going to go to Jimbo. The door card moving on. 3 over for Russ. 2 over for Jimbo, who was 018. The 15 for Russ. Both of them just running through the top end. Jim with just a little bit better package. And what a round of box and no box. Probably down to about 10 in each category. Junior Dragsters will be up next. Round number 3 coming up shortly. There's Morgan and Trey. They both dial the class maximum of a 790. South Carolina on South Carolina. Morgan on the left, the Thunder Valley champ, taking on the Pageland Dragway champ. Morgan on the left, supported by UHC Trucking and Shoot Auto Body. Shoot Auto Body. Say that again. Racing for a JR Race Cars built junior dragster. Who wants it? Trey a little bit better on the tree, but the wind light goes to the other side. Morgan closer to the dial, 076 green. Trey was 061. So it'll be Trey moving on. Good thing, because Morgan's father's sleeves fell off his shirt and legs off his pants. It's cold out there, a little chilly. Brendan Wheats, the right side of the track, the 2001 motivational race car from Clinton, Iowa. And there's Alexis again from Parsonsburg, Maryland. Tournament of Champion. We need you back to the lanes. That is the 4 categories I'm going to say. Hot rod, stock, quick rod, top sportsman. Hot rod, stock, quick rod, top sportsman, please. Tournament of Champions racers, get back to the lanes. Again, if you got eliminated in that round of Tournament of Champions, stop by the IHRA Tech trailer. We have stuff for you. You are one of the top 8 in the world. Brendan Wheats, dead on with an 8. Alexis, 078 green. Only one over the dial, giving it her best. Valiant effort by Alexis, but Brendan was just that much better. How about a 37 thou package for Brendan Wheats? 029 green, dead on with an 8. Eric Haney on the left side from Greenwood, South Carolina. The Wheatses rolling on. And we need hot rod, stock, quick rod, and top sportsman back to the lanes, please. Hot rod, stock, quick rod, top sportsman back to the lanes, please. Thank you. Eric Haney on the left side from Greenwood, South Carolina. Kyle Penn. He'll be on the right side. Keystone Raceway. He won his track championship. Eric gently staging that race car. Oh, just by the eye, you could probably see who had the better reaction time. Doesn't mean it's a win. But in this case, it does. Kyle Penn takes home the win by 9 thou. Looks like he closed it up to 9 thou. Kyle was 037. Eric was a little bit late. Still, great job. All these races just to get to this point. You got nothing to be ashamed of. These kids are just fun to watch grow up. Talk about a growing experience to be part of this drag race where you're racing the best in the North American part of the world. Tennessee versus Texas. Kenny Hillen, last year's champ on the right side of the track, taking on Devin Johnson. Who, if anybody, can take down Kenny Hillen on the right side from San Antonio? Devin. And the local kid take out Kenny, your defending champion, here in the Summit Super Series Junior Dragster category. Ah, 45. Red light for Devin. So is Kenny, but that don't matter. Kenny got away with one there. We'll go 3 over the dial. Kenny moves on. Still keeping his hopes alive to grab that JR race car. Some cash, gold card, trophy, and the diamond ring again. Here in the Summit Super Series Junior Dragster category. Christopher Weber, 1,860, Johnny Davis from Dunkerton, Iowa. On the right side of the track. Chris Webber, red, just by a little bit. Johnny Davis and the crew from Iowa. Cedar Falls contingent, loves it. 8 flat. They go, it's all we needed. 048 for Johnny Travis and a win. Chris, 4th thou red, like I said. Ethan Ashitois from Beaumont, Alberta, Canada, on the left side. The second Ashitois, the only one left in competition. All the way from Castrol Raceway. Ethan, the only racer, one of the only racers here in the juniors that can put something else down as occupation. He's a snowboard instructor, taking on Paige Montgomery on the right side of the track from Alden, New York. There you go, red. The Ashitois moving on. That just flows off the tongue, doesn't it? Ethan's also got some of the best sponsors, Fat Franks and Zambells. As Paige goes only 0.06 of a second red. Ethan moves on into the 4th round. Allison Lloyd on the left. Jacob Nahori on the right side. Winning Division I team finals in her 2010 half-scale dragster from Pasadena, Maryland. Distance award in this, not by much, goes to Jacob. Jacob traveled a little bit farther, probably in the neighborhood of 17 hours, where Allison's probably around 12. About 12 hours and 2 minutes. Oof, I'm on. I'm gonna quit. I'm ahead. Google that. And Jacob, further drive home is going to start earlier. 010 red, Allison Lloyd 044. Sorry, 045 green, dead on with the 6. Look at Jacob, just a tick over that dial, and of a 792 goes 793. Emily Millian on the left side, another Virginia racer. And the racer from Fort St. John, that would be 37 hours worth of rubber to pavement for Ty Hollingshead on the right side of the track. Emily Millian. She'll take the win. 795 from Castlewood, Virginia. So Ty, good showing. Thanks for showing up, guys. Awesome. Again, Tournament of Champions racers. Hot rod, stock, quick rod, top sportsman. Need you to the lanes now. Hot rod, stock, quick rod, top sportsman. Need you to the lanes right now. Thank you. Want to give him way more stuff. Get to the lanes. Come on. Bailey Ferraro from Fort Lauderdale taking on Mackenzie Powell, another racer from Virginia. Mackenzie's on the right, Bailey on the left. Mockley track champ. Bumps in second. You can hear some patting the gas. I love that. By about a tenth, Bailey will get the win. Better the two lights by a couple hundredths of a second. McKenzie. Good job just to get here. So again, we need our hot rod racers, stock racers, quick rod, and top sportsmen need you to the lanes right now. Ooh. One of these racers, 001. Dennis Clark was 001. He'll take the easy win, getting there by 38 thou. Wow, what a time. Dennis Clark from Division 4 will go to the final round to win his first ever World Championship. We need all of our Tournament of Champions winner. And we got Robbie Welch on the left side. Won the Virginia Divisional this year and finished number 3 in Division 1. I'm sure that win at Virginia helped him out. And James Paul on the right side. Voice Construction all the way from Sherwood Park, Alberta. Dennis Clark took out the other Canadian. Let's see if Robbie Welch can do it. Robbie was 005, but gives the win to James Paul. We'll have one Canadian in the final. James Paul from D6 takes out Robbie Welch, who was 005, 046 green for James. 22 thou over for James. And it'll be James Paul, that Voice Construction race car, taking on Dennis Clark in the final hot rod as we go into stock. Dan Young, be fuel injected. Out of Division 2, taking on Roy Carraway. Pretty much the same part of the country, close enough. Some Division 9 finished number 1. The purchasing manager from Ravenel, Connecticut. That's Connecticut. No, it's not. South Carolina. I'm going to stop now. Roy giving the head start to Dan Young. This is stock eliminator. Winner goes on into the final round. Top 4 in the world are going to battle it out. Roy better on the tree by 23 thou, but not the win because Dan Young took it home, broke out by less, 14 thou. Roy Carraway broke out by 27 thousandths of a second. Actual margin of victory was 13 thou, so it'll be Dan Young in the final round of stock, racing for a world championship against one of these racers on the starting line. That's the C Crate Motor race car from number 3 in the world. Scott Stillings on the right, taking on Jeff Gardner, the GTB Stocker. One of the money's made on the top end. Look at the starting line. There's only one thou separating, pretty much a dump. It's going to be Jeff Gardner. Division 1 versus Division 2 in the final round of stock eliminator. Dan Young, Jeff Gardner. Gonna do battle. On the hot rod final, we have Dennis Clark, James Paul. And Dan Young will face Jeff Gardner to settle who is #1 in the world. As looks like we're rolling with Quick Rod. You saw right in front of the chase road over there. That was Tony Elrod. Actually broke a lifter in his motor, allegedly, but somehow got it fixed. Got the magnet out, pulled it out. I don't know what happened. Did he repair it? I don't know. Does Dave Schmidt care? No. Dave wants that title in Quick Rod. There's your champ from last year, #1 in the world. The roofing contractor from nearby Blanchard, Oklahoma on the left side, taking on Ed Smith all the way from LaSalle, Ontario. Last round, Vernon faced Mr. Ferguson and won that race by less than 1,000th of a second to move here into the semifinal round against Ed Smith, who took out, always tough, Patrick Forrester. Ed's on the right side of the track. Vernon, defending champ. Can anybody knock him off the pedestal? Right now, king of the mountain. Could Vernon make it 7 rounds in a row here at the World Finals? He's on the left side of the track. Ed Smith looking to say, And unfortunately, Ed Smith goes red by 18,000th of a second. Vernon, still a chance to repeat. 887.0 checking up. They got Tony Elrod. Like I said, that's the car that was just rolling in front of the stands, had a broken lifter. Don't know if he fixed it. We're going to find out probably in the burnout. Look how it sounds as Jerron settles. Out there from Imagine That Customs as Tony whips into the burnout box. Says, what? I don't need no lifter. He's rolling to the starting line. Dave Schmidt will be on the starting line. Waiting on Tony. I think Tony lost fire, no? Yep, there he goes, starting to back up. And there goes Tony, right in. Dave Schmidt to follow. 108. Dave knew it. David Schmidt from Division 2 will face Vernon Rowland. Looking to repeat his world championship from last year, will finish no less than second in the world. And kudos to Tony Elrod and the crew just making it to the starting line with apparently a hurt motor, so always got to give it a shot. See if your competitor goes red, something weird happens. You've seen it happen more than once. But with that, Tony Elrod will finish number 4 in the world. Ed Smith will be number 3, number 2 and 1 still to be settled. Dave Schmidt versus Vernon Rowland in the final just a little bit from now. Hey, it's Jerron Settles. When's your autograph session? Later today? Oh, you're shy. Don't be shy. Those cars look awesome. You got 2 lucky racers gonna take home those drag cars with that gorgeous paint job of that guy standing right next to the blower truck right now, Jerron Settles. As we go with Top Sportsman. Roger Massey all over the chip in that burnout. It's violent, taking on Norm Williams. Division 4 for Roger from Gilmer, Texas. Yulee, Florida, the home for Norm Williams. That's his wife, went absolutely berserk. Took out the number 1 in the world from last year in Top Sportsman. Donnie Urban. So big accomplishment, and Norm and wife want to continue. Norm has already pre-staged Roger Massey. Dials a really quick 691. Norm is already in. Tree walks down on Norm's side first. Oh, man. Watch Norm's wife. Oh, maybe not, sorry. Roger Massey, 697. Norm drilled him on the tree, 014. Something must have happened on the top end to slow that car to a 770. Roger Massey was 063. That'll be Roger Massey. And with that 014, Norm Williams looking good to finish number 3 in the world. Paul Mosley on the left side, the 63 split window, taking on David Cox. David giving the head start just by a tick to Paul Mosley and Paul's Race Transmissions. They're in Inman, South Carolina. Who will face Roger Massey in the final round? Paul on the left, David on the right. They both go green. That 63 skating around a little bit at half track. To the top we go. 010 light and the win going to Paul Mosley. 1 over on both sides. Paul was 010, David was 037, so it'll be Paul Mosley, and yes, Norm Williams will be number 3 in the world. And David Cox will be number 4 in the world. This is Super Rod. Michael Ruff on the left side, Charlie Stewart on the right side. Michael Ruff, winner from 2014 and 2012. Red lights by 4 thousandths of a second. So Charlie Stewart from Aslo, Texas. That silver vet will move to the final round, take on either Corey Manuel on the left side of the racetrack or Jacob Elrod. His brother had some lifter issues, a quick rod, tried to take the tree, but still finished number 4 in the world. Not too shabby. Corey Manuel on the left, Jacob Elrod. Right side of the track, Sunoco, again, big supporters of the IHRA as well. Corey, Tommy John's Racing Engines, Fast Tech Racing, pre-staged. It'll be Jacob Elrod in the final round. It was 988. That's pretty much a good Super Rod run against that 990. Jacob 011, he's ready for the final round. As both racers go red, but Corey went a little bit less red than Mike Ruff did, so it'll be Corey Manuel, number 3 in the world, and Mike Ruff will be finishing in the number 4 spot. So congratulations to those two racers. Cutting this far against the best racers in North America. So Scott Stillings, who got to the semifinal in stock eliminator, pulls up on the right side. He's now in the semifinals of super stock as well. The right side of that racetrack. Check this out. Both of them, Division III racers, finished number 1 and number 2 in Division III points. You think they faced each other this year a few times? Yeah. They know each other very well. Scott finished number 1 up there in Division III. The car dealer from Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, taking on John Freck, left side of the racetrack, the F-body. The tool maker from Cortland, Ohio. Number 2 in Division III. So your division winner on the right, your division runner-up on the left in Division III. The North Stars. Drove about 15 hours to come down here and try to kick each other in the shins. Winner goes to the final round here in Superstock. It will be Scott Stillings. Your 2014 champ keeps his hopes alive for another repeat win. Goes 59 with a 7 as John Freck shuts her down. There's Jimmy Hidalgo Jr., number one in the world in 2015, number one in the world 2013, from Donaldsonville, Louisiana, the auto tech on the right side of the track. And Peter Diagnolo from Rochester, New York, number one in Division I with that 67 small block Camaro, giving the head start to Jimmy. They leave right together as they should. 8th thou advantage to the defending champ, but not able to take it dead on with a 0. Needed every stitch of it. Jimmy Hidalgo at 8th thou on the tree, got there by 16th thou, but broke out by 8th thou. Peter takes it home. We roll out the juniors first. We got 6 of them left in competition. Starting off with Ty Casey on the left, Preston Tanner on the right side. Ty Casey from Division 4, Preston from Division 3. Officially north versus south here. I will call it Midwest versus South. Ty Casey from the South, Van Vleck, Texas. Finished first in the Masters Division in Division 4 this year. That's the South Central area of the country. And Preston, the North Stars Division. Yes, up north. From Rensselaer, Indiana. Preston doing some traveling in the division to finish number 2 in the Masters Division in points. He'll be on the right side of that brandy new half-scale car. Ty thanking his, of course, his parents, his grandparents, David and Connie. Looking to take home the World Championship. They're both pre-stage. Winner goes on into the semifinal round. They win here, at the bare minimum, you'll be top 4 in the world. Preston on the right, Ty on the left. It's going to be Preston. Ty got there first by 0.10 of a second, broke out by 0.05 of a second, 2 over for Preston Tanner. Preston, representing the North Stars, moving on to the semifinal round. Kaylee Morton from Fort St. John, British Columbia. She'll be on the left side of the track, taking on Morgan Miles from Jackson, South Carolina. Morgan can probably make 5 or 6 trips before Kaylee gets home this Thursday. Morgan will be on the right side. Kaylee finished number 1 in the Masters Division in Division 6, way up there at the Castrol Raceway. Winner will get a bye run into the final round. Kaylee with the reaction time advantage. Can she stay out in front? Yes, she can. Go into the final round. It'll be a bye run in the semis for Kaylee, representing Division 6. Certainly making it worth her while. For the Miles team, looking good. Got all those Miles t-shirts. Congratulations to getting this far. Coming in second in Division 9 and putting up a tough fight. Trying to battle in the semifinals, but it'll be Kaylee Morton from St. John, British Columbia. Wow. Preston Tanner waiting patiently for the winner of this race. Cameron Fredrickson on the left side from Palm Harbor, Florida, taking on Gage Birch. They both race in Division 2. They both race in the Masters category. They both did really well this year. Gage on the right side finished #1 in points. In Masters Division, Division 2, we need no box back to the lanes, please. No box, need you back to the lanes. No box, back to the lanes, please. Cameron on the left side finished second in that very same division, the very same category, Masters. So they've met each other multiple times this year. Gage staging first. Winner goes on, will face Preston Tanner. Red light for Cameron, it's going to be Gage. Both got to let off the accelerator before the finish line, and it'll be Gage Birch and Preston Tanner. One half of the semifinal, and it'll be Kaylee Morton getting the bye run into the final round. Our Junior Dragster Tournament of Champs. And sounds like top dragster coming at. There's Steve Furr rolling into the box, waiting on Jacob Elrod. Check out the dial-in for Steve Furr in that supercharged big block Chevy. Not the traditional roots, got the centrifugal hanging on the front. Taking on Jacob Elrod from a Division 3. Winner goes to the final round. Steve Furr on the left. As Jacob makes his way to the starting line. Again, Steve Furr, that dial in, flying. Probably going 190 plus. Actually, should be well over 200 mile an hour, sorry. Jacob should be around 190 mile an hour mark. Steve's gonna be ripping by, going about 220. Let's see if he can catch him. That car making an exorbitant amount of horsepower, whips on by for the win. 400s over the dial, 009 for Steve Furr. Jacob Elrod was 005 for Division 3, but it will be Steve Furr going to the final round. So here we are in Division 9. These racers have seen each other all year long. Matt McDaniel on the left side of the track, Corey Manuel on the right side of the track. About a bulb separating the two. Head start being given to Matt McDaniel, the auto body technician from Forest City, North Carolina, taking on Corey from Winston-Salem. Buddies before they got into the race car in the semifinals here in Good Vibrations Top Dragster and Racing for that World Championship. Matt McDaniel will be on the left, Corey Manuel on the right. Matt edging in. Number 1 in the division for Matt last year. Corey was number 2. Can Corey reverse that? No. Matt McDaniel takes it home, dead on 3, needed every ounce of it. Corey Manuel was better on the trio, 16, actual margin of victory, 27 thousandths of a second. So Matt McDaniel will face Steve Furr for the World Championship in just a little bit. So if you know you finished in the top 10 in any of the Tournament of Champion categories, you could stop by the IHRA Tech Trailer to receive your goodies. Juniors, the Summit Super Series Juniors, we need you back to the lanes, please. Summit Super Series Juniors, need you back to the lanes. As we start with our no box category. Summit Racing Equipment putting up 10 grand. And Performax Trailer putting up a 28-foot enclosed trailer. That's something every one of these racers needs. Probably the last thing on your racing list. As far as expenses go, 2-post Gemini Auto Lift, Aruba Vacation, AroundTheAruba.com, Jones Transmission Cooling System, Gold Card, Trophy, Diamond Ring. Being given to the winner, 10 cars left. David Hammond's on the left, Golf Court, Mississippi, and Jason Patterson giving the head start in the textbook dictionary look and definition of a Texas bracket car. Nice big wheel stand for Jason Patterson. To the 8th mile we go. David, a little bit better reaction time. He'll take the win. David Hammonds will actually get a bye run into the semi with that win. That's cool. Neil Church from the right side, from Boone, North Carolina, taking on Bobby Paul Arnett in that 70 Chevelle. Neil Church, a little off his game last round, was 073-ish. As we are in the no box category. We'll whittle this field down to 5. By the end of this round, should be round number 4. Neil Church goes 45 red. That Chevelle, Bobby Paul Arnett, 010 green. How about a 637, 22 thou in total? So, man from Winchester, Kentucky. We'll move on into the round of 5. Representing Ubly, U-B-L-Y. Racetrack in the thumb of Michigan, Tom Aratakis Jr. He'll be on the left in the 69 Barracuda, taking on Tim Butler, the 2012 box champion, on the right side here in no box. They go green. It's a wash on the starting line. Butler on the right, Aratakis on the left. It'll be Butler dead on 8. 2 over for Tom, giving it his best, 041 green. Tim Butler's a little bit better with 030. He'll go dead on 8, 38 thou in total, shutting out Tom in that pair. So Tim Butler, looking to be a 2-time winner here at the Tournament of Champions. Already has a dragster in his pocket from 2012. Let's see if he can get another one. Vic Ellinger on the left side of the racetrack. And Randy Bolin. Vic in that Volvo. That's right, Volvo. I said it. Winner of this, taking on Tim Butler. Much better reaction time to Vic Ellinger. Probably has a half a car or so on him. Turns it into a win. 36 on a 30. 033 green. 081 for Randy Bolden. Vic Ellinger facing Tim Butler. Winner of that race will face Dave Hammonds. The winner of this race will face that Chevelle of Bobby Paul Arnett. That's James Rivers on the left and Tim Douglas on the right. Tim Douglas goes red. Brownsville, Tennessee racer James Rivers. Moves on. Winner of that race will get a bye into the final. The Rivers and Bobby Paul Arnett matchup. Got Vic Ellinger and Tim Butler facing off, and Dave Hammond from Gulfport, Mississippi will get a bye run into the semis. Got quick rod, stock, and hot rod left. I'm going to do that in a moment as we continue with no box. Make that box. Brandy new dragster being given away. Winner of the Summit Super Series in top. American Race Cars built dragster. Trick Flow Specialties, Summit, AroundAruba.com. All contributing to the gift package being given to the winner. Will be crowned later today. Mark Stevenson. Be on the left side of the track. Taking on Michael Smith in that 71 Nova. Two really quick door cars doing battle. Mike giving the head start. Mike Smith was 0-12, but doesn't turn into a win. Look at that race. Settled by 0.4 of a second at the top. Dead on 4 for Mark Stevenson, 19th out package. Michael Smith did have a window. He was 23 thousandths. Mike was 0-12 and goes 1 over and goes home. Here's Jesse Rogers. Local racer. Won the track championship here at Memphis International. He's on the left side, taking on Jimbo Sells from Sparta, North Carolina, the Tar Heel from Wilkesboro Dragway. With that 67 Barracuda with the Chevrolet underneath the skin. Both pre-stages are box category. The big one. Most stuff for giving away is to the winner of this category. We've got 10 cars left, 2 of them being on the starting line. Actually got 9 now. And they are hanging out in the pre-stage beam at an uncomfortably long section of time. Jim not moving, Jesse on the left not moving. Jesse knows this track much better than Jimbo. And Jim says uncle first. It's a wash on the starting line. Jesse's coming on strong. Rips on by, but does not get the win. Dead on 7. Jimbo by 20 thou, dead on 7, 0-12 green. Jesse was 0-19, the local guy. Done for the day. Jimbo Sells. Champ from Wilkesboro Dragway moves on into the quarterfinal round against Mr. Stevenson, who just won. Tony Lefevre on the left side, taking on the dragster of Dustin Light. Winner of this will get a bye run into the semifinal round, so it's a 2-for-1. Dustin Light, was 000. We need all of our Tournament of Champions finalists to the lanes now. Dustin Light will be on the right side, dials a 469. Again, he was zip last time. Another wash on the starting line. Reaction time separated by 1/1000th of a second. The better of the two. There's some top end games going on there. 581 for the W. Tony was 0-13. And Dustin was 0-14. Winner gets a bye run into the semifinal round. Tony from Cookeville, Tennessee. Cookeville, one of the shorter drives here, only about 4 hours. Mike Jones on the left side from Salisbury, Maryland, taking on Mickey Nelson from Leonardtown, Maryland. They faced off more than once in 2016. Frequenting US 13, Maryland International, Cecil County, beating on each other. Mickey Nelson was 005 last round. He's 004 this time, dead on 8. Look at Mike Jones, he's 012, dead on 6. Actual margin of victory, 6 thousandths of a second. Mickey Nelson goes to the quarterfinals. Fastest door car left in competition up against our fastest dragster left in competition. That's Cameron Manuel, the accountant from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Farmington Dragway track champion. Way out there in the burnout. A smooth conservative burnout for Ron Barlow from Rock, West Virginia. Cameron Manuel, Ron Barlow. Winner takes on Mickey Nelson. Took out his brethren from the northeast section of the country, from Maryland. Cameron on the right, Ron on the left. Dragster was 009. Cameron turns it into a win. Dead on with a 9. Another pair of dead-ons. Dead on with a 0 for Ron Barlow. 28 thou in total. Not enough to handle Cameron's 18 thou, who's 009, dead on 9. Cameron Manuel will face Mickey Nelson, winner of that race. We'll go to the final round. Mark Stevenson will face Jimbo Sells for a right to face Mr. Lefevre in the semifinal round. And again, Mickey Nelson, Cameron Manuel will face off to see who's going to race in the final round for a chance at that huge prize pack put up by Summit, Imagine That Customs, Trick Flow Specialties, AroundAruba.com, and of course the IHRA. Best deal going in racing. We need all of our Tournament of Champion finalists to the lanes right now. As we go to Junior Dragsters, the Summit Super Series Junior Dragster, where they're racing for that JR Race Car Junior Dragster. Custom paint job from Imagine That Customs, and $3 grand from always wonderful Summit Racing Equipment. Bailey Ferraro on the left side, taking on Kyle Penn, right side. Bailey from Florida, Immokalee Raceway champ, taking on Kyle Penn. Bargain Auto Mart and Jessner Performance up in Pennsylvania, giving Kyle support, helping him with the travel expenses to get here. Top we go, Kyle, big reaction time advantage. But the win light going to Bailey. Kyle was trying to close that thing up, or maybe something happened with the car. He saw a little huff of smoke at the starting line. Maybe that affected him. I don't know. Bailey moves on. Allison Lloyd on the left side of the track. Ethan IHRA. On the right side of the track. The racer left in competition with certainly the longest ride home to Beaumont, Alberta. Will it be Ethan or Allison? It's Allison. Ethan got there first, but broke out by 12th out. Allison was 1 over the dial, 061 green. Nothing to be ashamed of, so the IHRA is showing strong. Here at the 2016 Summit Super Series Junior Dragster Tournament of Champions. Kenneth Hillen, your defending Tournament of Champions champ on the right side from San Antonio. And Johnny Davis. Can anybody knock Kenny off King of the Hill right now? About 8 or 9 rounds of racing in a row for Kenny Hillen. Number 1 in the world last year. Johnny Davis, the Cedar Falls, Iowa track champ. Show them how the Hawkeyes do it. Good race. 4th out, pretty much a wash on the starting line. Johnny or Kenneth, look at that, real tight race. Kenny goes dead on 8, needed it. Johnny Davis is 047, 802 on that 801 for Johnny Davis. Johnny, man, right there, dude. Kenny Hillen, defending champ, moves on. Says, I ain't losing. Emily Million on the left side of the track from Castlewood, Virginia. Taking on Morgan Opp. That's 2 words. From Sioux Falls, South Carolina. Emily on the left. Certainly a substantial reaction time advantage, and Emily will take the win by about 1/10 of a second. She was 044, 797 on that 790. Doing a good job at both ends of the racetrack, taking out Morgan Opp. So congratulations to Morgan Opp anyway. Just getting here, going a few rounds. Here in the Summit Super Series, given the circumstances, a great job by Morgan and the team. So have the buy runner, Brendan Wheats. Wheats & Sons Septic Service. Windmill Realty, helping out the student from the Hawkeye State, Clinton, Iowa. 003 for Brennan. Let's put together a dead on here. What do you say? 804. 18,000s package. Yeah. Brennan's ready for the next round. Up next, what do we got? Not out of breath anymore, we're good. Sprint up the stairs. We continue our Tournament of Champions, World Champion. Coolest race going in drag racing. Bring all the best from every division, put them into a pot, stir it up, see who comes out on top, and we'll have an undisputed world champion. Jeff Gardner on the right side as we move into stock. Division I racer out of Waldorf, Missouri. The electrician, That 86 Olds Cutlass finished number 1 in Division 1, number 3 in Division 2 was Daniel Young spotting that B fuel-injected automatic car from Palm Harbor, Florida, the firefighter. Thank you for your service, Dan. Who will be the world champ? Who will join Dennis Clark in the winner's circle photo? Will it be Dan Young on the left side from Palm Harbor or Jeff Gardner? Out of Missouri will get the head start just by a little bit here in Stock Eliminator. Will be our IHRA Pro-Am Summit Pro-Am champ for 2016 in stock. And they're very safe on the tree. To the top, pretty much a wash. At the starting line, Jeff Gardner right, Dan Young left. It is Dan Young. 100th over the dial-in, 22 thousandths of a second margin of victory. Dan Young is your world champ. Will have the big number 1 on the window in 2017. Congratulations to Dan Young, the crew, all from Palm Harbor, Florida. Also Division 2. Your world champions. Again, we need the golf carts moved. That alleyway that goes to the winner's circle, we need to fit some cars in there, so you need to move the golf carts, please. See, the cars trying to jam themselves in there, so please, we need the golf carts moved. We appreciate it. As we go with Vernon Rowland on the left side, looking to repeat as world champion. Talking to Vernon Rowland, just like all racers, you get through round 1, everything's gravy. He said he was in the lanes very early today for round number 1. He said he's about to puke. That's Vernon on the left side out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. The roofing contractor, once you get that ball rolling, look out. Vernon is tough. And he could repeat right here as your world champion in quick rod. Cheryl, his wife. Brittany, his daughter, and Parker, his son-in-law, all looking on. Rooting for Vern on the left side, taking on David Schmidt from Division 2, Flintstone, Georgia. Again, those golf carts, we need those golf carts moved, please. Those golf carts that are in the way of the return road that lead to the winner's circle. We're going to line up our winners over there. Vernon on the left. David on the right. Who will be world champ? Number 1 last year, Vernon. Staging second. Blinking, they're off. Vernon Rowland was 005, but the win goes to David Schmidt. 30 thou in total, 31 thou in total for Vernon Rowland. Margin of victory, 1/1000th of a second. David Schmidt is your world champ. Vernon, oh so close to a double up, but David Schmidt goes dead on that 890 and needed every ounce of it to take home the win. He was 029. Again, Vernon was 005, 92 with a 6 on that 90. David Schmidt, congratulations, yet another world champ crown here in the Tournament Champions of the IHRA Summit Pro-Am Series. Still need those golf carts moved. I may have to send Scooter down there. David Schmidt from Flintstone, Georgia. Division 2 racer. Go Division 2, that's your second world champ. Dan Young being the other. Just another beautiful burnout by Paul Mosley from Inman, South Carolina. Roger Massey, quicker the 2 dial-ins from Gilmer, Texas. D4 racer against D9 Paul Mosley. That 2003 Cavalier. Roger Massey on the right side, crew member backing him up. doing a great job all day long, right in those grooves. Who will be your world champ? All the divisional winners, all divisional runner-ups, and the third place in division, they made their way here in Top Sportsman. Got put into the same can. We rattled it all up. Ended up with Paul Mosley on the left, Roger Massey on the right. Who is the baddest in the land in Good Vibrations Top Sportsman? World champion, undisputed, to be settled. Right now. Oh, way towards the center line. Roger's driving that thing, keeps his foot in it. Can he get around Paul at the top? No, he can't. Dead on 3 for Paul Mosley, 0.25. Roger was driving that thing towards the center line. Better on the tree was Roger, 0.12. Only able to muster a 6.98 to his credit. He drove it really well. Squeezed as much ET out of that Cavalier as he possibly could. But Paul Mosley is your champ. #1 in the world. Paul Mosley, the race transmission builder, and his 63 vet, that beautiful split window going to the winner's circle. He will be, and he is, #1 in the entire universe. We'll call it universe. Paul Mosley taking home the Good Vibrations Top Sportsman Championship. High fives, everybody. Thanks to everybody for hanging out. Makes it that much more special. We appreciate everybody being here. We got our few finals left. We got the Mod and Top giveaways still to take place along with the Summit Super Series Junior Dragster category. We have yet to give that dragster away as well. So a lot of great things still to happen. We've crowned our champions, and we go to Super Rod. Jacob Elrod, Division 3, will roll up on the Coca-Cola side of the drag strip, taking on Charlie Stewart. Jacob Elrod, all the Elrods, Sunoco sponsored. Moser Engineering, K&N Filters, Penn Grade 1 Oil, Hoosier Tires, and Quick Fuel Technology also helping out the Elrods. And Charlie Stewart on the left side, the chassis builder from Maslow, Texas, #1 in Division 4 last year. Jacob from the North Stars finished 2nd in Division 3. He'll be on the right side of the track. World Championship at stake. Waiting for Jacob to stage up. 2 topless Corvettes, 63 on the left, 92 on the right. I think I may start seizing with these taillights. Ooh. Very bright LEDs as Jacob goes right in. Here comes Charlie. Bang. Reaction times. Within 8,000, Jacob on the right, Charlie on the left. Who's it going to be? It's going to be double breakout by 1/1000th of a second. Jacob Elrod. Both go underneath. 1 by 3 thou, 1 by 4 thou. It's going to be Jacob Elrod, your world champion in Super Rod. Congratulations to Jacob Elrod, but Charlie Stewart, 016 on the tree. Jacob was 008 for the W and the world champion. Charlie will finish the year #2 in the world. Undisputed. No dodging around and chasing points here, there, and everywhere. It's settled today. That's the beauty. And it is Jacob Elrod. Wins one for Division 3. Finals held up there in Morton, Michigan, US 131 Dragway. As we go with the final top dragster. Steve Furr, the 2011 champ in the Super Rod, is here in the finals, and he could be the world champ. in top dragster, and that ultra quick dragster on the left side of the racetrack. That's Steve Furr. He will take on Matt McDaniel. Check out the dial. Down to 741. That is a quick dragster. He's going to be given almost a full tree by Steve Furr. That high horsepower big block Chevy with the snail in the front, the centrifugal supercharger. Steve looking to make it a second world championship in the IHRA since the inception in 2009. He won in Super Rod in 2011, looking to make it another here in 2016. Matt McDaniel looking for his first from Division 9, first and third in that division. Matt first in Division 9, Steve was third in that division. Division 9 traveling all this way just to have at it in the final round. Matt on the right, Steve on the left. It is Steve dead on with an 8 as Matt got there first by 17th thou, breaks out by 3 thou. Steve Furr, your world champ. Second time he's been there, getting won the Super Rod Championship back in 2011. So congratulations, Steve Furr and crew from Harrisburg, North Carolina. Congratulations also to Division 9, where you have number 1 and 3 in that division face off in the final of top dragster. That is impressive. Steve Furr, your world champion as we go with Super Stock. Got Scott Stillings on the right side. You can't ask for two of the nicest looking cars out there. Both of these racers got their own deal going on in the lanes. Got Scott outside, Scott Stillings on the right side, former world champ 2014, looking to make it 2, just like Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. did in 13 and 15. He's on the right side, and he's Super Stock A modified. You had him doing calisthenics outside of the car, getting himself prepared before he jammed himself inside of that 98 Grand Am. Peter Diagnolo on Rochester, New York. Finished number 1 in Division 1, that 67 Camaro. Kind of calm, cool, collected, hanging out in the car. 2 different approaches. Probably the biggest round of Peter's life on the left side of the track. Scott Stillings looking for another championship to match his 2014 Super Stock World Championship. Tree walks down. Big wheel stand by Scott Stillings. Can he chase down that 67 Camaro of Peter? Peter's out on him, 023 green light, and he takes the win, 2 over the dial by 15 thousandths of a second. Peter Diagnolo, your world champion, taking out the 2014 Super Stock World Champion, Scott Stillings. Scott was 043, closest to the dial-in, but Pete was killer 023 to take home that championship. First win for Division 1, first World Championship here in 2016. That was awesome. S&A Automotive helping out Peter, and congratulations to Pete and the crew from up there in upstate New York. Shortest drive from my hometown, I'm sure. Scott Stillings, oh so close. By 15 thousandths of a second. Good drag race in the final round. Again, Peter was 023, Scott was 043. So our world champions have been crowned. Super Rod, that'd be Jacob Elrod from Division 3, Dennis Clark in Hot Rod, Division 4. Stock, Dan Young from Florida in Division 2. Another Division 2 runner, David Schmidt, takes home the Quick Rod Championship. Top Sportsman belongs to Paul Mosley. Top dragster, just saw Steve Furr take home the win, that ultra quick, the quickest dragster on the property. Division 9, and Peter Diagnolo. Division 1, the Super Stock World Champ. We have another world champion to designate. It's in Junior Dragster, but we're not there yet. We got a little bit to go. So again, on the return road, check out the line of champions. Here's Kaylee Morton, I mentioned earlier. She's going to get a bye run into the final round. Certainly making the drive from Division 6, that's Division 6, from Fort St. John in British Columbia. Worth her while. See if Kaylee can knock down the trade. The dial in on the board, 799. She was number 1 in the Masters division way up. The division finals were run in Castrol Raceway way up there. Kaylee Rado, 26. Getting ready for her final round matchup against, we don't know yet. For 796.7, maybe trim up that dial going into the final, but she is ready. She is groomed and ready to see if she can knock down that world championship. Preston Tanner, Gage Birch. Division 2 versus Division 3. That's Gage really spinning those tires. Number 1 in the Masters Division, Division 2 was Gage. Preston on the right side of the track, number 2 in Masters Division, Division 3. Winner goes to the final against Kaylee Morton, the Canadian. Preston Tanner on the right side again. Gage Birch on the left from Palmetto, Florida. Racing against Preston Tanner. Rensselaer, Indiana. The home for Preston. Eight flat to a 790. Preston getting a little bit of a starting line. Head start. Not much, just a tick. And it will be Gage Birch going to the final. Gage and the crew from Florida looking to take on Kaylee Morton in the final round. That'd be Monty Soper in that really neat Chevelle Malibu, traveling 66 hours to get here. That's what it means to be a world champ here in the IHRA. A lifelong accomplishment. A lot of these racers have been working years to get there, and it's definitely an accomplishment to see it come to fruition. And the Summit Super Series, neatest thing? A lot of neat things, but you can race a Volvo. You can race a Volvo at Mufflers. Taking on Tim Butler, your box champion from 2012. As Victor went right in, then rolled back out. Vic in the Volvo, crumple zones still in effect. Winner will take on David Hammonds in one half of the semifinal in the no box category. And Tim Butler's been in this situation before. Vic champion at Thompson Raceway. Multi-time race winner up there. In the Volvo, getting a head start. They both go green, nice and straight runs to the 8th mile. Vic, reaction time advantage. And the win light, dead on with an 8, shutout, Tim Butler. So the Volvo moves to the semifinal round against David Hammonds. Winner here will go directly to the final round. The Malibu of James Rivers out of Brownsville, Tennessee, taking on Bobby Paul Arnett from Winchester, Kentucky. The I-64 Motorplex is where Bobby Paul won in that 70 Chevelle. Let's see who will go to the final to face the winner of the David Hammonds-Vic Ellinger matchup. Both pre-stage bumping in so gently. Malibu James Rivers out on him a little bit, but the reaction time advantage going to Bobby Paul. Dead on 5 for James Rivers. Actual margin of victory, 14 thou. So it'll be Bobby Paul Arnett in that black Chevelle. We'll get a bye run in the semifinals. He will go to the finals. David Hammonds, out of the 698 in the S10 pickup, the Gulfport, Mississippi champ. The 87 S10. 24 red, it don't matter. David will face Vic Ellinger in the Volvo. How about underneath by 1 thou as we roll into the box category? Winner of this, again, I'm saying it all day. It's worth saying because it's really cool. It's worth traveling 66 hours to possibly win a dragster. Turnkey, race ready. Mickey Nelson took out pretty much his teammate Mike Jones last round of competition. For Maryland racers, he's on the right side. That's Mickey and Cameron Manuel, Farmington Dragway champ from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. American Race Cars dragster, Par Racing engine, Sunoco Race Fuel, House of Pain starters, all helping out Cameron. Winner of this will go to the final round. 5 cars left. Mickey, Maryland man. A little bit south on the map, Cameron Manuel is in Winston-Salem. .006 for Mickey and the win, 33 thou. Good job. Cameron did his best, only took 5 thou at the stripe, broke out by 2 thou. So the window was open just enough to let like a slight breeze in, and Cameron Manuel couldn't walk through it. 2 thou. Did a great job closing it up, but Mickey Nelson, .006, just too tough. So Mickey will go to the final for a chance at that brandy new American Race Cars dragster. Jimbo Sells on the right side, and Mark Stevenson, left side of the track from Granger, Indiana. That 94 Chevy Beretta. Jimbo in the Barracuda. Winner will take on the Vega in the water box. Jimbo looking over his left, saying, where is he? Because I'm 019. I'll take the win, 651 and 649. It'll be Jimbo Sells and Tony Lefevre. Racer from Cookeville, Tennessee. Checking up on that 579, he goes 009 green. For a 581, 2 over, 33 thou. Of intimidation moving into the semifinals against Jimbo Sells, and Mickey Nelson will meet whoever the winner of that is in the final round. Two of the heavy hitters in the category. Kenny Hillen, your 2015 champion. These are the racers racing for that junior dragster. Built by JR Race Cars with the custom paint from Imagine That Customs, Drawn Settles. Kenny Hillen on the right side from San Antonio, Texas. Lalos Auto Parts, North Park Lincoln Mercury. BG Products, helping Kenny out. Emily on the left side, Schrader Insurance, Morgan McClure Chevrolet, Fisher Auto Parts, and the Wellman Cancer Institute. All very close to Emily's heart. They're both green. Emily with the starting line advantage and the win light. That's huge. Emily taking out the world champ from last year, #1 on that dragster of Kenny Hillen. Nothing to be ashamed of to come this far. It'll be Emily going to the final. Allison Lloyd, who just took out the Ashatois clan. And Brendan Wheats. Brendan on the right side, dialed in 805 from Clinton, Iowa. Allison from Doswell, Virginia. Winner? Who is it? Brendan, reaction time advantage by a couple hundred of a second. But it will be Allison Lloyd closer to the dial. Double breakout, breaking out by 5 thou and then breaking out by 6 thou. Actual margin of victory, the difference between that, 1 thou. What a run by the Wheats family. So it'll be Allison Lloyd. Moving on against Bailey Ferraro. Bailey on the starting line. Took out young Mr. Penn, your most recent round of competition. See if the kid from Florida can lay down a number and, oh yeah, 010 for Bailey. Bailey's on. 8077, 17 thousandths package. Or Bailey as that thing gurgles to a stop. The champ from Immokalee. Florida looking for a world championship. And that brandy new junior dragster built by JR Race Cars. So we need our box and mod categories back to the lanes. Our last Tournament of Champions finals. The junior dragsters will be up. Gage Birch, Kaylee Morton. Kaylee, the last hope for Canada. Gage on the left side from Florida. Let's say they become friends, Kaylee and Gage. Kaylee is from Fort St. John, British Columbia, and Gage is from Palmetto, Florida. Say they want to go meet each other for the weekend. There are 47 hours worth of driving between the two locations that these drivers come to the starting line. Only here in the IHRA will you get them to match up in a final for the World Championship title here in Junior Dragster Racing. Kaylee won her division, Division 6. The finals at Castrol Raceway. Gage Birch, he won Division 2 Masters Championship. That's in the Southeast. Only here in the IHRA will they meet to see who is the baddest in the land. Again, Kaylee Morton, all the way from Fort St. John, British Columbia. Gage, Palmetto, Florida. Talk about two different sets of seasons to deal with. Gage stages first, quicker the two dial-ins. Kaylee gonna get the head start by 600ths of a second. Ah, she goes red by 18 thousandths of a second, but man, do not hold your head down. Look at that, 795 with a 9, break it out by a little bit. Gage was also red by 7 thousandths of a second, but that don't matter. Kaylee did it first, so again, congratulations, Gage Birch and the team from Palmetto to make it to the final round, take the win, and take nothing away from the Canadian Kaylee Morton, making the long trek and proving how they do it up in Canada. All the junior dragster parents reuniting, that's a cool deal. See, two racers from opposite ends of North America essentially meet in the final round to see who is the true world champion. And for 2016, out of Division 2, it is Gage Birch. Peter Agnolo, Superstock winner. That's 60. That's not a 69 Camaro. Made a mistake. It's a little late. All good. Peter Agnolo, congratulations. D1 World Champ Superstock as we have the mod no box semi-final round rolling up. Dave Hammond's in the pickup truck. These racers racing for that big prize package, including 10 large from Summit Racing Equipment, a 28-foot enclosed trailer. My guess is Dave Hammonds does not jam that into an enclosed trailer, that S10. That's not making fun of him. Hey, he's a winner. He's here, taking on Vic Ellinger. In the Volvo. Who will take on Bobby Paul Arnett, who's waiting patiently in that burnout box to go in a single? Summit Super Series boxcars waiting on you. David stages first, the Volvo, tapping in. Gonna give the head start to that pickup truck. David waiting patiently, foot brake in that truck. Vic with a couple hun in the tank, and he'll take the win. 42,000 total. shutting out Dave Hammonds, who was 051, so it will be Vic in the Volvo. Taking on Bobby Paul Arnett. Island's really close as Vic decided to go 6:30 that round. Bobby Paul 6:36. This is the no box category. Final round. It's now set. Vic Ellinger, Bobby Paul. Bobby 005. Says 6:36. Telling the truth. 16th out package. At Volvo in the final round. We need our box category. We've got 3 left. Mickey Nelson, Tony Lefevre, Jimbo Sells. Box category. Got 3 cars left. They're going to roll up right now. Mickey Nelson already has the bye run into the final round. They traveled from afar when that brandy new American-built race cars, dragster, trick flow specialties, big block. Imagine that customs paint job, 10 G's from Summit to Vacation for 2 from Aruba.com, aroundaruba.com. Gold card, trophy, diamond ring will be given to one of these 3 drivers. Jimbo on the left, and you go with your local drag strip and you go into the box category. You have a lot of dragsters. Right now, the dragster is in the minority in our final 3 here in our box category. Just goes to show you, you can be good at anything, just keep doing it. Refine your skills in whatever your choice of race car is. You can get to the top. The 67 Barracuda of Jimbo. It'll be on the left side, Tony Lefevre. Local guy from Cookeville, Tennessee. Be on the right side in that Vago, the dragster of Mickey Nelson, will be waiting in the final round. Real good race here. Jimbo 010, Tony 013. It'll be Tony. Jimbo gets there first by 18 thousandths of a second. The Cookeville, Tennessee driver, the hometown boy, moves to the final round in that Vega to take on Mickey Nelson. Construction inspector from Leonardtown, Maryland, the Maryland International Raceway track champion. How's a 483 goes? A 483. 4th out on the red side, who cares? Mickey Nelson, Tony Lefevre, final round. For all that great stuff being given to the winner. Who will face Emily Million? In the final round will be Allison Lloyd. It will be an all-lady final round in the Summit Super Series Junior Dragster category. Bailey from Fort Lauderdale, Florida on the left side, the Immokalee champ. Jamie Auto Transport helping him out. L&L Transmission, Axle Services. Helping out Allison Lloyd. Could we have an all-lady final? Emily already waiting. Actually, Emily just followed her car and just take advantage of the test hit she has. She still has to stage the car under her own power. His dad adds one more extra manpower to that car to get around the water box. Adjust the idle a little bit. Bailey on the left and Allison on the right. Attempting some change being given to Bailey Ferraro. Red light for Bailey, and it will be an all-ladies final round. Allison Lloyd, she was 016. Goes real quick, like really quick. 783 on that 790. Got to slow it down in the final. Allison Lloyd, Emily. All-lady final round. It'll be an all Virginia woman, young lady final round. Emily goes 047 green. Oh yeah, dead on 9, that'll work. Got Allison and Emily just pulling into lanes right now. We got Vic and Bobby Paul gonna take the first crack at the track in the mod final round. The no box and the Volvo and the Chevelle of Bobby Paul gonna duke it out for the Summit Racing Equipment check. 10 grand. The Performax trailer. Another 2,500 bucks from Trick Flow. A 2-post lift. Vacation for 2 from AroundAruba.com, El Gaucho Restaurant, Tropicana Resorts, More for Less Car Rentals, and the crew of Don Flip Racing Team and Jones Transmission thrown in a cooling system. IHRA Gold Card and the Ironman and Diamond Ring. It's a lot at stake. Anyway, usually you walk through the pits, second, third round. Drivers are pretty, talkative, trying to get some information out of some of the drivers. And they don't want to hear nothing right now. They just want to get in their car and run and get her done. Very tight-lipped. Don't want me to... I start prying and they start ignoring. So the pressure is on, no doubt. There's the Volvo. It's tough to make a Volvo look cool. 2 people did it. Paul Rocca up in the Northeast. And Vic Ellinger's another one. He's on the right side, rolls up in the water box first. 2 very similar exhausts, too. Big fan of exhausts. And big block Mopar on the right side inside the Volvo, and Bobby Paul in that 70 Chevelle. As the winner will get that huge prize pack. Vic doing what he's doing all day. He's got that door open, got the pre-stage beam on in the Volvo, taking on Bobby Paul from Winchester, Kentucky. Representing the I-64 Motorplex, May Race Carbs and Valvoline in that Chevelle. They're both pre-staged now. Vic from Cleveland, Ohio. Weisco Performance Products, champ from Thompson Raceway Park. As they go green. Bobby or Vic, it's going to be Vic, dead on 2. Vic Ellinger takes home the World Championship on that huge prize pack. Bobby Paul in the Chevelle just a little bit short, 0.008 margin of victory. There's your champ, Vic Ellinger, and the Volvo. How about that? The only Volvo on the property takes home the championship in the mod category. 018 for Vic, 015 for Bobby Paul, dead on 2 for Vic, one over with a 3, 28 thou package for Bobby, 20 thousandths package for Vic, the difference 8 thousandths of a second. Congratulations, Victor, and the mob scene that was up there. They're going to start picking away at that 10 grand from Summit. There's Tony Lefevre on the right, as this is the box championship. Who will get that gorgeous, imagine that, customs painted American race cars, Trick Flow specialty powered dragster? Vacation, 10 grand, gold card, trophy in the diamond ring. Mickey Nelson on the left side from Maryland, taking on Tony Lefevre from Cookeville, Tennessee. Better the two lights going to the dragster, and the wind light dead on with an 8 going to the dragster, 28 thou in total. To the 40 thou in total, Tony Lefevre was 024, nothing to be ashamed of, my goodness. And Mickey Nelson from Maryland, congratulations. And I think Mickey's going with an upgrade with that American race cars, at least upgrade on the paint job, because Jerron, his work, second to none. So Mickey's probably going to swap out the dragster he's got for the American race cars dragster he just won. Maybe upgrade, getting some parts from summitracing.com. So congratulations to Mickey Nelson, your winner from my neck of the woods in Maryland. Mickey was 020, dead on 8 of the particulars, 28 thou in total, so enough to win the champ of all champs. We'll join Vic Ellinger in the winner's circle. That awesome prize pack. One more. Final round. It's the ladies, Allison and Emily. Pair of Virginia racers. So again, congratulations to all our winners. Peter Diagnolo, Superstock. Good Vibrations Top Dragster, Steve Furr. Good Vibrations Top Sportsman, Paul Mosley. Quick Rod, Dave Schmidt. Stock Eliminator, Dan Young. Hot Rod, Dennis Cook. Super Rod, Jake Belrod. Gage Birch and the Junior Dragster Tournament of Champions. Summit Super Series winners. Allison Lloyd, the winner of that gorgeous dragster. Mickey Nelson also, winner of a dragster. And Top ET and Mod ET, Vic Ellinger and the Volvo. Congratulations all our winners. We appreciate you. All the racers that showed up from far and wide, the IHRA Summit Super Series and Summit Pro-Am Series. Great way to end the season. We appreciate everyone coming out, making 2016 great, and we hope to be bigger and better in 2017. The IHRA thanks you from the track crew at Memphis, the IHRA on-track crew, Spook, Leon, and the boys. Of course, Mike Dunn, Scooter Pico, the vice president. Thank you to the racers. Enjoy pillaging the signs. Guys doing a good job. So, from the tower here, have a wonderful night. Be safe. Have a safe ride home. Some of you could be getting back probably next weekend. We appreciate you coming out here at the IHRA. Look forward to your participation in 2017. It'll be bigger and better. Thank you so much to all our sponsors, of course. I'm Brian Moody. Have a wonderful evening.